Today's video will just be about triggers as basics. This is going to be a long one, but let's get started. All right, so Apex Triggers. First of all, let's understand what are Apex Triggers for anyone who's from the admin background and has not started off development, or someone who has started off development but is not completely sure of how to go about it and where to start. Triggers can be a good point to start if you know the order of execution and you want to write any kind of logic as soon as you save a record. Triggers is the place where you do that, right? So Apex Triggers, as the name suggests, act like trigger points, right, to perform custom actions before or after any changes that are made to Salesforce records. Now these changes can be insertions, updations, or deletions, right? Now if I were to take you to Salesforce and if I were to open an account record, right? So when I go to the account tab and I click on the new button, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to create a new record, right? Let's say I fill all of these values and I hit the save button. What really happens? A record gets saved into the database, right? Now, as soon as the record gets saved into the database, you might want to do things before it is saved and after it is saved, right? Similarly, let's say you have a record you have created, Burlington Textiles, and you want to modify this record, right? So when you hit on the edit button and you make some changes to the fields, you might want to do things before the record is saved or actually saved to the database and after it is saved to the database, right? One simple example would be, if as soon as I save my record, I want to send a notification to the account owner saying that the rating has changed, right? Or let's say I want to send out an email to my customer saying your annual revenue has changed, right? And if I create a new account record or a contact record, I can send an email to the admin saying a new customer has just signed up in our system, right? So where do you do these kind of activities? You do them on trigger actions, right? These are the trigger points you use, and for using these points you have to use Apex Triggers, right? And primarily they work with the CRUD operations. It could be an insertion, updation, or a deletion. There's one more use case, but primarily you would use it for these three things. Okay, now you can even run a trigger when a record is restored from the recycle bin. I hope you know you can delete records, right? And when you delete records, where do they go? They go to the recycle bin, right? You have something that's called a recycle bin here. So as soon as you delete any kind of record, that goes to the recycle bin, and you can, I'm so sorry, this is my auto correct. So if you go to the recycle bin, you might have a record here, and if you see a record and you want to restore it, right, you can restore it from here. And you can have a trigger perform some actions on this event also, which means if you want to restore something or undo a deletion, even that can be tackled through triggers, right? That's the other use case apart from these three. Cool. So triggers are available on object level. So you can write a trigger for every object. So you would understand, how do I write it, for who do I write it? It is basically on an object to object basis. So if I am on the opportunities and I want to modify something based on how opportunity is saved, I would go to the opportunity object and I can create a trigger for the opportunity object. Okay. So you see the triggers option is here, and this is on the object level. So every object has a different trigger, right? You write a separate trigger for every object. Now all triggers are bulk triggers by default, which means they are capable of handling multiple records at a time. Always write triggers keeping this in mind. So what happens normally is, if I were to go to this record and modify it and I were to write a trigger on it, would I want to write it on just for this record? What if you do a data import, right? What if you do a mass update? In those cases, our trigger should be able to handle multiple records at once. So Salesforce triggers provide you the capability because they are bulkified in general, right? You get some variables that are already bulkified, so they are called bulk triggers. They don't handle one record at a time. Okay, so every time you write a record, your code should always be intelligent enough to process multiple records. Even if the use case is, let's say that's one record at a time, you should always attempt or try to handle the trigger code in such a way so that if multiple records come into the picture, our Apex code, or rather the trigger code, is capable of handling that. All right. So that's about the triggers introduction. Now, an important point, we have been talking a lot about low code and no code automation, right? That is process builders, flow automation, flow builders, creating sites and all of it. But why would we write triggers over process builders and flows, right? Salesforce has been promoting flow builders like anything, and looks like everything needs to be shifted to flow builder so that we can achieve as much as automation we can. But why do we need triggers, and when should you go about using triggers and not processes and flows, right? Now there are some use cases where you would need triggers. If you are familiar with flows and process builder, you'll get this easily, or else it's okay. You can just be with me and I'll help you understand. So with triggers, you can handle before events, not just after events. Okay. So with process builders, you cannot do that, right? Process builders, you can do as soon as a record is created or a record is created or edited, right? That means once the action is completed, that is when you can hit the process builder. But what if you wanted to do something before it happens, right? We'll talk about the order of execution very soon, but before events can be handled in triggers. They can be handled in flows as well, but process builder does not let you do that, right? So if you want to handle before events, you can go with triggers or flows. Next thing is handling exceptions and showing user relevant errors instead of generic errors, right? Now with process builder and flows, we get an unhandled fault exception, maybe some issue with the flow, maybe the fault path is shown, or the process builder failed. So we get a very weird error, a very long error that shows the entire trace, and the message is very much non-user friendly and non-user readable. So if you want to handle exceptions well, you can use triggers, right? And you can handle them by showing them generic instead of generic errors, you can show them messages that are relevant to understanding what the issue was. So you can use the add error method and you can show exceptions and you can handle them, right? You can even create custom exceptions and you can show them to the user through triggers. All right. Next is handle delete and undelete events. So you can handle deletion and undeletion events, as in, let's say you want to restore some information from the recycle bin and you want your admin to know that 5 records were restored. Can you do that from process builder? No, you cannot. So you can do this from triggers, right? Handle complex custom logic that cannot be easily maintained and managed by automation. Now you might have a use case wherein you have 15 countries, 84 price rates, 34 price books, or a good catalog of products, and you want to handle some level of custom logic that has to work with different profiles in a different way. Understand creating decision nodes on the flows, creating those nodes on the process builder, the if ladders. It will be very complicated, it will be very cumbersome, and it will be difficult to maintain in future, right? The versioning and the maintenance will be a pain, right? So it's better to move any kind of very complex custom logic into triggers, and this is where you can handle it a bit better and you can maintain it. All right. Additional validation checks that you want to put to avoid bad data, you can put it here. Like we said, we can handle before events, right? So before the record is saved, we can check if the data is correct, if the data does not contain any discrepancy, any issues. So we can show an error, we can do some validation checks before the data is committed into the database. That can also be done from triggers, right? Now partial success is allowed in triggers but not in processes, which is more of an all or none framework, right? If your process builder fails, your entire transaction is rolled back. You don't get to save a specific record, or if you have 10 records you want to save, one of them failed, your processes don't let you save the other 9 records. But you can attempt this on triggers. You can have partial updates, or partial success can be achieved and can be set up in triggers. That's also something why you'd want to use triggers over process and flows. All right. So now let's begin and let's talk about the trigger basics. We'll try to understand the framework. Okay. So there are 2 primary, or rather 2 general trigger types. One are the before triggers and the other one are the after triggers. So before triggers are primarily used to update additional values to the record or validate them before they are saved in the database. Whereas after triggers are used to update the related or unrelated records and do any kind of post processing after the record is saved to the database. Right? So the difference here is that before the record is saved on the database, if you want to do any operations, you do it on the before triggers. And if you want to do any kind of processing or any kind of related stuff in the trigger, after the record is saved, you do it here. Right? These are the 2 primary types of triggers, not types, but rather the 2 broad division wherein you have before triggers and after triggers. All right. Let's quickly talk about the syntax. So the syntax has trigger as the keyword. You put a trigger name and then you write on. So you say trigger, account trigger on account object. So you have the API name of the object here. And then you mention all the trigger events. And under this particular block, you add all your code. Right? Now trigger events are comma separated events that need to be invoked through the trigger. All right. Let's quickly go to Salesforce and let's create a trigger here. So I'm on the developer console. So in order to create a trigger, we go to file and we click on the new button. And you have all the options available here. You can create lightning components, Visualforce components or pages, Apex class, and then you have Apex triggers, right? So when I hit on the Apex trigger, you get an option to give it a name and select an object. Like I said, triggers are on object level. So you have to give it a name. Let's say contact trigger, and then I can choose the contact object here. this one right here, and I say submit, right? As soon as I do that, you see the same syntax pops up automatically. It says trigger, name of the trigger, on keyword, and name of the object, followed by the trigger events. Now if you see, by default Salesforce gave us one event, that is before insert, right? But this is nothing but a set of comma separated events. I can say after insert also, after delete, before update. I can put all of those events. We'll talk about these events very soon, but this is your comma separated list of trigger events that you can use, right? And this is where your trigger code goes, right? All your trigger code will be here. Okay, now this would be on the contact record. Let's go back to our screen and let's see what's here. So note that database changes are automatically rolled back if trigger does not run successfully. So any kind of database changes that are done, they will be automatically rolled back if the trigger does not run successfully, right? You might have set the partial thing to true. In that case, partial rollback will happen and some records might be saved. But by default, if you do not use that concept, the database changes are automatically rolled back. Okay, so let's say you are doing a transaction and you hit the save button, but the trigger fails somehow. The record will not be saved into the system, and you have to create the record again. That is what it means, right? That is what rollbacking is. Okay, cool. Now let's talk about these trigger events that we were trying to figure out here, right? This section right here, that is the trigger events. If I take a look at all the events, you see that you have something that's called before insert, before update, before delete. These are your before triggers. Right, we talked about the two broad categories, right? Before triggers and after triggers. So you have before insert, before update, and before delete. Similarly, for insert, update, and delete, you have after insert, after update, and after delete. What does this mean? This means before a record is inserted into the system, do things here. Before the record is updated, make changes here. Before the record is deleted, stop them from doing that. After the record is inserted, send an email. After an update is done to the system, update the child records also. After the record is deleted, notify the owner of the record. And then you have one more use case, which was our recycle bin concept. This is your after undelete. Undelete is nothing but restoring deleted data, right? So you have something that's called after undelete, and this is not available for all objects. It is only available for some objects. We can refer the documentation for that. Okay, these are all your events that we will use, and this pretty much cover all kind of operations that you have. You are covering insert operations, update operations, delete operations, and undelete operations, and both before and after. Now you might think, why do you not see a before undelete? Because before undelete is not something that can be predicted. Can you say when would a record be restored? You don't have a time frame for that, right? After you restore a record is when you can say, okay, I undeleted it, right? But you cannot say that before. Before undelete does not exist because it is not something that can be predicted by the system, right? No one can predict when you would undelete it, right? Those were all our events, and if I were to write them here, if I show you here, you can just say before insert, before update, before delete, after insert, after update, after delete, and then after undelete. And when I hit the save button, this should save successfully because all the events are accepted, right? Now, if I write something like before undelete, let's see what happens, and say save. So you see I get a problem here, and it says trigger usage before undelete is not supported. So this is something that is not supported by triggers. So we can get rid of this and we can say save again. So this becomes your comma separated list of trigger events. All right. I hope you understand what the event is here. Before insert, that's the event. The insert is the event, and when is the context? It is the before context. Similarly, you have after update. When is the context? You have after the record is updated. All right. Next, let's take a look at what kind of context variables we have when we are using triggers, right? Now, like I told you, triggers are already bulkified in nature, right? They are bulk triggers. They don't work on one record, they work on multiple records together. So how do you figure out in this particular code snippet here, right? How do you figure out which event, what do you want to do on what event? You have all your events available here, but you want to do X when before insert happens, let's say. Right? You want to do Y when before update happens. You want to do Z when after undelete happens. How do you distinguish all of that inside your code here? Right? So for you to be able to understand whether the context is before insert or before update, you have some context variables available that help you decide what is the current context that you are in, right? When I say current context, how would this work? If I go to the contacts list here, I click on the new button and I create a record, let's say, okay, I say Himanshu Maheshwari, and let's say I click on the save button. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to create or rather insert a record, correct? So as soon as I hit the save button, Salesforce will internally check, do I have an event for insert? It will see, okay, I have before insert and I have after insert. So I have to take care of these two actions now. But let's say you have to do J when after insert happens. Now you have two things, before insert and after insert, right? How do you figure out which event and how do you segregate that thing? So for that you have something that's called context variables. Context variables come from the system.trigger class, right? So you will have to use trigger dot with them. So you have something that's called isInsert. What does that let you identify? This tells you if trigger dot is insert to insert activities here. Okay, so this is more like a boolean flag from the system.trigger class. This is the system.trigger class that we have already, and we can use this context variable to help us understand, okay, is this an insert activity? It will be true if it is an insert activity. Likewise, else if it's an update event, you would assume that you have an update, isUpdate boolean, right? Yes, we do. So we'll go to the context variable and see that we have an isUpdate variable. All right. Similarly, we have isDelete that lets you identify, okay, this might be a delete operation. Then I'll say do update activities here, and I'll say else if trigger dot is delete, do delete operations here, right? This is how you are bifurcating all the context. But as of now, what you have done, you have bifurcated the CRUD operations, insert, update and delete. How do you bifurcate the before and after activity also? You have a context variable for that. So you have something that's called is before, is after, is undelete, right? Okay, is undelete is a CRUD operation. So these four are your CRUD operations, and then you have is before and is after. So let's say in our use case, in our current use case, we are only working for an insert scenario, let's say, right? I get rid of the update and delete scenario, I get rid of all of these extra events, right? Let's say this is our only use case. These are the two events that we need to work on. I'll save it here, right? So I have to do my insert activities here, and in here I can simply say if trigger dot is before, another context variable I'm using, I'll say do before activities here, right? And else I can say do after activities here. Make sense? So the else will run if it is not a before context, if it is an after context. Do you want to test it? Let's test it. So I'll put a debug log everywhere so that we can see how things look like. So I'll say inside insert scenario. Okay. And then I'll put a debug log in the before and the after context. Inside before scenario. And then I'll put a debug log here saying inside after scenario. All right, now let's see, as soon as we create a contact record, what really happens. Okay, I'll get rid of these extra comments. Okay, so this is my current trigger, and I have only two use cases. One is for before and one is for after, and that's only for the insert, right? Let's go and let's enable my debug log, and let's open the debug log window. And here, let's see if we get a new log when I create a contact record. Okay, so I'm just putting in the mandatory field values and I'll hit on the save button. So now this says contact is created. Let's go back to the debug log, and I see a new log created. This one right here, right? This is 5.9 KB. Probably this is the one. So you see, contact trigger on contact trigger event is before insert, right? Now if I hit the debug only tab, I see inside the insert scenario, inside before scenario, inside insert scenario, and inside after scenario. Do you see what happened? First, it executed the before context. That is why it came in here. It found that, you know, we have insert events available. So what would it execute first? It would go inside here. It would evaluate to true. Is insert is evaluated to true. It gave me this debug log. right? And then it checked whether it is a before context or an after context. It was before, so the before one runs first. So it executed this one. After the before triggers ran, it went ahead and wanted to run the after insert. So it came back here again and it's checked whether the context variable is insert. Yes, it is insert, but this time it went back and went to the else condition because it was the after context this time. So you see inside insert scenario, then before, and then this log comes again and then after, right? So the code traversed this particular block 2 times and this one once and this one once, which kind of tells you the trigger runs the before context first and the after context later, right? That is what is here, right? You see 4, then 6, then 4, and then 9. So it's 4, this is 4, 6, then 4 and 9. All right. What if I have this code, but I do not have the event declared here? What happens then? Let's refresh. The code will save up fine, right? But now only before insert is defined. Now Salesforce will see what happens. Let's click on this clone button and let's create another record. And if I create Himanshu1 and say save and take a look at the developer console, this time I opened up the wrong console log. Let's open the 4.1 KB one, right? Now if I go to the debug logs, let's see. So you see, I see only inside insert and inside before scenario. Why? Even though you had the else condition there, but you did not declare your event. If you did not declare your event, Salesforce does not go inside and work on that event. You have to have it here for your code to be executed for that event. This is mandatory. Okay. So if you have after insert, only then this code will be executed, or else it will be completely ignored, because you are trying to tell them, I want to only work on this event. No other events I need to focus on. So it does not even care what else you have written in the else condition. It will just check, okay, insert before. It will just do this. It will come back here, but it will not execute it again because after insert is not mentioned. Make sense? So this is how your context trigger works. Context variables work. What are the variables we looked at? We looked at before and after variable and insert, update and delete. Now there are 2 more, or rather 3 more. Yes, new, old and size. So like I said, trigger is already bulkified. So if you are working with one record, you can check trigger.size. It will show you 1. But if multiple records come in like through an import or a mass update or a mass delete, then trigger.size will vary. Okay, let's check what is the trigger.size here. Let's get rid of all of this. So if I put trigger.size here, I can use something like this, let's save it, right? Trigger.size is saved, and I'll just put a space here, and before insert is there. Let's see how many records come into the transaction when I create one record. It should give me the size of the trigger, or rather the context, how many records are showing up. So I'll just say Himanshu2 and say save. So I created one record. Let's go and see what is showing on the log. Let's open this log right here, and this should show me inside insert scenario 1. So I have 1 record here, right? And if it was a bulk scenario wherein you did some data import or something, the trigger.size would vary based on whatever the number of records that come into the picture. Okay, but if you have to check, you can use the trigger.size for checking things, like, to avoid any kind of governor limit issues. You can do that, but this is one variable you can use. Okay, you can segregate your code like this. If trigger.size is equal to 1, right, you can say do this operation. You might want to do things differently, do this operation, and if it is more than 1, then you want to do it differently. Correct? So that's where you can use the trigger.size. Okay, now every time you're on the trigger, you have 2 variables, trigger.new and trigger.old. These are another 2 variables that you get, right? Developer console does not let you align things by default, so I'll just say old, save. Okay, I think there's an extra bracket. Let's get rid of it and say save again. So right, this is saved now. Let's give it a relevant tag name, new record, and let's give it old record here. Okay, I'll show you something. Save. So these are 2 more variables that you get from triggers. Okay, let's see what happens now when we create a record. If I click on the clone button, and if I now save the contact record and say save, this got saved successfully. And if I go back here and I take a look at the logs, and if I say debug only, you see under the new record, I get the entire record that's created. All the field values are there and it holds the value that I have put in the record, right? See, Himanshu 3, Maheshwari, everything else is null because I did not put anything else. Salutation is Mr. Right? This is your new record, which is nothing but the trigger.new. This variable holds whatever you are inserting right now, the new information that you are inserting. But now let me ask you something. Trigger.old is something that will hold the old information, right? When does this come in the picture? Let's say I don't want to have the insert context, I want to have the update context, right? And if this is update, I would say show me trigger.new and show me trigger.old values. Okay, now if I go back and I edit this record, because I want to do an update scenario, right? Let's edit this record and let's put a title. Let's put architect, right? And I'll say save. So I'm updating the record. Do I have an update context? Yes, before update is there, and this will run true because I just updated, so it should give me the debug logs, right? Let's go back and let's open the debug logs. So I have 6.79 KB debug log, and let's say what's only the debug only. Now take a look at these two records, right? You see, this is the new record and this is the old record. What is the old record? Let's take a look. I don't see the title information coming up because that's longer than the text that it is supposed to show. So what I can do is, let me modify something that's here on the top. Let's modify the salutation. Okay, let's go back, let's close this log. First of all, let's go back and now let's go to details, and I'll just change the salutation and I'll change it to doctor. All right, I'll say save. Now let's take a look at the debug log. I made an update, right? I should have a debug log. Yes, I do. 6.2 KB. Let's open this debug log and now let's see. The salutation on the new record is doctor and the salutation on the old record is Mr. Which means you get to work on two different versions of your record, the old version and the new version, and this is what these two variables are for. Okay, the trigger.new will hold all the information that you are currently committing to the database, which is new, the changes that you have made, whereas the trigger.old will hold information that was there before you made the change. So in case you want to make some kind of if conditions, you want to understand whether a specific value has changed or not, all of those kind of operations can be done. We'll look at how to use these two variables, and there are two more variables which are maps of the similar concept, but we'll understand how to use them. Okay, but for now just understand new holds the new information that you just committed to the database, old holds the information that was just prior to what you when you made the changes. Okay, now an interesting thing to note, when I use the isInsert scenario and I was just using this event here, right? We saw this log and it had new information, but old information was not there. It showed us null. Null is nothing but empty, basically no information. Why was the old record null? Because trigger.old cannot hold any value if you are inserting a record. Understand this, when you are creating the record for the very first time, will you have an older version of it? No, you will not, right? Which is why trigger.old shows null when you are using the insert scenario. And you can have values on the trigger.old in the update scenario or the delete scenario. Right? So we'll see how where you have these records and where you can use these variables. The variables are available for different context or different events, and they are available for specific reasons. We'll take a look at that map also. For now, just understand that trigger.new holds the newer information that you commit and the old variable holds the older information. Okay. So those were the context variables. I think there are two more variables I did not mention here, which is trigger.new map, and this is trigger.old map. So you have new map and old map also. So these are nothing but the trigger.new and the trigger.old holds a record of type object, right? But if you want to store a map, you can use the same using a map. Let's see what's the difference. Now I have before insert and I have isInsert check here. Let's see what does the new map show us. If I go ahead and say clone and I say Himanshu 4 and say save, I just created a new record. So I should see a trigger.new map value, but that would be a map that would be of type collection map. Okay, and it comes in handy when we are doing comparisons. We'll take a look at that also very soon when we do our use cases. For now, just understand that we have these. So the trigger.new record shows null as well, which is weird. Let's put after insert also, and let's see if I can get you the information from the new map. Let's close this and let's go back. Let's clone it one more time. And show 5. Let's say save. Okay, let's go to developer console. Let's see if I have a new log 7.23. I believe we have information. I don't see. Yeah. So you see the new map and the old map is not available in the before context. Right? So the new map and the old maps are not available on the before context, but under the after context, you see that something new has been added and that is being shown on the after context. You understand why you see the same logs twice? Because it is running the before context first. It came in here, is insert. It ran the before context. Then it came back and saw, okay, after insert is also there. I have to execute it one more time for the after scenario. And that's when it found out that new map has a value. It does not hold anything in the before insert. And if you see, the new map is nothing but a key value grid wherein the key is the object ID, the record ID of the object, and the value is the entire object itself. Okay, so if you see this 003 ending with 880 is nothing but this particular record ID of the record, this particular record ID 003 AAT, right? And you get this entire record as a value of this particular key, and you get it on the after insert record. So you see the variables differ and play different game when you change the context, and we'll understand this entire grid of where which variable fits into the picture, where would a variable be used and why would it not be in a specific scenario. We'll understand all of it in our later part of the video. Okay, we'll make a grid of where to use which variable. Cool. So that was about context variables and pretty much everything you would want to use and play with when you are writing triggers. This would be your entire game. Let's understand some considerations we have. So you cannot use DML, or rather the database operations, on trigger.new and trigger.old. You might be wondering, okay, trigger.new holds the contact information. What if I make an update to that variable itself? No, you cannot do that. Okay, trigger.old is always read only, and we can't make any changes on top of it because trigger.old holds the older value, right? And you just have it to understand context. You cannot play with it and you cannot modify it. Even if you modify it, where would you save it? Because now you are saving the newer version, the trigger.new information, right? So trigger.old is available for you to understand things and check things, but it is always in the read-only format, which means you cannot make any updates to the trigger.old variable or the record that it holds. Okay, now we can use trigger.new in before context to update values, but not in the after context. Trigger.new holds a value. In our case, it held the contact information. Now let's say let's say I put one more check here. I say if trigger dot is before, right? And here I want to update contact record, shipping address. I can do that here without writing any extra database operations. But if I want to do the same thing is in the after context, trigger will fail. It will not let me do it because the trigger.new becomes read only in the after context. It does not let you do any update operations here. Okay, because the difference between the before and the after is right at this point, the database commit happens. The record is not completely saved and the transaction is not completed, but the commit is saved, that the record is saved into the system. And it is a copy or an instance is created. So you cannot re-update it here. Okay, you can do things here like without writing any database operations. You can do things like, you know, contact dot address equals. You can make some changes here. What will happen is because the record is getting committed somewhere here, you are being allowed to make changes here and add some values or remove some values or do those kind of things. But as soon as you do your commit, which happens somewhere here, we'll understand the order of execution, which happens here in the after context. You cannot again update the record. One more understanding of why this is not allowed is, let's say Salesforce let us do this, right? Salesforce let us update contact here. Okay, now if the contact is updated here, it will again go back to the trigger, and if I have an after update scenario, right, it will run the after update scenario and it will come back and it will keep on going into a loop. There is a chance that this might run into recursion or it might run into a loop. right? So it is better Salesforce prevents this and does not let us do anything in the after context. It makes the record read only. You can only use the record to mess with or play around with other records. So you have the contact information, but you can fetch the child cases and you can make changes to the child cases. That is something you can do. But the same record that is in the current transaction, the contact record, this record cannot be modified. You want to do that kind of modification, do it here on the before context. That's why the before context exists. Do not do it on the after context. That is a bad practice. That's not a good practice, and that might lead to recursion, and that is something that Salesforce will not allow. All right. Cool. Let's get rid of all of this code. That makes no sense, right? All right. I hope you're following me. If not, slow down the video, or else go back a few slides, start again from here. But yeah, this should help and help you understand. But we'll understand it a bit better when we do actual use cases. Okay, every use case I'll explain you why am I doing things, why did I choose this variable, why is this value showing this kind of record. Everything we'll discuss, okay, with practical examples. Cool. Now comes order of execution. So order of execution is basically Salesforce's way of governing how a record will be processed into the database. There are n number of things that happen behind the scenes. We'll look at what all happens and in what order. Because if you do not have a governing order, how do you understand what will run first, what will go next? There are different tools, right? You have process builders. You don't have workflows now, but you have process builders, flow builders. You have the before triggered flows. You have integration jobs. You have post-processing email templates. You have approval process. You have a lot of things. Case entitlement, lead processes, sales processes, duplicate rules, matching rules. Lot of things, right? You have triggers. Which goes first, what goes next? There has to be an execution order, and this is basically the order of execution. We'll now understand the before and after context, and it will be very clear to you understanding how Salesforce really goes with the order of execution. Now, as soon as you hit the save button, what really happens behind the scenes is basically what's told here. And here I've taken an example of when you are making an update to the system. Right now, when you're making an update to the system, you have a record in the system already, which was inserted some time back. Right now, when you have the record in the system, that original record is loaded from the database, and whatever are the old values, they are overwritten with the new values that you made changes to. Okay, that overwrite is done. Now, if the request is coming from a standard UI page, what is a standard UI page? A normal page layout where we create the records, right? This page layout. If I click on the edit button, this is the standard UI page, right? And if I click on the new button on the tab, that is the standard UI page. If a request comes from this particular screen, these kind of screens, what happens? It checks for the layout specific rules. We can configure page layouts, right? We can set fields required, read only, we can do record page checks, we can do all of these things, right? And then any kind of metadata information, like, the field format is correct or not, what is the maximum length that we've put on the object field level, any field definition discrepancy has happened or not. All those checks are done, and if there's an issue, Salesforce shows it on the page itself. But if the request is from a custom source being a custom component, a custom controller, a custom flow screen, it only checks for the foreign keys, because these rules don't matter here, right? They will only matter if you are going from the standard layout page. So here it only checks for the integrity, or rather the relationship. If the relationship is at fault, it throws an error, or else it lets you go ahead. Now, if multi-line items are created, only then custom validation rules are run. What are multi-line items? This could be for the quote line items. This could be for the opportunity line items, right? Those product line items. If they are created, only in that case, the custom validation rules that we have written are run here, or else they are not run here. We can just ignore this for now, okay? Because this is just for multi-line items. Now, as soon as the record is has entered into the system without any issues, the before record triggered flows execute. Now, this is something relatively new in Salesforce, but you have record triggered flows, and you have both before and after record triggered flows, which means you can trigger a flow in before context and after context. Process builders do not let you do that, but flows let you do that. So this is the very first thing that executes, your before record triggered flows. And then you have something that's your before triggers. So all your before triggers run here. This is what we are working on. Okay, and this is where we got those two debug logs, right? Before insert and before insert, the insert log and the before insert log, because this ran first in terms of the order of execution. Okay, once your before triggers are run, the system and the custom validation rules run. Any kind of system rule is there or any kind of custom validation rule that we have written, they run here. And if there's any issue, it is shown on the screen. If no issues, keep going. Now you have duplicate rules, and if there is a issue with the duplicate rule, then the data entry is blocked and it says that a duplicate exists, or else it goes and lets you proceed. Now once your before record triggered flows are run, before triggers are run, all the before triggers, right, which means every before trigger will run, not just one objects, every objects, based on whichever record is getting inserted. Obviously, let's say you are inserting opportunity record, then all the before triggers for the opportunity record will run. Okay, then the duplicate rules, and if everything is good until here, that's when the record is saved to the database. It is not committed yet. My language was incorrect. It is saved to the record is saved, but the transaction has not been committed yet. Right, commit is the final hammer on the stone, right? That's not done here, but it is just saved to the database. And once it is saved, this is the point till which you can make any changes to the record that you're wanting to save. But after this, your new context becomes read only, because this is where you run your all after triggers. And this happens after it is saved to the database, right? Not committed yet, obviously, but saved to the database. So Salesforce does not let you make any changes to the context again, because this is where your after triggers run. The before triggers are here, and then you have the after triggers here, which is why we saw 4 debug logs. Inside insert scenario, inside before insert, inside insert scenario, inside after insert. 2 logs from this guy, 2 logs from this guy. Once all the after triggers are run, that's when you have all the assignment and the auto response rules that run, if there are any. And then you have workflow rules. Now we don't have to worry about this section at all, because this is retired or almost retiring. You have escalation rules, and then you have all the processes and flows. There is no guaranteed execution of order of execution with the process builders. You have written multiple builders that you have, so there is no guaranteed order here. And then you have your after record save, record triggered flows. You remember what we did before? It was the before record triggered flows, and this is where your after record triggered flows run, the after record save ones. Then you have entitlement rules, and if there is any kind of roll up summary or a cross object reference, you have to update the parent record also, right? So that is done here. After all the current records information is done, the parent record is updated here. And if let's say your parent's parent also has some sort of roll up and some sort of cross object summary, then your grandparent record is also updated. Okay, what happens next? You have the criteria based sharing. The sharing rules execute right towards the end, and once the sharing is sorted, you commit the record to the database. This is where the final commit happens, and this kind of tells you that the transaction is completed. So anything that has been postponed, like sending email, any kind of asynchronous jobs, any kind of future methods that have been written, they are done here as a separate transaction. Okay, so this is your entire order of execution, and the important things here are on green. Execute all before triggers is where you save, write all your before triggers before the record is saved, and after the record is saved but not committed yet, you do the after triggers, right? And this sequence is important. You for an interview question, it is important that you know that the record triggered flow runs first, the before triggers run then, the after triggers run after that, and then the after record triggers run here. And in between you have the process and flow builder flows. Okay, so now you understand the before context and the after context. All these jargons and the keywords I'm talking about is because this order of execution is maintained by Salesforce, and you cannot play around with or change it. Okay, now it's important to understand how do you decide what to write on which event. You have before event, you have after event. Now where do you write what kind of things, right? For example, I told you cannot make changes to the same record in the after context. So if you have to add any information, add any field values to the record, where would you write it? It is understood. You would write it in the before trigger, right? So use before triggers when you want to set some additional values to the record that's getting saved, or if you want to validate or avoid bad data in the system and throw some errors to the end user. So when can you show the error to the user and not let the record saved into the system? In the before context, because when you're in the before context, the record is not saved to the database yet. So you can tell the user, your record does not match our criteria, we are not going to save it, please fix it or create another record. Where do you do it? You do it on the before context, right? Similarly, if you have to set some values on your current record, you do it on the before, because Salesforce does not let you do it on the after context. right? So now what do you do on the after context? In the after context, you want to do any kind of DML operations on related or unrelated records. Now, for example, as soon as an opportunity is updated and the stage is closed won, you want to notify all your users that hooray, we have won an opportunity, this is the revenue that we generated. And you also want to create a task for the opportunity owner and tell him to congratulate everyone in the building, right? So these two things you would do. When would you do them? You would do them on the after trigger. You would create a task record here as a related record, and you would also send an email. So you can do any kind of post-processing logic like firing platform events, sending out emails, invoking flows, calling third-party systems. Why are you doing them after? Because you are kind of sure that the record is saved to the database, everything in the before context ran properly, and the record is going to be into the system. So everything that I have to work on after the record is saved, I'll do on the after trigger concept. Okay, one example being the opportunity being won. Right? So this is how you would decide before or after, but don't worry, we'll be doing the use cases, and every question will understand why are we going for the before context or after context. Okay. The next thing is the trigger grid, the cheat sheet that you need. So this is what I was talking about, wherein we'll figure out what kind of variables are available where. So you have all of these events, right? Before insert, before update, delete, after insert, after update, after delete, after undelete. Right? Let's try to figure out if we are allowed to use the grid values or not, right? If we will not be allowed to use them, Salesforce will throw an error. For example, before context, right? We saw that the trigger.old gives us null, right? But that was on the insert context. Let's do something. Let's go to Salesforce. Let's go to the developer console, and let's start with before insert. So I'll say if it is trigger dot is insert, and instead of writing an if condition inside, I can do it on the same line. How? I can say if trigger dot is insert and trigger dot is before. So this would be my before context. Okay, and if I say system dot debug trigger dot new and I say save, this should let me save it, right? What if I say trigger dot old and I say save? So this saves as well, but the value will be null here, right? So I won't get any value. So what we have to do is we have to try doing this, and we can populate this particular grid that I have already populated, but I want you to go to developer console and do this for every event and see what the debug log shows. Okay, and that's how you can prepare this grid, and you can understand, okay, after insert I have both. I have the trigger.new, but I don't have the trigger.old. After update I have both, right? Before update I have both, right? And it's so if you notice, the trigger.old is available in both the before both the update scenarios, this one and this one. The trigger.old is available, right? Where do you not see the trigger.new? You don't see it on the delete scenarios. The trigger.new is not there in the delete scenarios, right? So you can figure that out once you try it out by putting a debug log and you create a record. You can just practice this one with one record. Okay, and if you see a value null, you can just say that you won't have the value for that particular event. Okay, you can use this grid, or you can try it on your own, and you can just prepare your own grid. Trying it on your own will help you understand, okay, I am not seeing this variable. Yeah, that makes sense, because why would it be available here in this context? Does not make sense, right? So that way it would be helpful. So this is your event versus context grid. It might be that some of the values are wrong here, so I'll encourage you to take a look and try it out yourself. All right, cool. What's the next thing? The next thing is a very important consideration, best practice. You can call it whatever you want. So one trigger per object. Why is that? If you notice, the order of execution said all the before triggers and all the after triggers. Now, for example, for the contact object, you write 5 triggers, and every trigger has the before insert context. Let's say you make 5 files similar to this, 5 different files. Now, how do you expect Salesforce to understand which file to run first and which to run later? There's no way, right? And then Salesforce also does not give you a guaranteed order of execution. It will run file 1 first, file 5 second, file 3 third, and so on. The next time that you run the transaction, it might change the order, because it's not giving it a number based on what you have written. It does not understand if you write trigger contact trigger 1, contact trigger 2. It does not understand all of that. So the order of execution cannot be guaranteed if for the same event and the same object you have multiple files. So it's better to avoid something like that. Why to create discrepancy if that might go wrong, right? So it is ideal that you have one trigger per object. Okay, and this is because if you have more than one triggers per object, Salesforce does not guarantee the order of execution, and in this case there is no control over which one can execute first. So in order to avoid this discrepancy in code, always write one trigger per object and host your events in that trigger code. What's the problem of writing all the events here? You can simply do things like this: trigger dot is insert and trigger dot is after, right? Similarly, I can have same blocks for all my other events. So I can just say this would be update, right? This would be update, and then I have delete, right? So is there a problem of in terms of maintenance? No. Is there an issue with having all the events on one file? No. And it is easy to maintain? Yes. So why not do it? Why create discrepancies without any reasons, right? And it is important that I mention all the events here. Only then it will run those blocks, or else it will not, right? We saw that a while ago. So I would have all the events here. Is there a problem? Are we consuming extra resources just by declaring events? No, we are not doing that. So we can go ahead and keep all of them here. And whatever you need, you can just execute that block. You can just create the blocks and you can execute. Save. Right? The file saved, and everything that you have to tackle, you can tackle in individual sections. Cool? Which is why you want one trigger per object, right? So that was all about the trigger basics, and now we'll jump into 30 scenarios, use cases, or rather live trigger examples, 30 of them, each one is different. I have all of these use cases here, and we will work on all of these use cases one by one, a video every day, right? And that will help you understand triggers. And I would encourage you to sit with me and try to write the same code by looking at the screen, trying to figure out, okay, did I make a mistake? Did I declare the variable wrong? Is my context incorrect? Is my event incorrect? Did I miss something out? And try to test it and understand, okay, this is how the trigger is working. This is how the execution is happening. This is why I use this variable, and this is why I use this context. All right. And finally, we'll actually be solving 30 use cases. All right. We will be covering the first use case, which is use case 1. The question says, whenever a task is created, set the priority to high. Right. So based on whatever we have learned, we'll be writing a trigger and we'll be performing this use case and trying to execute this one. Right. So what's the object is in concern? The very first thing, the task is the object in concern. Right. So whenever a task is created, we want to perform something. So the trigger we need to write for is the task object. Right. Now the next question would be, what event do you want to tackle? So here it is very clear that whenever the task is created, which means whenever the insert event happens, is when we want to do something. Right. So it says whenever a task is created. So let's go to our Salesforce org. Let's open developer console and let's create the task trigger. Right. So I'll just say file, new, Apex trigger. Right. I'll name it task trigger. What object should I choose? It should be the task trigger, task object. This one right here. Okay, I'll say submit, and now I have the trigger ready and I want to handle this scenario. Whenever a task is created, set priority to high, right? This is our use case, right? Yes. So we need to do a field update. Okay, and we need to do this on a creation scenario, or rather an insert scenario. So what's the first thing? We will set our event first of all. So I'll say if trigger dot is insert and trigger dot is, now here we need to take a decision whether we want to write this in the before context or the after context. Right. Now what are you trying to do? You are trying to do a field update of the same object record that's being inserted in the transaction. Correct. So what should you use? Should you use before or after? If we go back to our slide where we took our decision, or we understood how to decide before or after. So it says use before triggers whenever you want to set some additional values to the record that's getting saved. And that is precisely what we are doing here. We want to set the priority to high every time a task record is created, right? So I want to go with the before context. I hope you agree with me. Right. So I'll simply say if trigger dot is insert and trigger dot is before, I want to do field update here. All right. So I'll save it and this saves up fine. Now I need to start doing my operation. Now what variable do I have in hand that contains my task record? It is the trigger dot new variable, right? Because trigger dot old is not available in the insert scenario, trigger dot new will hold everything that I need. So, and this is a bulk trigger, right? Every trigger is a bulk trigger, so I have to deal it in a for loop, in an iteration. So I'll say for every task that is inside the trigger dot new variable, let's first do something. Let's say system.debug found task record. All right, let's save it. Okay, and I'm keeping this debug log so that we can see what record is coming into the transaction. And what we want to do is we want to do task record dot priority equals high. Save. All right. Now you might be wondering, why am I not giving a DML statement, or why am I not adding it to a list? See, you are on the before insert context, and on the before insert you can set additional values. You can do that very well. You don't have to write any database operations externally or as an extra. You can just say task record dot priority equal to high, and this will take care of your setting this field value to high, because it's being set before it is being saved to the database. So it will take your value from here and then it will save it to the database, so you don't have to do a database update insert separately. Make sense? Cool. This is all you had to do for this particular use case. Let's save it and let's test it out. I'll go to the app launcher. Let's go to task. Let's open task. Let me set my debug log. I should have it here down below. And now let's create a new task. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and say create follow-up task, which is also another kind of task. So I'll say assign to Himanshu, call status is fine, priority is none. Okay, I have to have a priority, so let's just set it as normal, okay, for now, and due date is tomorrow, let's say. Okay, and I'll say this is urgent. Let me click on save. What happens? As soon as I save the record, I see that the priority is automatically set to high, right? Which means our trigger logic is working perfectly fine. And if I open this particular record, I see under the debug log that I reached the context wherein I found a task record, which means the code reached this for loop and it found one record, which is why it executed only once. You see the iteration only once, right? Because only one record came in. But if there were multiple records, it would set the priority for all of them to high. And did you see me writing any database commands like insert, update? Nothing, right? I could have said, you know, update task record here. No, that's not needed, and that's not a good practice, right? First of all, that's not needed. Second of all, it's not a good practice. Why not a good practice? Because you are inside a loop, right? And when you are inside loops, you can hit governor limits very easily when you are writing any kind of DML statements here. How many DML statements you get per transaction? You get 150 DML statements, right? How many sockle? You get 100 sockles, right? So if you go beyond these limits, you get a limit exception. So it's better to avoid this updates here. You can do them outside, but do I have to do them outside in this context? No, because I'm on the before insert, and when I'm on the before insert, and if I want to update any fields for the same record, I can do that simply like this using the dot operator. Okay, so that was all about use case 1. Before insert on the task record, setting the priority to high whenever the record is getting created. Cool. Use case number 2, whenever a lead record is updated, set the lead status to working contacted, right? Now, what are the crucial questions we need to ask? What are we doing here? Which object is it? It's the lead object, so we have to write the trigger on the lead object, right? What is the event? The event is the update event, right? And what are we trying to do? There is a field that's called lead status. We need to set it to working contacted, right? So we are doing a field update on the same record. Can I use the before context? Yes, I can use the before context. So let's go ahead and code this out. So let's go back and now create a new trigger. What object do I want to create it for? It would be the lead object. I'll say lead trigger, and I'll go back and I'll say lead submit, right? And here, instead of the before insert, I'll have the before update event, and I'll say if trigger dot is before and trigger dot is update. In this case, what I want to do, I want to iterate over my lead records which are present in the trigger dot new variable. I hope you are familiar with trigger dot new now, and all I need to do is lead rec dot stage. I believe the field name is stage or status. I just want to set it as working contacted. Let's save it. Let's see what's the name of this field. It might give me a problem if it is incorrect. Yeah, so variable stage does not exist. So let's say file, open, objects, lead, and under lead I should see something that's either status or stage name, something like that. Let's see. So there's status, right? Let's see if it is the status field. Save. Do I need to do any additional database operations? No, I am on the before context, right? Do I have trigger.new available on the update scenario? Yes, trigger.new and trigger.old both are available in the update context. Okay, and it is on the lead record. Cool. The only field we wanted to update is the status field, and we wanted to set it to working contact. Let's take a look at a lead record, for instance, and let's see. Let's go to all open leads, and I see Bertha Boxer. Let's say this one, Jeff Klims, right? So as soon as I change the lead, this is the status field, right? And we have modified the status field. Cool. So let's just say I want to update the mobile number, right? Let's say we got their mobile number and we are ready to contact them. I'll just save mobile number and say save. Okay, if you notice, the lead status has changed to working contacted. Okay, let's refresh this so that the path is updated. Let's refresh. So I don't see it here on the path, maybe some issue with the path component, but you see that the lead status has been updated to working contacted. Okay, cool. That was our second use case. Use case number 3. Whenever a case is created and case origin is phone, set the priority as high or else set it as low. Okay, so now there is an additional check. Whenever the case is created, so what is the object in concern? It is the case object. We'll be writing the trigger on the case object. What is the event type? It is the insertion event. So whenever the case is created, so we'll be writing it on the insert context. And alongside that, you have an additional check. You need to check based on the case origin, you want to set the priority. Okay, so let's go to the case trigger. I'll create a new trigger. I don't have a case trigger yet. So let's create a case trigger, and this would be on the case object, right? Let's go to C and let's open case. Let's say submit. What is my event? It should be before insert. So whenever a case is created, based on the case origin, I want to set the priority. So let's do this. First of all, I need to check the event. If the trigger is before and the trigger is insert, I want to do certain things. And what is it that I want to do? I want to iterate over my trigger.new variable, which has case records. And I want to check if the case record in question, the origin is equal to phone. That's when I want to set the case records priority to high. And if that's not the case, I'll just say case record.priority equals low. Alright, so this is how I can check the if condition, and I can check the case origin. I think origin is not a field. I think case origin would be a field. Let's save it now. Right, it says case origin is not a field. Maybe it's origin. Let's save. Yeah, so it's origin. Okay, now let's go back. Let's go to cases and let's create a new case. Okay, I'll create a new one. I'll attach a contact, I'll attach a account, and case origin, I'll set it as phone. Okay, now the priority should automatically be set as high. Okay, I'll not choose anything here on the priority, and I'll just say save. So as soon as it is saved, let's take a look at the priority. See, it is set to high. Alright, now if I go ahead and change the case origin to email, will it change to low? What do you think? Let's click on the save button. Let's see what happens. See, it is still high. Ideally, it should be low. Why did it not change? Because we are only tackling the insert scenario, not the update scenario. Okay, so this code chunk will work only for the before insert context, not for before update, because we have not written it down, right? So that was our third use case. So use case number 4. Whenever a lead is updated and industry is healthcare, set lead source as purchased list, SIC code as 1100, and primary as yes. Right, so these are the 3 fields that we want to update based on whenever a lead is updated and the industry field is set to healthcare. Right, now what is the object in concern? It is the lead object, right? And what is the event? It is the update event. But now you have to decide whether you want to write this code in the before context or after context. Take a moment and think about what do you want, and it should be the before context, right? Because you are updating the same record. So you can write a before update trigger and you can update these fields before the record is getting saved into the database, right? So let's go into Salesforce and let's go to developer console, and this time I'll create a lead trigger. So I'll say file, new, Apex trigger, and I'll call it lead trigger. I think I already have a lead trigger. Let's simply try and open it. Yes, I do have a lead trigger, right? We'll be using the same. So this has the before update context, correct? Now for another use case, for every lead record that is updated, we were setting the status as working contacted, right? So we'll get rid of this for now. And now what we'll do is, whenever the lead is updated and the industry is set to healthcare, or let's do something, let's leave it as is because it was a use case. Now what we want to do is, we want to check if the industry is healthcare, we want to set some fields, right? So we are already on the before update context trigger, and if the trigger is before and it is update, we want to do certain things here, right? So this was one use case for lead in trigger.new variable. Whatever leads are coming in, set the status as working contacted, okay? But now we want to put one more check, and this check would be if lead record dot industry is equal to healthcare, right? Now for me to be able to remember the spelling would not be possible for every object, every pick list value. So let's go to object manager, let's go to lead, and here let's simply search for the industry pick list. So I'll search for industry, and under industry, let's see what is the value for the healthcare field. So I should see a healthcare field here, hopefully. Yeah, it is healthcare, right? So I'll just copy this from here to avoid any kind of typo issues, and I'll say save. Okay, now if the lead record dot industry is healthcare, which means for our current criteria, this record is satisfying the criteria, we want to set some field values. So the lead source should be set as purchase list. So I'll say lead rec dot lead source should be equal to purchased list. All right, I'll move this L as capital. I believe this is how it is written. Lead rec dot SIC code should be equal to 1100. Okay, and lead rec dot primary should be equal to yes. All right, these are the three values I want to set if the industry is healthcare. Okay, this was our use case, and we were easily able to accommodate our current use case with another one. It's just that with an if condition, we are able to segregate our current requirement from the previous requirement. Right now, what will happen as part of this entire trigger, whenever the record will be updated, the before update context will run, and it will see, okay, before context update event has been written down and it's being tracked here. It will come inside this loop variable. For all the records that are in trigger.new right now, it will set the status to working contacted. But for whichever records which have the industry as healthcare, it will run this particular if block, and it will execute, and it will update these three field values before saving it to the database. All right, so let's save it. So this is saved without errors. Now let's go back and let's create a lead, and let's see how it looks like. We'll not create one, we'll edit one, because this is the update use case. So leads, let's open Bertha Boxer. Let's go to details, and here if you notice, what is the industry? It is agriculture, right? Let's say I switch this to healthcare. Right, before I hit the save button, let's see what are the values down below. The SIC code is 2768, and the primary I can set as, let it be as yes. Okay, I'll just say save. Let's see what happens. So you see, the healthcare industry is updated, the lead status is working contacted like before, primary is yes like before, and now the SIC code has been updated to 1100. All right, so our update context ran properly, and because the primary field was already yes, so it did not show you the update, but it internally did one. But yeah, you see that the three values are here. The primary value, the lead source is also purchase list now. All right, so that was our use case 4. Use case number 5. Whenever an opportunity is closed won, create a task for the opportunity owner to split the revenue among the team with high priority. Right, so this particular use case is basically on what object? It is on the opportunity object. And is this an insert scenario or an update scenario? This would be an update scenario, because as soon as the stage is updated to closed won, you want to do certain things. Right, now here the next question that comes up is, are you doing something on the same record that triggered your trigger, or are you doing some related action? Here you're wanting to try to create a related record, which is nothing but the task record. So your question now would be whether I write this on the before context or the after context. right? Now if I take a look at the decision box here, so we use the after triggers when we want to do any kind of DML operations on related records or unrelated records, right? And it makes sense because you would only want to create the task if this particular stage successfully was set to closed one, which means we have to write an after update trigger here, right? Why not after insert? Because you won't be inserting this record with closed one parameters, right? You won't be simply closing your opportunity as soon as you create it. You will go with the opportunity to different stages and then you will close it. So we'll use the after update trigger event. Let's go to Salesforce and let's create the opportunity trigger, right? So let's say op trigger, rather opportunity trigger, and this would be on the opportunity object. All right. What should be our event? Our event should be after update, right? And now I'll simply put a check if trigger dot is after and trigger dot is update. Only then do my use case. Correct? So this is our basic template, but for the last 2, 3, 4 examples or use cases, we have been writing our code on the trigger file itself. But the ideal way to do things is separating your trigger files with just the events and moving your code or your business logic into utility classes, helper classes, or rather simple Apex classes, right? So what we'll start doing hereafter is we'll follow a bit more of best practice and we'll try to work on the trigger use cases also. Okay. So how do I do that? I simply have to create a Apex class and I'll call it opportunity trigger handler, right? You can call it a handler, a helper, or a util, whatever nomenclature works fine, but yeah, try to associate it with the object trigger. Okay, so I'll name this trigger this class opportunity trigger handler, and what I can now do is I can create methods here. So I can say handle activities after insert, right? I can have methods like handle activities after update, right? So I'll just create this particular method here. I'll say save, and now I can use this method to call from my trigger. There is some bracket issue here. Let's resolve it. And now let's say save. So our class is created with a basic template, and now I'll go back here and I'll put the use of my class. I'll say opportunity trigger handler dot. What method do I want to call? Because this is the after update scenario, I'll call my handle activities after update, right? Now for my trigger handler, or rather my Apex class, to work perfectly, I have to send the parameters that I am receiving from the trigger, rather the context variables, right? So what context variable do I want to send for now? It should be the trigger.new variable, because this holds my opportunity record, right? With the right stage name and all information about the opportunity, right? So I'll say save. Right now this is throwing an error saying that the method does not exist because we have sent a parameter here. So similarly we'll have to accept a parameter here. So I'll just try to set this up. Now trigger.new is a trigger context variable, and it is a context variable. So right now what is the context on? It is on the opportunity object, and since this is bulkified, right, the triggers are bulk triggers, they can contain multiple records. So trigger.new is of the return type, is of the data type list of opportunity because it is in the opportunity context right now. Okay, I'll name it new records and say save. Now when I save my opportunity trigger handler and then I go back and save my trigger, it should save up fine. This is basically your framework, right? So don't write any kind of code here. Try refrain yourself from writing any fancy code here and move every code, every business use case logic into your handler files. Make sense? So we learned a good practice also here. Alright, and now we are able to understand, okay, trigger.new is a bulk variable and it holds list of S object, right? List of records of the object that the context is currently in. Cool. If this was the account trigger handler, this would be list of account automatically because the account context variable is being used. Make sense? So this is nothing but your trigger.new. We have been working on the trigger.new variable on the trigger file, right? Now we'll work on this new records. So what do? We simply iterate over our records. So I'll say for each opportunity in new records, instead of trigger.new, we'll say new records. What do I want to check? If the stage is equal to closed one. This is my criteria, right? Inside this, I have to create a related record, which is nothing but the task record. Make sense? right? Now I'll create a task record. So how do I do that? I'll simply create an instance of the task record. I'll say task record equals new task, and using the dot operator, I'll populate all the mandatory fields. So I'll say record dot. So it says I can fill all of these fields. So I'll say is high priority equals true. I'm not sure if this is writable, but like, let's try doing it. It is not writable, so I'll get rid of this flag. First of all, I'll say dot, and down below I'll say priority equals high. That's the first thing I'll set. Then I'll say dot owner ID. Who should be the owner of this particular task record? The task, I'm not sure if it should be the owner, but it should be assigned to someone, right? So let's see, how do I assign it? So I can set the owner only, maybe. Let's see, it should be the owner of the opportunity, right? That's my requirement, right? What did we ask on the use case? We said that create a task for the opportunity owner with high priority to split the revenue among the team. So I can just put a subject or a description here, right? So I can just say task record dot description equals please split the revenue amongst the team members, right? And I'll say save. Let's go to the task object metadata, and let's see what fields are mandatory, right? This is the task object. I'll say open the task object, and here I can see all the fields that are there. So it has account ID. So if the value of what ID, it has different options available, that's fine. Activity date is fine, call disposition, call object, call type, right? So completed date time, connection set, description, this is what we filled in, right? And then there are these things: is high priority, is recurrence, is reminder set, is visible, owner ID, right? So we are setting the owner ID. So the owner ID label is assigned to ID, so it will tell you who has this been assigned to, who is the owner of the particular record, which we have set to the opportunity owner, right? Then the priority is also set. We have set it as high. The default value is normal, which is fine. Then what else do we have? Is there anything else we want to put in? These are all recurring stuff for the task if we want to initiate recurrence. And then you have status, right? So we can set the status as not started. We can put this value as not started. So I'll go back here. I'll say task record dot status. And then I can also set the subject, right? And then there are different values on the subject combo box. So I can simply put a simple value. Let's see if I can put a value that is not in the combo box. Let's see. Subject is distribute, or rather split revenue. Let's see if I can do that. I'll say save. Okay. Is there anything down below? Task who IDs, type. Type is also fine. We don't need it, I believe. And then you have what ID, right? What is the what ID? It is nothing but it represents the non-human objects such as account, opportunities, campaign. So this is how you will associate your task record with the opportunity, right? You have to have it related to the opportunity, so you have to use the what ID to do that. So I'll say task record dot what ID is equal to the op dot ID. So this will point to the opportunity. Okay, and I'll now insert my task record to a list because I want to do a DML operation, right? So I'll just add it to a task list to insert, and I'll take this task list and I'll define it because it is not defined yet, right? So I'll create a list of task equals new list of task. So my list is defined. Let's save this. This should save up fine. Yeah, and now I'll take this task list, I'll go outside my for loop, and here I'll say if task list to insert is not empty, by putting a not here, I'll simply say insert task list to insert, right? So this will insert my task records into the system and associate them with the opportunity and assign it to the owner of the opportunity with this description, this subject, and this status, right? Let's test it out. So let's go here, and before that, let's enable our log so that we can see what's going wrong or what's going right. If something goes wrong, we can debug it, right? So I'll now go to opportunity, and the event is after update, right? So I want to update a opportunity and set it to closed one, right? So I'll go to this opportunity, I'll set it as closed, and I'll select closed stage as closed one and say save. So as soon as I say save, this is saved successfully, and you see there's a task that has been created with split revenue subject, right? So our functionality has worked perfectly fine, no issues. But let's see what are the fields. So you see status is not started, it is related to the opportunity, right? And it is assigned to the owner of the opportunity. In this case it's me, so it's assigned to me. And then the subject is split revenue, the priority is high, and then you have the comments that says please split the revenue amongst the team members. If we want, we can set a due date also, right? Maybe today plus 7 or today plus 5 days from today, right? We can do that, right? So we have successfully been able to create a related record on the trigger of a parent object, right? Based on the update event. Cool. So that was use case 5. We'll move on to the next use case. So use case number 6, as soon as a lead record is created, create a task record for the lead owner to follow up with the customer, right? Similar to what we did with the opportunity object on the update scenario, we want to do something similar on the lead object when the record is created. Now what's the object that we want to write our trigger on? It is the lead object, that's correct. And what's the event that has to trigger this particular scenario? It is the insert event, right? Now the decision would be whether to use before event or after event. So take a pause and think what it should be. So it should be the after insert event. Why? Because we are trying to create a related record here, right? Not wanting to update the same record or make changes to the existing record that's on the context, but do something related to the current record. So after insert context is where we'll write this. Cool. Let's go to developer console and let's create our lead trigger. So I'll say new trigger, and before creating, let's quickly check if we do have a lead trigger created from our previous use cases. I think we do. Let's see, take a look at this trigger. Yeah, so this is for before update, right? What I want to do is I want to have an event that's for after insert. Okay, and right above this I can just set if trigger dot is insert and trigger dot is after, right? So I'll use this space to do some things here. Cool. Now what is it that I want to do? I want to call my handler method, right? So I would have to say handle activities after insert, right? I'll just declare this and I'll send in the trigger dot new variable. Okay. Now do I have a handler created? I don't think so. We don't, right? So we'll have to create an Apex class. I'll say new Apex class. I'll name this handler. I'll say okay, and here I'll assign, or I'll rather define my method, and that would be public static void handle activities after insert. Now trigger.new would hold what kind of values? It would hold list of lead records, right? So it would hold list of lead records, list of S object. I'll say save. Now once my handler is saved, I'll go back and here I'll try to save this trigger. So both the handler and the trigger have successfully been saved. All I want to do is do my related stuff that's on my use case. What I want to do, I want to iterate over my lead records that are in this particular context list. And for each lead record, I want to check. I don't have to check anything. As soon as the lead is created, I just want to create a task. So every time the lead record is created, I want to create a task, right? So I'll just say task. Or let's do something. Let's pick this information up from the opportunity trigger handler, because I think we already have this task set up there, right? So I'll just pick this up from here and do a bit of a copy paste, and here I would want to move this back to keep the alignment correct. The priority will be high. What would be the owner ID? It should be assigned to the lead records owner, right? So I'll choose the owner from the lead record. Okay, and here I'll just say follow up with the new lead. Okay, status can be not started, subject can be follow up. Okay, and who should the task be related to? It should be related to the lead record, not the opportunity record. So I'll just say leadrec.id. Okay, sounds good. Now what is missing? I have an error on this particular line, I believe, which is because the task list to insert has not been defined. So I'll just take the definition line here, I'll copy it and paste it here, say save. So now whatever we have written should be fine. All we need to do now is just check if the task list is not empty. I want to insert the list, right? That's what we want to do. So you can simply use the is empty check, put a not, and if it is not empty, that tells you that there's a record in there. You can just say insert task list to insert and say save. All right, so that completes our lead trigger use case. Let's quickly do a testing. So I'll say go to leads and I'll say new, and here I'll just put in the basic values: lead last, first, company Salesforce makes sense, right? And then down below the lead status can be left as open contacted, industry can be set as agriculture, rating can be hot, and nothing else is needed, I believe. So I'll just go ahead and say save. So as soon as I click the save button, oh, I get an error. It says that the ID value is of incorrect type, right? So there's some issue with the code that we have written. See, lead trigger execution of after insert cost, and there's a field integrity exception. The what ID field, or rather line number 19 that it shows here. Let's take a look at what is in line number 19. This line right here, I believe, is the problem, and this is line number 19. So it's not able to insert the task record because we have associated lead with the what ID. Ideally, it should be the who ID that it should be associated to, not the what ID. Okay, there's a difference between the what ID and the who ID. So I believe who ID will take up leads. Okay, so what ID versus who ID. This is basically the difference of human and non-human objects, right? So who ID is used for our human objects. So contact can represent individual persons, right? Leads can potentially tell you that these are prospects. Wherever you have the name and information, you have to use the who ID. Whereas anything that is non-human, it could be accounts, like their companies or organizations, or rather opportunities. That's not a real being, right? It's a non-real thing that exists as part of a business. So opportunities, they go as the who ID, not what ID. Okay, so who kind of tells you that, okay, it might be something, it might be assigned to something real. What is basically referring to an object. Okay, so here what we have done is, instead of the what ID, we have set who ID, and that was precisely our error. It was saying that the ID value was of incorrect type on the what ID. So what ID has to be something of account or opportunity type, and who ID has to be something of leads or contact type. So you have to set these assignments as per the data model. Cool. So this was our fix that we put in, and let's see if we saved it. Let's hit the save button again. Yeah, this is saved. Let's try to click on the save button one more time. This time the lead has been created, and if you notice that a follow-up task has also been created as soon as the lead is inserted, right? If I open this follow-up task, you see that the lead comment has followed up with the new lead. It has the name from the lead. It is assigned to Himanshu, who's the lead owner again, and it is currently not started. We could add a due date and we could add a related to information also, but for now we are good. Okay, a good thing we learned here was the what ID versus who ID difference along with our use case. Okay, so that was use case number 6. Let's move on to the next one. Use case number 7. If the opportunity stage is modified, update the opportunity amount based on the probability multiplied by the expected revenue. Right? So this use case is on an update scenario. I hope you agree, because we want to track whenever the opportunity stage is modified. Now, what is the opportunity? What is the object in concern? It is the opportunity object. What is the event that you want to target here? Do you have to set a field? Yes, you have to set a field, and that field is the opportunity amount. So you would prefer going with the before update event. Right? I hope you agree with me. After the 6 use cases we have discussed as of now, I hope you agree that this would be the before update event. Right? So let's go to the opportunity trigger. And here we have the after update scenario, but let's put in the before update. All right. And now we want to add a check for the before update context, and we want to do our things there. Right? So this says if trigger is after, and it should be trigger dot is before and is update. Save. All right. And I have the opportunity trigger handler created already. So I'll use this and I'll say handle activities before update. Let's save this. Let's go to the trigger handler and let's create this method, or else this will error out. So I'll just say before update here. Save. Okay, we can just close this method out. It's not needed for now. This is saved, and now we can save our trigger file. Right? Now let's take a look at our use case. It says that if the opportunity stage is modified, we want to do something on the field, right? Now, an interesting question here arises: how do we check the modification of a field for an object? Till now, we have been doing things like if the opportunity stage is closed one, if the lead source is web, we have been doing things wherein we could equate our field values to a string literal or maybe a value, a static value. But here, the use case is asking us to understand whether the stage is modified or not, which means you might be on the opportunity record, you might be doing an update. How would you do an update on the opportunity record? Let me quickly show you. So let's say this is our opportunity and this is our details tab. I go in here and I modify the close date and I move it to 2023 and I save the record. The before update trigger will still be triggered, but should this calculation happen? No, because the stage was not modified. The close date field was modified. So we have to have our trigger intelligently understand whenever the update context runs in the before event, has the stage been modified or not? Right now, how do we figure out whether a stage field or maybe any field has changed in that manner or not? So we go to our context variables. Now, before going to the context variables, I hope you guys would have written some formulas, some validation rules, some workflow rules, right? Or maybe process builders. We get a facility to use the isChanged function there, right? That tells you whether a field has been modified or not. Simply by writing isChanged, you can track whether the field has changed or not. And based on the Boolean flag that it returns either true or false, you can identify that, yeah, the field has changed, and so you take your action accordingly. But here on triggers, you don't have that function available. The isChanged trigger function the isChanged function is not available. So now the question arises, how do you understand whether a specific field from the record has been modified or not in this context? Now here in this context, what do we have? We have some context variables. What are the key context variables that we have been working with? We have primarily been working with the trigger.new variable that holds the latest information. We have been working with the trigger.old variable, the older version of the record. We also have trigger.new map and trigger.old map. These are the four context variables that we have that we can use, right? We have been using trigger.new, which contains basically nothing but list of sObject. In this case, it would be list of opportunity, right? But this will contain the new version of the data. Let me just comment it out so that it does not error out, right? This is your trigger.new. All right. Now, what is trigger.old? Trigger.old also contains list of sObject, but it contains the older version of the same data that's currently being processed, right? We talked about this. This contains the older version of the same data, right? Now, trigger.new map. What does this contain? Or how does this look like? So this is nothing but a map of ID, sObject. In this case, this would be map of ID, opportunity. And what would this contain? This would contain the new values in key value format. Now, how would this be stored? You would have the opportunity ID as the key and the relevant and the respective opportunity record as the object. So it would be key value pair. If there are multiple records, you would have multiple opportunity IDs with their values being the entire opportunity record. If you might have 5 fields on the opportunity, you might have 500 fields on the opportunity. All the fields will be part of this particular map and will be held in this particular variable. Okay. Similarly, you might have guessed what trigger.old map would be like. So trigger.old map would be like map of ID, sObject. In this case, map of ID, opportunity is just that it would hold the old value in key value format. Old values of the record in key value format. Right. Now let's do this. Before jumping into our use case, I'll quickly show you how things look like in these variables, right? It's important to understand what the context variable holds and how does it hold it. And once you have figured out the way the variables work, use cases will be easier for you, okay? I'll say system.new trigger.old. Let me just reset this so that it looks neat. I made a typo. So this should be plus, okay? Yeah, now this debug logs look fine. Let's go ahead and try to update a opportunity record. So I'll just go in here and I'll leave this save date, close date as the future value, and I'll say save, right? And as soon as I do that, the log should be visible. And yeah, I have a log, and I'll just open this debug log and I'll press debug only, right? And now take a look at what we have. Now if you notice, with before update context, you have everything available, the old values and the new values, right? And if you notice, trigger.new holds what? It holds the opportunity information, right? And this is nothing but list of opportunity. Right now you just see one record because we modified one record. What is the value of the close date here? The value is 2023 February 11th, right? Now let's take a look at what is in the trigger.old variable. See, this is 2022. This again holds list of opportunity, but just contains the opportunity information. Now take a look at what is in trigger.new map. If you take a look at trigger.new map, see how things are built up. It has the key. Now this key is nothing but the record ID of the opportunity. See this ID here, which is another field, the record ID, the unique identifier of every record. This is the key, followed by this is the value. So it's key value pair. Right now, what do you see with this particular opportunity? See, the close date is 2023 in the new map. Similarly, with the old map, you have the ID comma list, ID comma opportunity, or rather ID comma object, followed by the close date, which is the older version of the data. Right? So now you understand what these variables hold and how do they hold them. Now you might be thinking, why do I have to use new map, or when do I have to use it? We'll talk about it very soon. Okay. Right now, if I were to do my use case, what's our question? It says if the opportunity stage is modified, right? How do I track if the field has been modified? So let me do this. I can see that there's a difference between the records of trigger.new with trigger.old. You saw that, right? The close date is different in the old map, or rather the old record here, old variable, right? Let's remove these debug logs. Let's say save here. Let's open the opportunity trigger handler and accept these parameters there. So now trigger.old and trigger.new, what should be the data type? They should be list of S object, or rather list of opportunity. So this would be new records and this should be old records. Save. So my handler has been saved. Let's save my trigger. The trigger has been saved. Now let's go ahead and try to do this use case. Now here, what do I have to do? I have to figure out if stage has been modified or not. This is my question, right? Now how do I do that? I have to find the record from new list, compare and find the same record in old list, and then check if close date, sorry, not the close date, if stage values are different. This is what I need to do, right? So both these lists contain the same kind of opportunity records, but there might be n number of them. So I have to find out the same record from both of these lists and then compare the values, right? So that's nothing but bulkifying your operation. I could have simply gone ahead and said new records of 0 and then old records of 0, and then I could have just compared whatever is in this opportunity. Let me take you this route. Let's do it from here so that you understand what not to do also, right? So let's say I have a list, but right now I'm only operating on one records, right? Now if the list has only one record, the 0th element will give me the information. So new records of 0 will give me the new opportunity values, and old records of 0 will give me the old opportunity values, right? I have both of them declared and defined and transferred into the opportunity variable. Now simply what I can do is if new op dot stage not equal to old op dot stage, this should be stage name, I can simply say system.debug stage has been modified. Can I deduce that? I can, right? Because the value in this, the stage name value in the new record, new opportunity instance record is different from what was in the old one. So if the values don't match, not equal to, if I say not equal to, that means stage name has been modified. I can say that, right? Let's quickly save this, and now let's go back to our opportunity record. And where is our stage name? Our stage name is here. Let's do something. Let's say closed. Instead of this, let's go to negotiation. I'm changing the stage here. Let's say save. Right? This is saved. I should get a debug log. This is the debug log. Let's click on the debug only. So you see, I get the stage has been modified. I can complete my use case this way, right? There won't be a problem. I can just calculate the opportunity amount inside this if condition. I can do that. That should resolve my use case. But now, this is operating only on a single record. What if you had multiple opportunities imported, inserted, or stage names modified by a bulk update or a mass update or a mass transfer? How would you handle multiple records at once? Your method is capable of handling those multiple values, but your code is only working with one record. That's the very first record it's getting on the list, which is why this method does not work. Because this is not bulkified. And when we say bulkified, we mean your code should be able to handle more than one records at a time. Even though there's just one record, your code must be able to handle multiple records. That is a good practice to take consider and practice basically. Okay, so now instead of doing this, how do I figure out whether my stage has been modified? There are ways to do it. So now what I'll do is I'll iterate over my new records. Okay, now see what's different now. So I'll iterate over my new records, and inside this I'll iterate over my old records. Okay, so there are two loops wherein the old record loop is nested inside the new record loop. Okay, so I'll just name it new op. Cool. Now see, take an example. Let's say there's only one record. Okay, OPP1. So new records will contain one record, and old records will also contain one record. So this will come here for op1. This will run how many times? This for loop will run how many times? Only once, right? So it will enter this for loop for the first and the last time. Then it will see how many records are in the for loop inside. Again, one record. So this will also iterate once. Okay. Now what I am going to do here is I will first of all check if the new op dot stage name is not equal to old op dot stage name. I'll say system dot debug stage has been modified. Now in case of one record, this will work. You will get the debug log, right? You want to test it out. Let's go ahead and go back and let's modify the stage name one more time. Let's say this is proposal price quote. Let's say save. Right now, if I take a look at the debug log, this should still give me the debug because the code is working as expected and it's working fine because we are still on one record level. So your outer iteration runs once, this runs once, and then it comes here, and because both of them have one record, it is obvious that you are comparing the same record, so you are able to see that the stage name is different. But now imagine there are more records. There is op1 and there's op2 and there's op3. Right now, this will run how many times? 3 times, and this will run again 3 times. Right? So 3 into 3, 9. To say if you have to give it a notation, it would be O of n square, loop within a loop. Right? So now the for loop outside will run for op1, for op2 and op3. Whereas for each record here, this loop will run 3 times for op1, op2, op3. So now the very first time, op1 will be the record that comes in here, and then your inner for loop will execute 3 times for op1, op2 and op3, right? Once this is executed, it will go outside and it will now execute the outer loop for op2, and then this will run again 3 times for op1, 2 and 3, and then finally it will run for op3, and this will run again 3 times for op1, 2 and 3. Now if your if condition simply contains the stage name comparison, there might be a case wherein the opportunities that you are trying to compare are not the same. So you have to ensure that you are comparing the right opportunities. And what is the way to do that? The unique identifier for your opportunity identification is the ID field, right? So what we say is, we'll say if new op.id is equal to the old op.id, this tells you that I am on the same record. Agreed? Because whatever is in this particular loop has matched whatever is in my outside loop. So this criteria will hold true only for the records when the IDs match, right? How will this work? Let's say this is iterating for op1, and then this will iterate for op1, 2 and 3. Now for op1 and op1, for this combination, will this satisfy as true? Yes. But then will this satisfy as true for op2 and op3? No, because the IDs will be different, and that's how you are eliminating the incorrect comparison. Makes sense? So using your ID attribute, you are able to compare whether you are on the same data or not. So you'll say new op.id equal to old op.id, and then you can say, followed by an ampersand, that are the stage names also different for these guys. That's when you can say, okay, I can compare the stage name because I'm comparing the right old op value and the new op value. Make sense? And if we now do this, we should be able to get the log, and this will give us the debug log. If I modify my stage and if I go back, I'll say save. And if you take a look at the debug log, this should give me this, the stage name has been modified. So you have been successfully able to figure out that the stage has been modified. The game does not end here. What have we used here? We have used trigger.new and trigger.old. Did you like the way I did things here? It was a bit messy, right? It took a lot of time. It's a bit complicated. I have to do extra checks. Is there a better way, Himanshu? Yes, there is. And this is where your trigger.new map and trigger.old map, these context variables come into picture. Now see what happens if I remove the trigger.old and I simply want to fetch trigger.old map. What is the difference between trigger.old and old map? It's just that the old map contains the old data, but it contains it in key value format where the key is the record ID, right? Now here the definition has this particular parameter here, but this will not be a list. Why? Because old map is of type map ID comma opportunity, and I can just name this as old map. Save. Okay, and now the error is out from here, but it is here because now old records do not exist. Now see how things change. You don't need this inner loop at all, right? Now what you can do is, let me get rid of this code, or let's leave this here down below so that you can compare. Now what I can do to compare the record IDs, I can say if old map dot get new op dot id dot stage name is not equal to new op dot stage name, system dot debug stage has been modified. Now see what I did there. Let's click on the save button first of all, and let's get rid of this particular section. Save. Let's see if this saves up fine. There are some problems. There's one problem. It says that void handle activities before update, list comma map method does not exist, or incorrect signature. Okay, it's here. I can now save it. This will also save up fine because I modified the parameter on the class, right? All looks good. Now see what I did here. See, that extra loop is gone. How? I used the old map. Now what is old map again? Be with me. I'm explaining things like you don't know anything, but like that's important to be done. So let me do it step by step. It is key value pair. Okay, what is the key? The key is the record ID of opportunity, and the value is the entire opportunity record. Okay, now I assume that you know collections and you are comfortable using maps, or you are able to fetch information from maps. If you are not, the get method gives you the value for a specific key. That's the method. So what we are doing here, we are telling old map, please come here, dot get, give me the value of the record where the ID is new map, new op.id. You see, I have this record available here on my outer loop, and if I just tell that old map that give me the value for this particular ID, it will return me the entire opportunity. Of course, with the old values, right? And that's what it is doing. So I tell it, you give me the entire old opportunity, but from that just get me the stage name, because I want to check if the current record stage name is not equal to the old record stage name. And that, my friend, has been done in one line only because I was able to use maps. If I use the standard list variable, I have to write 2 loops. That would be order of n square, right? 9 combinations would run. That would take more time, but this is cheaper in terms of complexity, and this is easier and less of maintenance. Make sense? So now if you notice, you are able to figure out that the stage name has been modified. Okay, and now if I do one more stage name check, let's move and say save, I would still get the debug log of that the stage name has been modified. Right? Why? Because remember, the old map contained the older version and that had the different close date. Similarly, it will have the older stage name, and that's why this not equal to true, not equal to value is evaluating to true, and it is going inside this if condition and giving you this debug log. Make sense? And this is out of the methods that we discussed, this is the best way to do it. There can definitely be better methods always, right? There's no limit to that, but this is the best out of all that we discussed. We started off by using the list variables trigger.new and trigger.old. We ran into a problem that we had to write multiple for loops, compare the if condition, compare the IDs, and then do operation based on the logic. Here, if you just use the old map, you are able to compare the values without an extra for loop. Okay, and now that we are inside the right for loop, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to update the opportunity amount. So I'll just say new op dot amount equals new op dot probability multiplied by new op dot expected revenue, and I'll say save. Do I need to do a database operation? No, because I am on the before context. It will automatically take my values and then go ahead and save the record to the database, right? That's why we are on the before context. Now let's see if this particular thing works. Refresh. And now what I'll be doing is I'll be modifying my stage name, and we'll closely take a look at what the amount value is. The amount is $235,000, right? Let's go to details and let's see. This is the stage field, and I'll just go ahead and say this should be proposal price and say save. And as soon as I save it, you see that the amount has been modified based on whatever the expected revenue multiplied by the probability is, the amount has changed. I know this does not make sense in terms of the business use case, because amount is the final value of an opportunity. So all of you guys who know sales process very nicely might argue this, but this is just a use case, and I've used 3 fields to explain you the before update context trigger. Nothing more than that. Don't try to make sense of why is this calculation happening. This is nonsense. It is nonsense, but you get the point here, right? So just for the fact that you had to compare whether a field has been modified, you have to go this route to check whether the field has changed or not. And you would be doing this a lot when you'll be writing code in triggers in classes. Because you would have to check. You cannot run your update triggers every time for every record. No, if a specific field value changes, only then run a specific thing. And that's when these checks will come in handy. This will help you avoid SOCL 101. Because or else unnecessary code will run. If I were not checking this code will run every time an update happens, right? And that does not make sense, because you have to ensure that the stage name is being modified. Only then this particular code runs. Cool? So that was use case 7. I hope this was fruitful. Let's meet on the next use case. Use case number 8. If a contact is created without a parent account, do not allow user to create the contact record. Now, how is this use case different from the 7 previous use cases we discussed? Well, in the previous use cases, we created and we kind of did some DML operations, right? We tried to insert a record, update a record. But now we are trying to prevent the record from getting into the database. That is what this use case is about. And the question arises, can this be done via triggers? Yes, it can be done via triggers, right? So this is a simple scenario of data validation. This can also be achieved by validation rules. But the idea of this use case is to understand how can we throw errors from the trigger context and not allow user to create or edit data. Okay. So what's the ask? If the contact is created without a parent account, what is the object in concern? The object is contact. And what is the event? The event is insert, right? Now you want to stop them from doing something. So would you want to do it after the record is saved to the database or before? you'd want to do this before, right? Because once it is saved to the database, how does it even matter, right? So the context will be before insert. So let's go ahead and let's move on to the Salesforce org and let's open our contact trigger. I believe we have a contact trigger file ready. Yes. And this is probably during the Apex Trigger basics, we discussed about the different event types. Now, what is our use case here? It is for before insert, right? So I'll just get rid of everything else for now. And I'll just keep the before insert context available. Cool. Right. Now, what is our use case? If the record is created without a parent account. Now, parent account means there's a relationship in picture, right? Now, we can go, because this is the child record and we want to take a look at the parent information, we can go to the child object and find what is the API name of the parent. So I'll say open objects, contact, and here I should see something that's a reference, and this is the one. So it's called account ID, right? So what I'll do is I'll say for each contact that has come as part of trigger.new, if conrecord.account ID. What is our ask? It says if the record is created without a parent account, which means I can say that the account ID would be null, right? And if it is null, I want to throw the error, right? Now, before moving ahead here, let's save this first of all. Let's see if this is getting saved. Yeah, no errors. But what we want to do is we want to use the trigger framework now all the time, right? So instead of writing things here, I'll say contact trigger handler dot handle before insert. Okay, and I'll just pass my trigger.new for now to this method. Now let's take a look whether we have a handler created or not. We don't, so I'll just create a new Apex class. So I'll say file, new, contact trigger handler, okay, and here I'll say public static void handle. Let's copy the name from here, and this will accept trigger.new, which is nothing but list of contact records, right? So list of contact new records. Okay, let's save this first of all, and now let's save our trigger file. Okay, and now I can get rid of this particular code here. So I'll be doing this code on the handler file now. So I'll say for each contact record that exists in new records, I want to check if the current record in concern, the account ID for that record is equal to null or not. If it is equal to null, I want to throw an error. Right? Now, how do you throw error? A very simple method you have available here that relies on the S object variable is called the add error method. This is your method, and it takes nothing but the error message that you want to throw. Okay, now it takes into consideration the S object variable for whom you want to throw the error. So what is the variable in concern right now? It is the con record variable, right? Which has not adhered to what we want. So we'll say con record dot add error, and we'll say parent information is mandatory for contact creation. Let's try to save this. So this saved up fine, right? Let's quickly test it out. Let's go to contacts and let's try to create a new one without the account information. So I'll say a contact. So I'll not choose the account name here. I'll simply go ahead and say save. So you see, it throws me an error that is coming not from validation rule, not from system validation, but from my trigger class. So it's saying parent information is mandatory for contact creation. Now let's try the happy path. If I associate an account here and say save, does it let me save it? It does. So our use case is working perfectly fine. And what have you been able to do? Not just the regular DML and field updates and all of it. You have now been able to throw error messages based on what your trigger code is working on. Right? So what did we do? We leveraged the before insert context because we had to throw an error before the record is saved to the database, and then we just did a simple check and we used the add error method and we just put in the error that we wanted to show the user. What variable is used here? The S object variable. The S object variable currently in concern, right? Because this record right here did not meet this criteria in the if clause is why we say con record.add error. That's how Salesforce knows I need to throw the error on this particular screen for this particular contact. Right? Cool. That was our 8th use case. Let's move on to the 9th use case. So use case number 9. If an account with industry agriculture and type apparel is updated and ownership is set to private, do not allow user to set this ownership. Right? A lot of keywords here. We'll break it down and we'll try to solve this. So again, one more scenario of not allowing user to set a field or something, right? So which means we have to throw some sort of errors, right? Now the first question, what object is the trigger on? It would be on the account object. We are trying to modify account object and we are trying to throw the error on the account field, right? Now, what is the event where you want to throw the error? So it says that if the industry is agriculture and the type is apparel and the account is updated, and when it is being updated, the ownership is set to private, don't let them do it. So that means you have to work on the update event, and now you are throwing error. So before or after, I think you already know this should be before update, right? Now let's go to developer console. Let's open the account trigger. I don't have an account trigger, so I'll just go ahead and create one, right? So new Apex trigger, account trigger. This would be on the account object, say save, and this should be on the before update context, right? I'll say if trigger dot is before. I hope you are already used to the syntax now. And this update, I'll say account trigger handler dot handle before update activities. Cool. Now what do I send? I send the trigger dot new variable for now. We'll see if we need the old information. Okay, we'll see. For now, just let's send the trigger dot new. And I need to create the handler file because this also does not exist. So I'll say new Apex class handler. Okay. I'll take the method name and I'll say handle before update activities, and this will accept list of account, right? The new information. Cool. Let's save this and then save our trigger. Okay, so the framework is set up. Now we need to do the actual use case. So let's take a look at the use case. So it says if an account with industry agriculture and type apparel is updated, right? So let's put a check for these two fields. First of all, let's go in and let's say for each account record that comes in the new records, if account records industry is, what is the value? It's agriculture. So if the account industry is agriculture and what is the other field? The type is set to apparel. So these two things are your prerequisites, right? If these two things satisfy the criteria, only then we want to go ahead and check things, right? What's the error that's showing here? Problems, no errors, right? Cool. Now I think there is some error. Let's click on the save button one more time. Yeah, it saved up fine. So now we have been successfully able to do this, right? If an account with industry, agriculture and type apparel is updated, and as part of the update, the ownership is set to private, right? Now we know that the record is being updated. That's why it will reach here because we are on the before update scenario. So we are clear that it is getting updated, but we need to figure out whether the ownership is being set to private or not. Right? Now the ownership could have been public, could have been something else, and then it is being set to private. So how do I figure that out? So on use case number 7, we talked about why we need the new map or the old map so that we can compare new values and old values, right? So what I'll do is I'll bring in my trigger.old map so that I have a map with my old values. Okay, now let's see how I make use of that. So this will not save because I have to take into consideration this second parameter. So I'll say map of id comma s object. What is the object in concern? It is the account object. I'll say old map records, or let's just say old map. Okay, save. So let's save the handler file and then let's save the trigger. This should accept it now. Cool. Now I'm fetching new records and the old map. This contains the new information of the record that's in the picture right now, and this contains the map, the key value pair of the same records but the older version of the information. Okay, now take a look at this line. Can I do something like if old map dot get account record dot id? What would this do? This would give me the account record that's currently in picture, right? If this old map dot get account record dot id will give me the current account record, and I want to check if the ownership field is not equal to the ownership field that I have gotten from the new record. Read it again. If old map.get account record.id.ownership, what is this giving me? This is giving me the record, the older version of the record from the old map for the current record that is in concern. And it is trying to pull in the ownership field from that old record. And it's trying to say, is this value different from what I am getting currently on the account record? If this evaluates to true, let's say the ownership is modified, this will evaluate to true. And that's when we want to say you are not allowed to do it. Did that make sense? Take a look one more time. If old map.get, see, get is a method for a map, right? That helps you put a key value and then retrieve the value. So this is your key, right? See, the map is of type id comma account. So you would have the record ID and the entire account object, right? So you say old map.get, and when you say get, you need to pass the key. What is the key here? It should be the record ID of the account. So I'm saying current account record in concern.id. Okay, so I'm telling the system, fetch me the older version of the account record and give me the ownership field. Now, if previously the ownership was public and now it has changed to private, let's say this is the understanding. So new records will hold ownership as private and old map will contain the value public, right? And this will finally then evaluate to true because public is not equal to private. Correct? And then it will evaluate true and we'll say you're not allowed to make this change because our use case says that if the industry is agriculture and the type is apparel and someone wants to modify the ownership, they should not be able to do it, right? So I'll use my add error method. What will I say? I'll say ownership cannot be modified, right? Now, how do I use the add error? I have to use the context variable that is of type S object. So I'll use the account record variable that I have here. I'll say save. Let's see if this saves up fine or not. This saved up fine. Okay, let's go to an account record now and let's test it out. Okay, I'll say new. I'll create test account new, and this is an insert scenario. Okay, I'll say type is equal to, we don't have a apparel type, I believe. So the type should not be apparel. The type should be something from this, right? So that type should be prospect. Let's put the type as prospect. Okay. So now I'll say, let me choose the type as prospect, the industry as agriculture, and let's choose the ownership as private. Okay. And if I try to save this, will this save fine? Yes, it will, because this is the insert scenario. Where have we made our changes? We have made our changes to the update scenario. So now let's go ahead and say ownership equal to public. What do you think the error will come now? Let's say save. It's throwing the error. It's saying that if the type is prospect and the industry is agriculture, and if you're changing the ownership cannot be modified. But now let's see if this was our use case. Our use case says if an account with industry, agriculture and type prospect is updated and the ownership is set to private. Right now, did we try to set the ownership to private? No, we tried to set it to public. It should let you do that, right? So it should not let you set it as private. That's the question. So there's some issue with our code. Let's figure out what is that. Now, if you take a look at this particular if clause, it's fine, works as is. If the industry is agriculture and type is prospect, only then come inside this particular loop, right? And now what are we trying to do here? We are just trying to compare whether the value of ownership has changed or is updated. That's all we have done. That's all what we have done. But we want to do two things. Check if value of ownership was updated, and if it was updated, is the new value private, or are they trying to set the new value as private? That is what we need to check. So we did the first part, but did we check this part? We did not. So we checked the first part saying if the old map value is not equal to new map value for ownership, now we'll say and the new map value, or rather the new value on the account record for ownership is equal to private, and this should do it. Make sense? Why did I add this check? Because we are trying to figure out if the ownership is being set to private. We did not check that only, right? Now let's go back and now let's try to say, now let's move it to public and let's try to say save. Will it save? It should save. It's saved. But now if I say from public to private, it should not let me do that because the industry and type fields are the ones that we need on the use case. See, it's now throwing an error. Cool. So where would you add errors or where would you throw errors? You would throw them on the before insert or the before update scenario. Why not after? Because why after? Once the record is saved to the database, why would you want to throw the error after that? And you won't be able to do that as well. You'll have to do that before. Okay. How do you check if the field value has changed? You compare the new map and the old map, or the trigger.new with the old map record, right? And if you have to check a specific value, you add a check for that specific value and then add the error. What method do we use? We use the simple plain add error method. We put the message string in there that we want to display, and what is the variable it uses? It uses the variable of type sObject, and in this case, or in any case, it would use the variable of type sObject. So in this case, it was account record. This is that account variable. So that was our use case number 9. Let's move on to the next use case. All right, use case number 10. Every time an account website is updated, update the website field on all the child contacts for the account. Right. So the very first question is, what is the object in concern where we need to write the trigger? The object would be the account object, right? Because on the update of an account object, we want to do things. What is the event? Like I said, it is the update event. But now the question again, the decision, whether it should be a before event or an after event. What are you trying to do here? You're trying to update related records, right? The child records of the account contacts. So updating related records should be done on the after context. Right? So we'll be writing an after update trigger on the account object. So let's go to developer console and let's open the account trigger. I think we already have one. Yes. And we want to write an after update event here. So I'll say after update. I'll just copy paste this code and I'll say is after, right? And then just run handle after update activities. So I don't think I have this particular method. So I'll just go into the account trigger handler first of all and create it before saving this guy. So I'll just create a method and I'll say handle after update. Okay. Once this is saved, I'll save it here also. So here, do I need the old map? I don't think so, because we don't have to compare anything as such. Let's see, do we have to compare? Okay, it's saying that the account website, whenever the website is getting updated, only then you need to do it, right? So we might have to compare. So I'll use the trigger.oldmap. Save. Okay, so both files are ready. Now let's go in and start writing the code here. So what do I want to do? I want to say for account ACC in new records, right? I want to see if acc.website is not equal to old map.get acc.id.website, right? I think we've already been through this, comparing the value of a field from the old map and the new value that has just come in. If it has changed, only then we want to do things with the account, right? So we want to say add account to update children dot add. I'll just add this particular account record altogether. Okay, or I can just add the account ID. No, I'll need the entire account. Okay, and now I'll just define this list here. This would be list of type account. I'll name it add account to update children equals new list of type account. Save. All right, so what have I done here? I have figured out all the account records wherein the website is being changed in the after context. Right? If the website has changed, only then this list will have a value, right? And if this list has a value, if this list is not empty, or if the size of this list is greater than 0, then I can say that, yeah, there is one record, at least one record in the list wherein the website has been updated in the record, in the current transaction, right? So what I'll say is find me all the contacts which are associated to the accounts here. So I'll say ID, comma name. It should be first name from contact where account ID in. Now I need to put a check with a list of IDs, right? So in order to put a check with the list of IDs, I can have this particular account record list, and I can also have a account ID list also. I'll say add, and I'll keep one more list, and that will hold the IDs of the accounts. Okay, and I'll create one more list here, because see, I'm needing it right now here, right? So I need this ID list so that I can use it in my query. So I'll just say list of ID I'll say save, and I'll say fetch me all the contact records where account ID is in this particular list of IDs. I'll say save. Okay, error-free code. Now what do we need to do? We need to update the website field for all these contact records, right? So what I'll have to do is I'll have to run a for loop here. I'll run a for loop on the contact records. So I'll say for each contact record in con records list, right? What I want to do, I want to first figure out the account record, right? Which account record do I have to pick from here? How do I do that? Take a look and try to think of it. So I need to do something like this. Con.website is equal to the parent account's website. Right, this is what I want to do. But first of all, I don't have a website field, so I'll just go ahead and create a website field on the contact object. So I'll go to object, I'll go to contact. Okay, now I have the field. Let's say con.website__c is equal to test. I'll just put this value here and say save, just for now. Okay, but what do I need to do really? I want to put the value that is on the website field of the parent account record, right? So how do I get the parent account record here? I have a relationship that is called con.account_id, right? So I can fetch the parent account of this contact using this relationship, but I want to fetch the parent account's website field, right? So in order to do that, what we'll be doing is we'll be setting up a map. We'll be creating a map. Okay, so here, instead of populating a list, I can use a map. That would make my life easier, right? So what do I do here? I'll say account to website map dot put account.id comma account.website. So what am I simply doing here? Let's get rid of this particular list and let's declare this particular map. So I'll say map of id comma string, because website is of type string, right? So I'll say map of id comma, and I'll update the variable name. Let's click on the save button. What did I do? I'm just checking if the website has changed, right? If the website value has changed, I'm just adding this particular account record in a map. I'm just storing the ID value and the corresponding website value. Okay, now see how does this come as a savior for us. Now here what I want to do is I want to fetch the parent account website field value, right? So what I can do is I can use this map and I can use the get function like you already know. And what I can do is inside this get function, what is the key here? The key is the account ID. Can I fetch the account ID on the contact level? Yes, I can. So I'll say con.account ID, right? Now what will this particular thing fetch me? This will fetch me the website field value from the map for this specific account ID or the account record. And I can directly map it on the website field on the contact record. Make sense? So I'll just save it. Now this list does not exist anymore. So I'll say if, instead of checking whether this list has values or not, I'll simply check if my map has keys or not. Okay, so the key set if exists, okay, key set is not compatible to integer, so I'll have to check key set dot size, because it's a list or a set, right? So if the size of the keys present on the map is greater than 0, only then come inside and do things, right? That's just a check. Nothing fancy, just a check on the map records. Okay, now see what did we do here? We went to the account records that have currently come into the transaction. We checked if the website field has changed and we compared it with the old value. If there is a change, that means the website has been updated as part of the current update that's happening. And if that has happened, we simply created a map and we put the account ID versus the account website field value. Okay, and we also created a list, and in this list we stored all the account IDs, and we will see why did we do that. Now after we had the map and the list of IDs of account, we created a SOQL query on the contact records, and we fetched all the contact records where the account ID is from this particular list. Right now, do you want to get rid of this list also? We can do that as well. So I'll just get rid of this particular list also. What can I do instead of using that list of IDs? I can again use my map, right? I can simply say in dot key set. Why? Because the keys of this particular map hold the account ID. So even this will work. Okay, and when you are associating a variable on your SOQL query, you have to use the colon icon. Okay, so the binding works then. So this will hold all the account IDs that have come as part of this update, and this will give me the contact records, and it will give me the list of contact records. And then I iterated over my contact records, and I populated the website field value using my map, and I fetched the account ID by using con.account ID because I'm on the contact context. Okay, one more issue that will come is the website field has not been queried. Okay, so I have to query it if I'm using it down below. So I'll have to query it here, and only then I can use it. Okay, I'll just say add con to update dot add. I'll add this con record, and I'll define this particular list here. I'll say list of add con to update equals new list of contact. I need to do a DML operation, right? I need to update the contact records. So in order to do that, and I cannot do that on a loop, inside a loop, I am doing it by populating my list and then saying update this particular list altogether. And this should save a file now. Let's see. So there's some error here, add con to update. What's the issue? It says variable does not exist. I think we put it on the right, on the wrong bracket. So let's get rid of this and say save. And there's a bracket missing here, so I'll say save. Okay, what's the issue? Duplicate variable add con to update. Okay, there's a spelling error here. This is not update, this should be update. Save. Alright, so everything looks good, but we need to test it if it works or not, right? So let's go to an account record. Let's open Burlington Textiles and see if there's a related contact. See, there are two contacts. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to modify the website field value here. Where is the website field? Let's take a look. Do we even have a website? I believe so. This one right here, right? So I'll say burlington.com.contact test. I'll just put it like this and say save. Now as soon as I save my account contact, oh, there's something wrong. It says that SObject row was retrieved via SOQL without querying the requested field contact.account ID. See, I did work on the website field, but here I'm also using account ID. So I have to query it. See, so that error came for some other field. I took care of this field, but this field also has to be queried because I'm using it here, right? Using the dot operator. Now let's go back and try to save it. So the update is working, I believe. Wow, this is taking a long time. So it's saying we could not save your work. Please refresh the page and try again. So let's refresh. Not sure what happened there. Let's refresh and let's try one more time. So I'll say, okay, this got saved. So let's quickly check if the contact also got updated or not. If I go to the details page, yeah, the website got updated. So I'm not sure why did it give me that error. Let's go do it for one more record. The error should not come. So this is community test account. If I go to the details, the website is empty. Is there a contact associated? Yeah, user one is there, right? So let's say website is newwebsite.com. Okay, let's say save. So this saved up fine. I'll go to the related list, open the user record. I'm in the contact record, and under the details tab, I see that the website has been updated. So you see, as soon as you update the parent account, the related contact fields the related contact records are getting updated with the new website value. Okay, let's try one more last use case. Let's go to Salesforce Makes Sense and let's see if the website is added here. It's not. I have recently made my website live, so I'll just put it here. I'll say salesforcemakessense.com and I'll say save. So everyone can take advantage of this website and they can go through free courses and free material available all throughout the website. Okay, just an additional information as part of the use case. So if I take a look at the related list, oops, we do not have any contacts. So the cascading won't work because there's no contact record available. Okay, cool. All right, that was all about use case 10. We'll move on to use case 11. Use case number 11. Create contact records based on create n contacts field on the account record. So based on the field value of create n contacts, now you could put 2 here, 4 here. The value that you put here, the number that you put here, those many contacts should be created on the from the account record trigger. Okay, so we will be taking this on the create or an insert route. Whenever the account is getting inserted and the create end contacts has a value, the number that is provided there is the number of contacts we'll be creating as part of the account or associated to the account. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So I'll go to Salesforce and I already have my account trigger open from the last use case. This will be after insert, right? Do you think this should be after insert? Yes, because we are creating related records again, right? So related records will be on after, and in this case we are considering the insert scenario. Okay, don't worry about update and all of the other things. For now, just take this as insert scenario only. Okay, let's copy this and let's say if trigger dot is after and it is insert, right? So I'll say insert, this is after. Okay, and this will be handle after insert activities. After insert, I don't think we have trigger dot old map, so I'll just say trigger dot new. Okay, so I'll just save this. This will not save up because the method is not defined yet on the handler. So I'll go to the handler, I'll copy an existing method, paste it here, and I'll say handle after insert activities. If I save it, this will still not save up fine because this method should not have old map. Let's save this now and let's save this particular trigger now. Okay, all looks good. Let's jump into our use case. So the very first thing we do is we iterate over our variable, right? That's standard thing that you do every time. So I'll just start with that. And now what do I want to check? I want to check if the current account that's being inserted, the create end contacts field is not equal to null, which means that a value has been put in for this particular field, right? Let's try to save it. Yeah, this saved up fine. The field is created. I created this field just a while ago. I'll show that to you. Let's go to account fields and there should be create end contacts field. Okay, I just created it a while ago. So what I'm trying to say here is if create end contacts field is not equal to null, which means the user has put in a value, right? So what I want to do is I want to create a map of account with contact size dot put. I'll just put the account ID here and then I'll put the account dot create end contact field value. Okay, I'm just storing it here. I'm not sure how would I be using it, but for now let's store it. Okay, or let's see if I don't even need a map. Let's see if I can do things here only. Okay, I'll just check that out. What does it say? It says that the map does not exist. Let's get rid of this particular map. Okay, now I have to create child records, correct? So what I can do here is I can say contact con equal to new contact, and here I can say con dot first name equals account dot name. I can just pick whatever is on the account level, and then I can say con dot account ID equals account dot ID. The parent will be, the relationship will be associated, and con dot rating, I'll just set it as cold for now. Okay, I'm just trying to fill in 1 or 2 extra parameters. But now what is the real game? The real game is I want to create how many contacts, the number that has been mentioned here. So what I need to do is I need to iterate over this particular variable. I'll say integer I equals 0, I less than create n contacts, I plus plus. This is how you declare a loop variable in Apex, right? So I'll just go ahead and say paste this stuff here, and now the contact instance and the contact records will be created as many times as the create end contact field has a value. So let's say that the user created an account record with 5 as the value here. So this will run for 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, that would give you 5 records. So now what I can do is I can say account name plus I can put a value here. Okay, this would be my account name. Now here it's giving me an error. It says variable does not exist. The variable does not exist independently. It has to be acc dot, because I am using the instance here to fetch the field. Cool. So this error has gone away. What is this? It says variable does not exist rating. I think rating does not exist on the contact record. So let's leave it to this. Okay, so I'm saving it with this. Now the records that are being created, the instances that are being created have to be inserted into the database also, right? And we cannot insert it here. We are on the for loop. So we would hit some governor limits. So we can just simply create a list. We can say con list.add con. So you see, I did not need the map after all. I thought I would, but I did not have to. I just was overcomplicating it without any reason. So when all the contact records will be added to the contact list, I can come outside this particular for loop and say if con list is not empty, which means some contact record has been created or contact instance has been created, I'll say insert con list. Okay, what is the error? It says variable does not exist. Of course it does not exist. I did not define it yet. I'll say list of contact con list equals new list of contact. Save. This should save up fine. Yeah, it did. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to test it out. So I'll create a new account record because I'm doing an insert scenario. I'll say contact creation as the name, and here I'll put create n contacts. Where is the create n contacts field? Do we have it here? I think I might. Yeah, this one right here. So I'll say 4 and I'll say save. Let's see what happens. This says required fields are missing, last name is missing. So the problem is that we are creating a contact record, and for a contact record the first name and the last name are mandatory. I think the last name is mandatory, so let's move this to the last name. If it gives me an error for the first name, we'll populate that also. Okay, let's try this out and let's now click on save. This saved up fine, so the last name was mandatory. And now if you take a look, if we go to the details tab, this is your account, of course, and if I go to the related tab, you see 4 contacts have been created based on the number I put on my account record. What did I say here? I said the create n contact should be I don't see the field here. Maybe it's not here. I just have to refresh it maybe. But if I see, I have 4 contacts created, and each one of them are associated to this particular account, and they have the ith value added as well, because I added that plus I towards the end to segregate them, right? This thing right here. So you have been able to create multiple related records based on a value on the parent record. Okay, let me quickly refresh this tab and let's see. Refresh. Let's go to recently viewed. This is the contact creation account record, and if I take the details tab, look, it says create and contacts is 4. Right now, if I were to tell you, if I modify this field now, okay, and if I say 6, what should happen? Ideally 2 more contacts should be added. There are 4 already, 2 should be added. What event would you have to write? You would have to write the after update event, correct? So it would be very much similar to what you see here, but I would encourage you write the after update scenario for this same requirement. Try doing that and see if you are able to save the record and get 2 more records created. Okay, so try this exercise and you should be able to get it. All right, so that was about use case 11. Use case number 12, do not allow lead deletion if it is working contacted. So if it is a work in progress, if any lead is currently a work in progress, do not let anyone delete it. So if I take a look at this particular lead, take a look at the status here. What is the status? Let's take a look at the details tab and see the status is working contacted, right? So if it is working contacted, you should not let anyone delete it. Right now, if I click the delete button, it will delete for sure. Okay, if I click on the delete button, see, this will get deleted, right? But we should not allow it to be deleted if the lead status is working contacted. Okay, so let's attempt this. Now here, what's our use case? What object is it? It's the lead object, pretty much clear. And you read deletion and you read do not allow. What comes in your mind based on what you have seen in the previous use cases? We have to use the delete event. Do you want to use before or after? Take a quick call. Shout it out loud. Would it be before or after? What do you think? Yes, it would be before. Why? Because you don't want them to delete it. After it is deleted, you cannot write anything to save it, right? So before delete event. And do not allow. What does that mean? That means you would have to use what method? Yes, the add error method. that we discussed for insert and update scenario, right? Now it's on the delete scenario. So we'll not allow lead to be deleted if the status is working contacted. Okay, let's go ahead and try to write that out. So I'll say lead trigger, I have one. What event is it? It should be the before insert event. So I'll say before insert, save. I'll pick this line up, copy paste it as always, and I'll say it is before it should be before delete, right? So it should be is before and is delete, and this should be before delete here. Now let's say save, and let's copy this method and paste it here, and let's say handle activities before delete. I'll go to the lead trigger handler before saving this file, and I'll just copy paste this particular method, and I'll say handle activities before delete. Save. Let's save this particular guy right here, and now let's go back here and save this. All good. Let's go back to our trigger handler. Let's now not allow the user to delete it. Now I'll start with my for loop. Obviously I'll say for lead record in my new records, if lead rec dot status, is it state or status? I think it's status. If that is equal to working contacted. Now let's open the lead object and let's see what are the pick list values available. If I say edit object here, I just want to be sure that I'm not bringing a typo. I'll go to the object, I'll go to fields and relationships, take a look at status. This is the lead status, the API name is status. I'll say open. I'll take a look at the pick list values. Click here to open this page in Classic. What are the values? This right here, working contacted. Okay, I'll just pick this value, go back to my dev console and just copy paste it to avoid any issues. Paste, save. It was same but safe side. Okay, now what is the issue? It says new records does not exist. It has to be lead records because that's the variable name that we defined here. Okay, let's say save. No errors. Now what I want to do, if the lead status is working contacted, I don't want them to delete it. So I'll use the add error method. Simply I'll say you cannot delete a lead in progress. Okay, and what do I need for this method to work? I need the context variable of the type sObject. Which variable is that? That is the lead record variable that is in the current context. Looks good? Sounds good? Looks like it will work. Let's test it. Let's go to our lead and let's keep this working contacted as the status, and let's try to delete it. When I say delete and I said delete button, it says there's a problem. You might not have the permission to edit it, or it might have been deleted or archived. Let's refresh it once. Okay, let's go to details. Let's set this stage, mark as current status. Okay, and let's try to delete it now. See, it's not letting me delete it basically. All right. Let's take a look at the developer console. Okay, there's some issue. It says attempt to dereference a null object. What's the issue? It says line 4, attempt to dereference a null object. What is this line 4? Let's quickly check it out. Lead records. For lead rec in lead records. Now, there's a problem with this code. The code is not working. If the code were working, the add error method would have worked and it would have shown you this error, right? The problem is with the before delete context. Can you guess what the problem is? The problem is with the before delete context, new records are not available. What did we send here? We sent the trigger.new. The trigger.new variable is not available before delete. Only the trigger.old variable is available. And once we save that and try to do the same thing again, we might need to do this with a different lead. Let's go to this particular lead right here. Let's set it as working contacted. And let's say details. Let's say delete. So this is getting deleted. It's not working the way we wanted it to work. So what did we send? We sent trigger.old and handle activities before delete. Where is our method? It is right here. And we are checking if the lead record status is equal to working contacted. Add the error, you cannot delete a lead in progress. all our files are saved, then why is it not working? Let's put some debug logs. So I'll say system.debug found a lead. Okay, this is the before delete event, right? Let's quickly check. We have put the before delete event here. We have put is before is delete checks also here, and we have sent the trigger.old variable here, and it's being received here as lead records, and we are trying to do this thing using the add error method. Let's go inside this loop and put a debug log. Yes, it is in progress. Let's see if we get these logs. Okay, now let's go back to Salesforce and let's check all open leads. Let's go to this particular Betty Bear lead details. This is currently working contacted. I'll say delete. Okay, this deleted up fine. Let me check the log. If I click on the debug only option, it says found a lead, but it did not find this particular debug log, which means our status check is not working properly. Okay, let me quickly check what is the lead field value. This is working contacted, right? Not sure why is this not working. The value is correctly placed. Let's take a look at the lead. Let's take one more lead as an example. Let's go to details. Let's modify this working contacted because there's some issue with this lead. You see there are two values here. Let's choose this one with the space. I think this is the one that we want. If I say save, now let's go back to the developer console. Let's take a look at, okay, I did not delete it, right? I have to delete it to get the logs. Let's get rid of all of this and let's delete the log. Delete the record. Let's say delete, deleted. Let's open this log and let's say debug only. So it says found a lead, which means there's some issue with this particular check. Now status, let me check what is the field name. It is status, right? The field name is status. Then why is it not working fine? Let's do one thing. Let's try to debug it and let's say system.debug. Let's see what is the status value. Lead rec dot status. It's reaching this particular log right here, right? This one, found a lead. So this should give me the status value here. If it is not going inside, let's see what is the value it's holding. Let's say save. Let's go back to the lead. Let's say David Monaco. Let's go to details. Let's say working contacted. Save. And now let's delete it. So if I say delete, I should get a new log. Let's open this log, debug only. And it says working hyphen contacted without the space. So that's the problem. So the value it's storing internally, I'm not sure what's the issue, but it's storing the value without the spaces. So let's use this API value in our lead trigger handler, and this should now work. So I'll use this value, save. Okay. Now let's go ahead and go to Kathy details. Let's modify it to working contacted. And let's now delete it. And it's not letting you delete it now because the criteria is matching. So there was some issue with the API name value thing, but that's okay. All right. So it says you cannot delete a lead in progress and it is not letting you delete it now. Make sense? Did you see how I debug the issue? I saw the trigger. First of all, am I calling the event? Yes, I am. I saw if I put the correct checks. Yes, I did. I checked if the variable was correct. Previously the variable was not correct, so I understood, okay, trigger.new won't be available, so I have to use the old variable. That's when I used the activities before delete with old variable. So I came here and then I saw, okay, I just have two things, a simple for loop, and I'm just using the add error method based on the if condition. Now what is not working? It could be that the add error method does not work with delete, or it could be that there might be an issue with the if. So I put a log on this level, I put a log on this level. What I saw, I got this log, but I did not get this log. So what I tried to do is I put the value here, the one that I'm trying to fetch or retrieve, and it gave me the information that what I'm trying to compare it with was incorrect. And I rectified my code, and then the debug also should have come up and it showed me the error finally. Cool? Great. That was use case number 12. Use case number 13. As soon as an opportunity is deleted, create a task for the opportunities account owner to investigate why the record was deleted and submit the information, right? So what do we need to do? We need to create a task, and this task should be assigned to who? The opportunities accounts owner. So I hope you understand, account is the parent, opportunity is the child. So the account owner, who's the parent basically of this opportunity, should be assigned this task and he should be investigating. right? Now what is the event and what is the object where we need to write this trigger? The object is opportunity. And should it be insert, update, delete? It should be the delete event, because as soon as an opportunity is deleted, right? So when it is deleted, that's when we want to do. And we want to create a related record. So we would be using the after context, right? So let's jump into dev console and let's go to opportunity trigger. So I already have the opportunity trigger file wherein we did some stuff from previous use cases. What do we want to do? We want to use the after delete event. So I'll go ahead and add after delete. So you see, I always add the event here first if it is not present, and then I add a check, and then we move on to the trigger handler to write the actual code. So that's a good practice to do and kind of give it to your muscle memory so that you do not make any mistakes. So if trigger dot is after and trigger dot is delete. Right? Now the question arises, what kind of variable, context variable, will be available in the after delete context, right? So let's see that. So I'll send the trigger dot old for now. If it works, it works. Or else we'll try trigger dot new. What's the issue? This method is not present. I can see the problem beforehand. So yeah, it's not present. I'll open the trigger handler. I'll create this particular method. I just want the old records, and this should be handle activities after delete. Cool. Trigger handler is saved. Let's go back and save the trigger. So even this is saved, no errors, right? Now let's go ahead and start doing our business. So and handle activities after delete. I have the opportunity record. So I'll iterate over my opportunity records first of all, like always. Right? Now, is there any criteria? See, as soon as an opportunity is deleted, we want to do this, right? Which means there's no criteria, there's no if condition here. We simply want to create a task. Okay. So I'll create a task. I'll create an instance of the task record, and then I'll start populating the mandatory values. So let's go ahead and open the task metadata API. Right, I'll open the object reference so that I can see what are all the fields and what do I need to insert. So there is account ID. So it represents the ID of the related account. There is activity date. There is call type, completed date time. I don't need this kind of things. Description is there. I can put a description saying, please investigate why the opportunity was deleted. Right? That's the first field I want to set. Let's take a look at what's next. I'll say is high priority. The field is derived from the priority field. So I'll simply say task.priority equals high. Right? Let's give it a high priority. What's the next field I want to set? Who should be the owner, right? So the owner ID is basically nothing but the assigned to ID. Who should this be assigned to? I can assign this to a user or a group, right? Now I want to assign this to the opportunities account owner, right? So I have the opportunity reference here and I have the account relationship here, right? And I want the owner from the account. So quickly let's open and see how does the relationship between account and opportunity look like. I'll open the opportunity object and I'll see it is account ID, right? So let me do this. Let me try. If I say account ID dot owner ID, will it let me save it? It's saying a non-foreign key cannot be referenced in a path expression, right? And what if I do this account dot owner ID? Does it let me do this? It does, right? So I'll use the account relation and I'll say dot owner ID. Let's see if this works. Okay, we'll see if the owner ID is being set or not. What's the next field we want to set? Task record. Do we want to set a due date? Is there a date? I don't see a date here, but let's take a look at the remaining fields. We already set priority. This is all recurrence related stuff. I don't want to get into that for now. Status. I'll set the status as not started. Okay, so I'll just say task record dot status equals not started. Save. Then you have subject, right? The subject line can be anything. I'll just put a dummy subject line also. Dot subject equals follow up. What else? Do I need any more fields? I think it should be fine. There's a type field, we don't need it. There is what ID and who ID, right? So we can associate the what ID with opportunities, right? So let's go ahead and do that. I want this task to be listed under the opportunities. So I'll just say what ID is equal to op.id. This will reference it to the opportunity, and task record list dot add. I'll just add this task records in a list, and I'll come outside this loop and I'll see if the task record list is not empty is when I want to insert this task record list. Save. Now there should be one error that the list is not existing. So I'll just say list of task. I'll just define the list and instantiate it. Save. Now let's see if it saves and saves up fine. All errors are gone. Let's go ahead and test it out. So I'll go to an opportunity and I'll just go ahead and straight delete it. Let's open this opportunity right here and let's simply say delete. Okay, now see, there's a problem. There's a problem. The problem is I am trying to, let's take a look at the log. Okay, so you see it's saying insert field, first exception on row. There's some problem. So our thing did not work as it was supposed to. So let's see where is this error, insert failed. So this error right here, it says the assigned to ID owner cannot be blank. So even though we tried to fetch the owner, it's not able to find it. Okay, so how do we fetch the owner of the account of this particular opportunity? We have to get it outside this loop, because I cannot do a query inside the for loop, right? That will hit my socle limits if this is bulkified, right? So I have to write something outside to fetch the account owner ID. Now let's see how do we do that. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to write something outside this loop, and let's come here. What I want is I want to have the owner ID of the account, right? So let's go ahead and query all the account records. Okay, and I will fetch the owner ID information from account object. Okay, now there are two ways to do it. Either you query all the accounts or you query all the relationships and then you find all the accounts. Relationship as in all the accounts which are part of the opportunity, right? Which are parent to the opportunity. So what I can do is select owner ID from account, where ID in select account ID from opportunity, where ID in, and I want to put old record ID list. Okay, I did a lot of stuff there. Let me explain you one by one. So let's move this particular line down below first of all, and let's keep this space for this thing that we are doing right now. So I have old records. Cool, which means I can fetch all the opportunities IDs, right? And when I fetch all the opportunity IDs, I can fetch all the owner information from the account object, where the account is part of the opportunities listed in the opportunity records here. Too clumsy? Let's do it step by step. So what I'll do is I'll say for each opportunity in old records. What am I doing? I'm just fetching old IDs dot add. I'm just getting all the opportunity IDs. Okay. Okay. And if I have to do this, I can do something like this also. I can just say op.account ID. So I'll just get all the account IDs. Simple. Right. Let's define this list. I'll just say list of ID account ID. Now I want this to be unique, right? So I can just say set. Okay, let's hit on the save button. Okay, now account IDs holds all the account ID information which are part of the old records that have currently come in the transaction. Okay, now this will hold all the account IDs. Now what I can do is I can query all the account records and fetch the owner ID information. Okay, so let's just say id comma owner id from account where id in, I don't need this inner query anymore. What I can do simply do is I can just say where id in account id. See, simple. Let's save this line now. This should also save up fine. Okay, so now this saves up fine. Now I have all the account records which are part and are somewhat associated to the records that are coming in here as part of the opportunity. Right? What do I do next? I want opportunity accounts owner ID, and for every opportunity that I have, I want to map the right owner ID here. Right? What if there are multiple opportunities that come as part of this old records in the transaction? You cannot just assign any random owner ID, right? You have to know which opportunity is it and what account is it associated to and get the owner ID accordingly. So will list help you do that? It will let you do that, but if you introduce one more for loop. So what's the better way to go about it? It is collection. Map collection, right? Instead of using a list collection, we go for a map collection. How do we do that? Let's define account. Let's define opportunity versus account map dot put. I'll add the opportunity here, or rather the opportunity ID, and I'll put the opportunities account ID here. So what I've done is I have defined a map as well in my for loop, and I'll just quickly declare this map also. I'll say map of ID comma, what is the value? It is account ID, right? So I'll just say ID comma ID, new map ID comma ID, and what's the variable name? It is op versus account map. So I'll just put this variable here. Save. This error should go away. This error is not there anymore. Now I have this op versus account map. Can I use this op versus account map some way so that I can fetch the owner ID? Let's see how do I do that. So I have op versus account map. If I say dot get, I can paste in the op.id that I have in the current transaction. This will give me the value. What value will it give? It will give me account ID, right? The account ID, but I don't want account ID. I want the owner ID, right? Now, how do I get the owner ID from here? So is there a way I can use this list of account that I have? I can convert this also into a map. So all the account that I fetch here from account records, let me create a map here. So I'll say account ID versus owner ID map dot put. I'll say acc.id comma acc.owner ID. Now see, I have created another map, and this map basically holds the account ID versus the account's owner ID. All right, let's save it. Let's see if this saves up fine till here. Yeah, it saved up fine. This is where it is throwing an error, right? Because we have not put a semicolon or something. That's okay. But what I want to help you understand is the first map that we created holds the opportunity ID and the opportunity account ID. Okay, so it will hold opportunity 1 and then Salesforce Makes Sense account, right? The IDs of both records. So you have a mapping of what opportunity is mapped with which parent account record. Correct? That's your first map. And now since we have all the account IDs here in this list, we queried all the accounts and we fetched the owner ID. Because we cannot simply just say dot, right? That is not working down below because it's a 3-level relationship that we are trying to go. From opportunity to account to user. Owner is nothing but a user, right? So it does not let you do it directly. So you are querying it. Now you queried all the records from account where IDs are part of the opportunities. So they are parents. Right? Not every account, but only accounts which are parents of any child opportunities. So you got all the account records and now you have created a map out of it, and this map contains all the account IDs versus the owner ID of every account. Cool. Now see what is common between these two maps. The opportunity account ID, the value in first map is equal to the key in second map. This is your identifier that can connect both the maps. Now see what I do here. So I'm saying op versus account map dot get opp.id. What will this give you? This will give you the opportunities account ID, right? Now what if I say this? I say account ID versus owner ID map dot get. Now whatever this particular map returns will be the account ID, right? And the account ID, if I get on the account ID versus owner ID map, I will get the owner ID field. So now you see, if I say semicolon here, this should map the correct owner ID to the task record for the current opportunity. See, this saved up fine, right? A lot of talk, a lot of map and stuff, but the real deal starts now. testing it out. Let's test it and see if this actually works, or what I'm saying is just a blunder, right? Let's click on the delete button now and say delete. So it's saying there's a problem saving this record. There's some issue still. Let's take a look at the developer console. It still gives me an error. What's the error? Let's say debug only. I don't have a debug log. I'll say insert failed. Now this could be some other error or the same error. Yeah, this is another error that I wanted to talk about, right? So now this says entity is deleted, insert failed. Okay, now try understanding what we are doing here. After we have deleted the opportunity record, we are creating some task records, correct? Now once the record is deleted, is that available for you anymore? It will not be available, right? It will not be available. It will just be deleted from here. But when we are creating the task, we are associating the opportunity ID to the task record. Does that make sense? Does this line make sense? No, it does not. Why? Because opportunity.id will not exist because the record is deleted. So how can we even associate the task? Which is why this line does not make sense and we'll have to get rid of it. Does that make sense? Cool. Now let's go back and try to delete it one last time, and this should now delete and create a new task. So I click on delete, the Dickinson mobile generators is gone, and now if I go to tasks, I should see a new task record that's created. And that should be assigned. So this is the follow-up task, and you see this is assigned to the accounts owner, the opportunities account owner, and you see the comment here, you see the priority, you see the status. All right, so we have been able to create a task after a opportunity is deleted, and because the opportunity is deleted, you are not able to associate it with it because the record does not exist anymore. So which is why you got the entity is deleted error. Okay, and before that, what was our issue? We had to traverse from opportunity to its parent account to its owner ID. 3 levels, right? It does not let you directly do it here using dot operator. So which is why you had to do a bit of logic setting here. You created 2 simple maps, and in one map you stored the opportunity ID versus the opportunity account ID, and in the other map you stored account ID versus account owner ID. Okay, we can do this as well. Instead of writing a list altogether, you can simply use an enhanced for loop. Take this query out from here and paste it here. And now you can even get rid of this line. Let's say save. So this is an enhanced for loop where you put the socle inside the for loop. So it automatically picks one record from your socle query. See, this is also saving up fine, and this will also populate your map. Fancy? Cool. That was all about use case 13. Let's move on to the next one. Use case number 14. Check if a contact record exists with the same last name, email, and phone. And if it does, do not let the new contact creation. Right? So this is similar to a duplicate rule, but we will want to try to do this via trigger. Okay. So check if a contact record exists with the same last name, email, and phone. So 3 things we want to check. And if it does exist, we do not want the user to create the contact. We want to throw an error. Now, if you want to throw an error, what is the event you use, before or after? You use the before event, correct? And what is the object here? It is the contact object. Let's go into developer console. And I already have the contact trigger here, the before insert context, handle before insert method, passing trigger.new variable, and I'm here on the method. Cool. What's the first thing we do? We query, or we loop through the records. Right? Now what do I want to do? I want to compare last name, phone, email with all values in the system right now. With all values, I will say all contact records in the system right now, right? If there exists a same combination, then I will not let them do it. Okay. Now, how do I figure out all the existing contact records in the system? I don't have it here in the new records, right? Because this is what's being inserted right now. So in order to fetch everything that's existing, I would rather have to query it. So I'll say list of existing records equals, the query would look something like select ID, name. It should not be name, it should be last name, phone, email from contact, right? I'll just put a limit 50,000 because there's a 50,000 gap to all sockles. The maximum rows that you can retrieve is 50,000. All right. So I'll just say ID, last name, phone, email from contact, limit 50,000. So this will hold all your existing contact records that already exist in the system. Okay. And now simple, what can I do? I'll just run another for loop inside the main for loop. I'll say contact con existing con in existing records. I'll say if con record con dot last name equals existing con dot last name. And similarly, I want to do two more checks. I want to check if there's any existing record that matches the last name, it matches the email, and it matches the phone. If it does, I want to throw an error. As simple as that, right? Because this means that a combination of these three things already exists. So I'll say con dot add error. What variable am I using? I'm using the subject context variable, which is this right here, right? Do not use existing con because that's an existing record that you are querying. You want to throw error on what record? That the record that's being currently queried and the record that's being currently inserted. So I'll use the con reference here and I'll say add error and I'll say duplicate found. Save. Let's see if this saves are fine. Get rid of this extra spaces and code. Save. Cool, looks good. Let's test it out. So I have here one record that is nothing but the last name is Maheshwari. If I just edit it, the last name is Maheshwari, phone is 12345, and this is the email ID, right? If I go ahead and try to clone this record, which means I'm trying to create the same information data with new record, let's click on the save button. See, this says duplicate found. And what if I just say 123456 and I try to save it now? It lets me save it. Cool. So I know duplicate rules can do the same thing, but I have just tried to show that to you via trigger. If there's a scenario that's not easy or accomplishable by the duplicate rule, you can definitely use some sort of code here, query all your existing records, and then check what you have to check and show an error using the add error method. All right. So that was use case number 14. Use case number 15. So we have reached the middle of our use case chapter wherein we have discussed 14 use cases and this is the 15th one. We'll be discussing 15 more use cases. So let's take a look at use case 15, right? If you have not taken a look at the previous use cases, do take a look at them. They are in the playlist Apex Triggers, 30 use cases, right? Let's discuss use case 15 now. As soon as opportunity is closed lost, remove all opportunity team members from the opportunity. Right? So all the team members who are part of the opportunity should be removed as soon as the opportunity is set as closed lost, where the closed lost is nothing but the stage value. Okay. And who are the opportunity team members? So normally with opportunity, because there is revenue involved, you get to create a team and then your revenue is split amongst the team if you win the deal. Right? So that's where you use opportunity team members. There are different people who collectively work in closing a deal, right? Those are your opportunity team members. Now, Salesforce lets you configure opportunity team members, but first you have to enable them. And to enable, you just have to type in opportunity and you see something that's called opportunity team settings, right? If you take a look at the settings here, I'll have to open this in Classic. You see, you can enable your team. Okay, so this says that the opportunity teams help multiple users to better collaborate by defining a role and then they have some level of access. Okay, now I can just hit the save button and this will enable opportunity teams. Okay, I'll just have it on my opportunity layout, which is the system admin layout, and I'll just say save. And now I'll have to disable if I want to, but right now I don't want to disable it. Okay, now if I take a look at any opportunity that I have, right, let's open any opportunity and let's take a look at Burlington Textiles for now. So you see, there is something that's called opportunity team. And if I want to create a team, I can simply go ahead and say new and I can add team members, right? You have a lot of configuration available out of the box, but let me just quickly show you a very basic stuff so that we are able to start our use case. Okay, so I'll just set some guys here and I'll just say maybe integration user and I'll just say give read write access to both of these people, right? I'll say save. So I've just added 2 opportunity team members to this record, right? Now our use case is if the opportunity is changed to closed lost, I need to automatically remove those 2 members from the opportunity because there's no revenue involved then coming up, right? So we want to remove the team members. So this is our use case. How do we achieve it? Let's take a look. Before jumping into the developer console, what's the object that you want to write the trigger on? It should be the opportunity object. Why? Because the stage of opportunity is changing and that is your trigger point, right? And where do you want to write it? It would be an update scenario, right? When the opportunity is being updated to closed lost. So it would be an update scenario. And what are you trying to do? You're trying to do something to the related records, which means you have to use the after context, right? I hope this after and before context is absolutely clear. This will help you take good decisions while writing triggers. Okay, so this is our primary framework setup. Let's go to opportunity trigger now. I'll say open classes, oh, it should be triggers, opportunity trigger. And here, do I have something for after update? I already do, right? So after update is here. This is after update, and this is our method. Let's open this method and let's see what do we have here. So this is handle activities after update, right? And here we are doing something with the stage name closed one. And now we want to do things with the closed lost status, right? So let's use this particular method and try to embed our logic here. Okay. Instead of getting rid of everything, let's try to embed our logic here. So we already have new records being queried, in the method, and they are being iterated, right? And here it is checking the stage name as closed one, and this is the block that is being executed if it is closed one. What I want to do here is I will say else if op.stageName equals, what is our state right now? It's closed lost, right? This is where I want to do my thing. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to figure out, are there any opportunity team members involved with this opportunity? If they are, I want to take them out and I want to delete those guys. Now, what is this object? Let's click on open. Let's go to objects and let's say opportunity. So you see, this is the object right here, opportunity team member. This contains a parent that refers to the opportunity ID, and it has user and team member role information, the role and which user is associated, right? So this is what we want to query out first. I want to get all the opportunity team members who are part of the opportunities that have come in here, right? If I'm able to get that, I should be able to just simply say if the stage is closed one, closed lost, delete it. Right? So before jumping into this if clause, I'll have to query all my opportunity team members. How do I do that? I'll simply say list of opportunity team member. Now if you notice, see, I'm not writing everything on my own like I know everything. I went to the object, I just saw the name here, opportunity team member. I'm seeing the field API names here. So that's helping me take a decision that is not creating any errors or warnings. Right? It's not like I know everything and I'm just trying to do it. If you don't know a value, a API name, go to the reference, go check the metadata API reference and just copy the value from there, right? So this is the object name that I see here, and I'll say team members equals, I simply want to fetch all IDs from opportunity team member where opportunity ID, see this field right here, the opportunity ID reference is what I want to track. So any team member who's part of the opportunities that have come in here, I want to fetch all of them, right? So I'll just say in, and I want to put a colon and I want to put list of op IDs. How do I get my list of op IDs? I have to iterate over my opportunity that has just come in. So I'll say opportunity OPP in new records. I'll simply say list of op IDs dot add opp.id. So I'm just collecting all the IDs, all the opportunity IDs, right? And now when I use it here, it should not error out. And before that, I have to just define this particular list. Now this would be a list of IDs, right? It is storing the ID attribute. I'll just update the name here and the data type here. Save. This should save a fine. Let's see. Saved a fine, right? So now I have all the team members who are part of the opportunities that are currently coming into the context. Okay, and now what I want to do is I'm checking here if the op.stageName is equal to closed lost, right? This is what I'm checking. I want to now fetch this particular opportunity. Okay, and this particular opportunity, all the team members who are part of it, I'll just take them separately in another list that I want to delete. So let's try doing this. I'm just querying the ID and the opportunity ID here, and I'm getting all the team members, right? This is my team members. And now here, if op.stageName is equal to closed lost, what do? We iterate over the team members. So I'll say for opportunity team member in the list that I have just queried, if team member dot opportunity ID equal to op.id, the current opportunity in question, right? If there is a team member whose parent is the same opportunity which is currently being talked about in this else if condition, which kind of tells you that the stage name is closed lost, I want to say that, yeah, get rid of this guy, get rid of this team member, because we know that the opportunity is now being updated to closed lost, right? And anyone who's part of this particular opportunity has to be deleted. So I'll just say delete member list dot add, I'll just add this team member ID. Okay, so when you want to delete, you want you need the IDs of the record that you want to delete, right? And I'll just define the list here on top. So I'll just say list of, one more list of IDs will be created, and I'll say list of IDs, delete member list equal to list of IDs, new list of IDs. Save. Let's see if it saves up fine. Saved up fine, no errors. Right? I know there's a lot of code in between, don't worry about that. Just understand that there was another business use case that you worked on previously, and now you're adding on code to it. Okay, this also helps to keep your mind organized in terms of what you did before and what you're doing now. So instead of messing up or clearing out everything, you cannot clear out everything every time, right? You would have to write code on top of another code that's already written. So we have to do it. So what I did was I leveraged the existing for loop. I used the if condition. This was working for closed one. I just said else if condition, and I asked my code to check for closed lost. Okay, and if it is closed lost, I iterated over the team member records that I have in my query, and for each record that came in here, I just said that if the team member matches the parent opportunity, just add it to the list. Okay, so my list is ready now, and if I go outside this else if block, I should be, what is this block? This should be the parent for block, right? So I'll just get outside this particular block. I'll come here and I'll say if delete member list is not empty, which means they found some team members who were part of opportunities that have been closed lost, right? That is what it means. So if it is not empty, I'll just say delete member list. So I'm just passing all the record IDs that I want deleted. Okay, what's the issue? Let's see. It's saying DML requires S object or S object list of type. So it's saying you cannot use IDs, right? So it cannot be IDs. My bad. It should be either S object or list of S object. So I'll convert this to a list of S object. I'm already using a list, right? But that's a list of ID. It should be list of S object. In this case, what is the object? It is the opportunity team member. So I'll get rid of the ID. I'll pass the entire team member object here. And here on top, I'll simply say this should be list of opportunity team members. Okay, so this tells you that it needs the entire record that you want to delete, not just the record ID. Let's say save now. Okay, now when I save it, it saves up fine. Something we learned today, right? Delete will take a list of object or an object. Good interview question? Yes, definitely. All right, now let's try and test it out. So if I go to opportunity, we had an opportunity created, right? Yeah, this one right here has two team members down below. See, Himanshu and the integration user. Let's move this to closed lost. I'll say closed lost, I'll say save. So this has changed successfully. Let's take a look at the team members. See, the team members have cleared out. Perfect, right? So beautiful. The code has successfully been able to remove all the team members who were part of this opportunity because the opportunity was closed lost. So there's no revenue generated. No one would get a penny. So the team members were removed. And see how easily it's working with the existing context, because in this case, the task list would be empty because we were in this particular else if block. It never executed this block right here because the opportunity was not closed one. All right. Looks good. Sounds good. Why did I add this opportunity ID here? If you might think when I did that, I did not tell you why I did that, but because you have to use it here. You wanted to use it here, right? That the team members opportunity ID equal to the current opportunity ID. So to be able to use it with the dot operator, you have to have it queried. Only then you can use it. If I did not have it here, I would get an exception saying so-called row is missing. Invalid field, some sort of error that would tell me that, the field is missing. It was not queried basically. So I would have to query it then. All right, so this looks good. Cool. Let's take a look at the next use case. Use case 16, allow case deletion only by system admin users. Now there are different ways of reading this. What does this try to tell you? It's telling you that the case deletion, or rather any record of the case object, should only be deleted by the system administrators. What does that imply? No other user of any other profile can delete it. So what do we do? Should we allow the user to allow the system admin to do his stuff, or not allow the other users to delete the record? We have to not allow the other guys, right? Because case deletion by admins will already work automatically. We don't want to put any showstopper or a blocker there. We want to stop the other guys. right? So it implies that we have to put a check, or rather we have to throw an error to anyone else who is not the administrator whenever they try to delete a case. All right, let's try doing this. So this would be on what object? This would be on the case object, correct? And what is the event? You want to stop them from deleting it. So before delete or after delete? Before delete. Cool. Let's go to developer console and let's open the case trigger. Do we have a case trigger? Yes, we do. And here we want to write another event, that is your before delete event. Okay, now before delete event is here. This is probably one of the starting use cases we did. So we have written code here, but ideally avoid writing code on the trigger file, write it on the handler. Okay, so let's close this bracket, and this will be is before is delete. Let's say save, and I'll just say case trigger handler dot handle before delete. What do I pass? This is the delete event. What do we have available? We have trigger.old. I hope the previous examples have helped you decide that. This should throw me an error. Case trigger is, it should not be here. It should be case trigger handler. Save, even this should throw me an error. I don't have the handler file. Yes. Now I'll just copy this and I'll say create a new Apex class for me. And here I'll just add my method. Public static void handle before delete. It's accepting list of case records which are old. Save. Okay, let's go ahead and save this now. Cool, no errors, right? Now let's start iterating over the records that we have. So for each case record that we have in the old records, we want to check which profile is currently logged in, who has reached this particular context, right? So understand this. Whenever you run something, you are running it on the user context. You are logged in as a user, and when you try to delete things, the system captures your context, and that context can be made available here. You can check who is currently logged in. You can check what is the name of the person, what is the profile of the person. You can do those kind of things. There's a specific class for that, and that class is the user info class. Okay. So before going any further, I think we can stop the user somewhere here. So instead of writing the for loop, I can simply check. I have the user info class, and if you see, when I hit the dot operator, I get all the information. Now here, if you notice, what do we have to understand? Whether the user is a system admin or not, right? And system admin is nothing but the profile name. Okay, so can I check the profile by using this get profile ID? What will this method do? This method will return me the this method will return me the profile ID, the record ID of the profile that the current user logged in has, right? If I quickly query select ID comma name from profile, okay, what does this return? This returns all the list of profile names with their IDs. So this method right here, get profile ID from the user info class, will give me the profile of the person who's currently logged in. I mean the ID, this ID right here, this is the unique record ID, right? And what we want to do is we want to know what is the record ID of the system administrator. And then we can say if the currently logged in user's profile ID does not matches the system admin's ID, we can say it's someone else, and we'll just say don't delete it. You're not allowed to delete it. Okay. Now, first of all, let me store this ID. ID current user profile ID equals user info dot get profile ID. Let's hit the save button. Okay, and now what I want to do is I want to query the profile ID of the system admin. So what do? I say ID sysadmin profile ID equals, and I query the profile object. Yes, even profile object can be queried. Now how do I identify that the profile that I'm wanting to query is the system admin guy? Do I have an identifier? I have an identifier, and that is the name, right? So I can just copy this name and I can just paste it here. I can say where name equals system administrator, and this should return me only one row, and that's your system administrator profile. Okay, so I'll just copy this particular where clause and I'll paste it on my handler. So I'll just say select ID comma name from profile where name is equal to system administrator. and I can just put limit 1. Ideally there's only one system administrator profile, but safe side put limit 1. Okay, now this right here is a SOCL query and we are trying to equate it to an ID field. Now see what the problem is saying. It's saying illegal assignment from list to ID. So all your SOCLs are bulkified, right? They'll return a list of records, right? So in order for you to be able to fetch the ID from here, you can use the dot operator in the end and you can say ID and say save. And this is true only when you have only one record in your SOCL query. If you have any chance that there will be multiple, this thing will not work. Okay, this will fail drastically. Take a look again. What did I do in the very first line? I got the current user's profile ID. Okay, let's say I am the, what profiles do I have here? Let's see. Let's say I am the analytics cloud integration user. Okay, so what will this first line return? This first line will return me the current user's profile ID, which is this particular ID right here. Cool, that's the first line executed. Second line is trying to query the profile where the name is system administrator limit 1. Okay, so what will this do? This will take a look at all the profiles where the name is system admin. This guy right here will pop up and this ID will be returned by using the dot ID at the end. Okay, and this will be assigned to this particular ID variable here. Now simple, take a look. If I say if system admin profile ID is not equal to current user profile ID, I can throw the error. Yes, I can throw the error. But to throw an error, you need the SObject context. So because we are on a trigger context and that's kind of a bulk trigger, we have to iterate over our case records here. So I'll say for each case record that has come in old records. Okay, I'll just say if the current logged in user's ID is not equal to system admin ID, which means this guy is not the system administrator. I'm not letting this guy delete the record. So I'll say case rec dot add error. You don't have the rights. Go away. Okay, I'll just say save. Looks good. Let's try to test it out. So I'll go to cases. Let's go to case object. And let's try to delete a record. Okay, who am I logged in as? I'm logged in as a system administrator. And if I click on the delete button, it should not let me, it should not throw me the error. It should let me delete it. Let's see. See, it got deleted. All right, now let's do something. Let's log in as some other guy. So I'll go ahead and try to log in as some other profile. Okay, so I'll go to profiles. Let's open the custom sales profile, I believe. And do we have case access on the custom sales profile? Let's see. Cases. Yeah, we have read, create, edit access. Delete access is missing. So let's go ahead and try to give it the delete access, either by creating a clone or let's just edit this here. Let's see if it lets us edit it. So cases. Okay, can I give the delete permission? Yeah, so you see I'm giving the delete permission, okay, on the profile level, which means they should be allowed, but I'll be stopping them from the trigger level. Okay, let's try to see. Let's save this and I'll just create a new user of this profile type, okay, so that we can try to log in and see what happens. Alright, this got saved and I want to log in as this guy now, right? So before, I don't want to log in by username and password, so I'll just say login access policies. And I'll just say admin can log in as any user. Okay, so this will let the administrator log in as any user in the system. Let's go to users and now I'll just log into this guy by using this login button. Let's do this. So I'll say login. And now this is logged in as Himanshu MAH, right? The custom sales guy. Now if I go to cases, and if I open all the open cases and I try to delete this record and I say okay, so you see this is saying you don't have the rights, go away. This is in custom, I mean this is in classic, right? So you get the error like this. If you were in lightning, you would get the error similar to how you get a toast message. So you see there was a validation error while saving your records and there was a custom validation error encountered. The first one that we encountered was you don't have the rights, go away. That's our trigger error that's popping up. Cool. So that was use case 16. We were successfully able to check if the current user's logged in profile is not equal to system admin profile. We did not allow the user to delete the record. Okay, and what specially did we use? We used the user info class. The user info class is very powerful. It gives you the information about which user is currently logged in, whether their session is active, what is the name of the user, the first name, the last name, what is their local information, what is their org ID currently they're in. All of this information, their default currency, all of this information resides in the user info object, and that is easily accessible simply by using the keyword user info. Okay, if you wanted to check the name of the person who's logged in, you could just say user info dot get first name, get last name. Those things are available. So if I just simply type user info dot, you see all of this stuff is available. Org ID, profile ID, name, locale, theme, user ID, role, everything is available. Okay, so if there's a requirement where you need to check if the role matches or not, if the currency matches or not, you can always do this by using the user info class. Cool. So not just triggers, we are also learning about Salesforce. Right? Alright, that was use case 16. I'll see you in the next one. Use case 17. As soon as a contact is created, share the contact record with all users who are part of the contact innovators public group. Right? So in this use case, what we'll be trying to do is we'll be using the contact object, and every time a record is created, right? That's what the event says. We'll be sharing this contact record with a public group which is named contact innovators, right? So this public group can hold as many users as it wants, but as soon as the contact is created, we need to write a trigger logic that lets these guys who are part of this public group see the record or access it. Cool. So quickly, 2 questions. What should be the object? It should be contact, right? And what should be the trigger event? It should be the insert scenario. But then would you want to go for the before insert or after insert? You'd want to go for the after insert, right? And this is because you are trying to create a related record. In this case, we are trying to share the contact record. Now, you might not know that every object comes with a share record, right? So for contact, you have something that's called contact __ share, right? And this share record can be used to insert, to be inserted, and the records that are inserted as part of this object provide access to this relevant users. Cool. So we'll be using the after insert context because we are trying to create related records for the contact object. Cool. Let's jump into the Salesforce org and let's start creating this use case. So I'll go into contact trigger. I believe I already have one. Let's see if I already have one. I'll just say contact trigger. I see I have one, and the event is after insert, right? So I'll just add this in the event here. Same old things. I'll just put the check for is insert, and if it is after, and handle activities after insert, right? And I'll be using the trigger.new context because we do not have the trigger.old in insert scenario, right? Now as soon as I save, this should throw me an error that handle after insert is not available, right? Let's go to contact trigger handler, and now let's add the method that's called handle after insert. This is of the same name. I'll just say after insert and say save again. This should save up fine, and now my trigger should also save up fine. Cool. Cool. So the base setup is done. Let's iterate over our records now. So I'll be saying for each contact record in new records, right? Now what do I want to do? As soon as a record is created, I want to share this with a set of people, and that's a set of people who are part of the public group contact innovators, right? Before jumping into the code, let's go ahead and create a public group for ourselves. And for now, I'll just add myself to this particular group. Okay, and let's just add, or let's keep just my user here, and I'll say save. Okay, so this is a public group that's called contact innovators, which has the API name contact_innovators, and here I have created this public group with 2 users inside it. Right now, as soon as a contact record is created, these 2 guys who are part of this group should have access to this contact record, right? That's our use case. So before jumping into the for loop, what we want to do is we want to fetch the ID of the public group that needs assignment. Okay, or let's do this after I reach that point, so that you know why am I querying it. Okay, so let's iterate over this loop, and now what I want to do is I want to create a share record. Right now, what are share records? If I quickly take a look at, let's say select ID from contact share, let's say execute, you see this is the share record that comes up with every object. Okay, if you have a standard object, it would be named standard object name, rather the API name followed by the share keyword. Okay, if it were an object that was custom underscore C, then the object would be named custom underscore share. That would be the name of the share object. Okay, and what are these share objects? They are nothing but they give you a provision to share the record of the actual object with different users. That's what these objects do. Okay, so I'll again query the contact share record. Okay, right now there's no such record because there's no record created yet. All right, let's do this. Let's take at the contact share metadata information, contact share object Salesforce. Okay, so you see this object allows you to determine which users or groups can view or edit contact records and which are owned by other users. All right, let's open this reference and let's take a look at what are the fields that we need to populate as part of creating this particular object. Right, the very first field is the mandatory field, which is nothing but the contact ID. So that would be the parent, right? That's the relationship field. You need to provide what contact you want to put as the parent for whom you want share records, right? The next thing is contact access level, whether you want to provide them read access, edit access, or all the access that's available, right? And then down below you can put a row cause that can be one of these values, right? And there's a different use case for every value, but if you want to put let's say a manual check here, it means that you are setting this particular value from the code, right? And you can take a look at different values based on what the use case is, right? And then you have user or group ID. This tells you what particular set of people should get access. Now here is where we will need the public group ID, or rather the ID of the public group contact innovators, right, to associate. So these are the only fields that there exist. What I'll be doing next is I'll go to my contact trigger handler. I'll say contact share con s equals new contact share, and now I'll start populating the values. So the first thing is I want to associate with the contact ID, which is nothing but the current context record that I have in the picture. So that's nothing but conRecord.id, right? So I have associated the parent record, which is the contact record in the current context. The next thing I want to set is the row cause. I'll just say row cause is equal to manual. And what's the last thing I want to set? The user or group ID, right? I think these are the three things I need. If an error comes, we'll try to see what's the issue. Now here is where you need your public group ID. Now how do you associate the contact innovators public group here? Because this accepts an ID parameter. So what you would want to do is you would want to create a ID for the public group, and this public group would be nothing but the con innovator public group, right? And this is where you will be querying your public group. You will say select ID comma name from group. This is the object that you can query, and yes, you can even query public groups. Let's take a look here and let's see what does this return. This returns a list of groups available, right? And down below you have one that's called contact innovators. So what would I want to do? I would want to put a where clause, and I'll say where name equals this particular value right here, and when now I say execute, I get only one record, right? And this is the ID that I want. So I'll just put a limit one tag so that I always get one record out of it, and I'll go back to my trigger handler. I'll say give me this dot ID. Correct? This gives you the public group ID, and this is the ID that you would want to map here. Make sense? Cool. Let's click on the save button. Let's see what happens. So this is saving up, but there are some problems. So it's saying, so if you see, we are getting an error that says field is not writable, and that's coming for all the three fields that we currently populated. But in order to create a contact share record, we have to populate these fields, right? But this is coming as an error. What do? We take a look at the org-wide settings for this object, right? So we'll go to sharing settings, and we'll check what is the basic, what is the default internal access for all users for the contact object. So you see, this is controlled by parent, right? What I would want to do is I would want to set it to private, because if it is already public read write for the parent, that means you don't have to create a share record explicitly, right? So let me try doing this workaround, and let's set the ownership to private. I'll say account and contact would be private, and that would also mean that the related child would be set to private, right? I'll go to contact here and I'll set it to private, and I'll say save. I'll say okay. This says this should also be the same. I'll just put it as private and say save. Okay, now this should take some time to recalculate all the sharing rules, but once this is done, we'll try to save our code again. So as soon as you change the sharing settings of any object, a sharing operation is initiated, and what happens is all the sharing rules are recalculated and access is given accordingly all over again to all the users that are currently in the system. Cool. So you see that message has gone away, which means the sharing operation is completed. Let's go ahead and try to refresh it. Save it one more time. Let's see if this saves up fine now. So you see the errors have gone away. So the errors were misleading, saying that the field is not writable. However, the problem was the org-wide sharing setting. Now understand this. Your org-wide sharing setting can be one of the three values. It can either be private, public read only, or public read write. What do you mean when it is public read write? It means that any and everyone can edit your records. Right? And if any and everyone can edit the records, why would you want to have a contact share record at all? And that's where Salesforce is confused. Why are you trying to create one? And it gives you an error. Don't try to create it. It's not writable because it does not make sense. The error language is incorrect, but yeah, that's what it is trying to say. Right? So you'd have to have either a private sharing or a public read only sharing. Right? What would that do? That would give you an opportunity to create share records and give them more access compared to what they currently have. That's when sharing comes into picture, and that's when you write share records through Apex. Right? So now these fields are making sense, and I'll just add this share record into a list because I would want to insert them. Right? So I'll just say add record to list dot add, and I'll add the con s record, which is the share record, and I'll just create this list or define this list outside. This would be of type list contact share. Correct? Looks good so far. Now I can simply say if this particular list is not empty, I would want to insert this list, right? And as soon as I try to insert it, this would give these guys access to the contact record that gets created. So I'll say insert add record to list. Now before jumping into the testing part of it, let's quickly see there were 4 fields, right, that we had to take a look at. Let's quickly type in con s and see what's the other field. So you see there's one other important field that is contact access level. We did not define what kind of access do we want to give it, right? So I'll say read write. I'm not sure this is how you write it, but let's try it out. Let's see. I'll just say semicolon and say save. Okay, this has saved up fine, but if the value is incorrect, this will throw an error. Cool. Let's go ahead and test it out. So I'll go to contacts and I'll create one. Okay, let's create a new contact because we have written this on the after insert context. So I'll say sharing contact 1, right? And I'll just say save. I don't need any other information for the contact. This gives an error, which means there's an issue with the contact access field. We have put in a bad value, right? So let's go to the documentation of contact share object Salesforce and take a look at what are the possible values. See, this is where the metadata API reference helps. You can come back here and you can take a look at what do you want to give. So I'll just say edit. It's not read write, it's basically edit. So I'll just put this string as edit and say save one more time. And now that I save it and I go back and I try to hit save, let's see if this works. So I see that the contact record is created, which means my transaction has worked successfully. And if I go back here and try to take a look at any share record that's created, let's see, that's one way to see it. So I'll say select ID from contact share and let's say execute. So you see 65 records which are part, right? But we need to check where contact ID equal to the current contact that we just created, right? We want to see the share information of this particular contact. So I'll just copy the record ID here. I'll go back to the query and I'll paste it here. Let's say execute one more time. So this gives me 2 records, right? And if I take a look at the user or group ID and I also put the row cause here, you'll see that the row cause is manual. So this is the entry that has come from our end, and this is the entry that has come from the default creation. Basically every record that's created, the owner has the has the share record for it. So that has come as soon as we created the record, and this record ID points to the contact innovators public group. That is what it is. Do you want to confirm this? Let's quickly copy this particular ID and let's say select ID from group where ID equals this particular ID right here. I'll put the name also and let's say execute. So this is the contact innovators. So anyone who's part of the contact innovators will have now edit access on the contact record. Cool. Fancy scenario, right? Nice. So that was all about use case 17. I'll see you in the next one. Use case number 18. As soon as an opportunity stage reaches needs analysis, add all the users of role opportunists to the team, right? So we'll create a role and that would be named opportunists. And as soon as your opportunity stage is updated to needs analysis, all the people who are part of this role should be added as team members to the opportunity record, right? So we did a use case with opportunity team members. We'll be creating similar records this time. We'll not be deleting them. And when would we be doing this? We'll be doing this on the opportunity object every time the record is updated, and if in case it meets this particular stage criteria. Cool. Let's go inside Salesforce, and first of all, let's create the role. So I'll go to roles. Let's set up roles, and I'll just expand all. And let's say I want to put opportunists under human resources. I mean SVP human resources. Okay, we'll call this opportunists. Role name displayed winners, right? And they should have edit access on all the opportunities that they're associated to. Okay, we're giving the edit access on the opportunity level. I'll say save, right? So my role is configured. Let me add some people to the role. So instead of this, let me take a look at all users, and let's add all of these guys in this role. Or let's just add the security and the integration user. Okay, let's see if that works or not. Save. Or we'll create a new user later on. That's okay. For now, let's add these two guys. Cool. Now let's move on to Salesforce Developer Console, and let's create. I might have an opportunity trigger. Let's check. Yes, I do have an opportunity trigger. Let's open this. What is our event? Would it be before update or after update? It should be after update, right? Because once it has happened, once it has been done, that's when we want to add this particular people to the team. So I'll go and write an after update logic, which is already present as an event. Do I have an after update here? Yes, it is right here. If trigger dot is after, if trigger dot is update, we already have one code here. We'll leave this as is. I'll call one more code here. I'll say opportunity trigger handler dot add team members. And what do I need to send? I want to send the trigger dot new variable, and I'll also be comparing the stage values, right? So I'll send the old map so that I can easily compare it with the old map. How will I do that? Let's take a look. Now this method is not present. That's why the problem has arisen. I'll go to opportunity trigger handler, and I'll just create one method that would be add team members. Okay, so this would be the list of new records and map of ID comma opportunity, and this would be old map records. Save. Okay, now this is saved up fine. Let's go back here and save this also. All right, the framework is set up. Now let's write our code. I'll say for each opportunity in new records, take a look. If op.stage name equal to needs analysis. Let me quickly take a look at this particular stage name values. Okay, let's go to query. Let's execute this. We have all of these options, right? Let's say we want, this value right here, right? So I'll just pick needs analysis and I'll paste it here to avoid any kind of typos. Okay, if the stage name is equal to needs analysis, the new stage name, and I want to check whether the stage name has been updated, only then do it, right? So I'll say op.stage name is not equal to old map records dot get op.id dot stage name. Save. What am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say if the stage name is not equal to what's the current stage name and the new stage name is needs analysis. Okay, only then go inside this loop and add members. Right? And what do I want to do? I want to create opportunity team members here. So I'll say opportunity team member OPP member equals new opportunity team member. Op member list dot add OPP member. I need to define this list outside. I'll do that right away. I'll say list of opportunity team member equals new list of opportunity team members. I'll just copy it from here, put it here, copy the name of the list and put it here. Save. Now there should not be any error, right? And now I want to set the values of the field values of the team member record. So I'll say opportunity ID should be equal to the current op ID. That's the parent association. Okay. What should be the opportunity access level? I'll give access level as edit. And what should be the user or user ID? The user ID should be everyone from that role, right? So how do I do it? I have to basically query all users who are part of the role. So I'll query a list of user. I'll say users by role, or I'll just say opportunists equals select ID from user where is active equal to true. This is a good check to keep so that only active users are provided the access, right? And the role, right? Now how do we figure out the role? Do I have something that's called role.name? Let's take a look. Select role ID from user. Let's see if this opens up or not. This does not give you any information, right? Is there a user role field? I mean, I'm just trying to remember it. Ideally there should be user role ID maybe. So you see we have some user role IDs, right? And what if I say user role.name? So that gives you the user role, right? So you see there are two people who have the opportunist role, security and the integration user, right? If I bring in the name of the user, I get this also, right? Can I say select ID comma name ID from user where user role.name equals opportunists? I'll only get those guys who have been assigned this role, these two guys, right? So I'll just copy this particular query and use it on my code. So I'll just get rid of this altogether, and I'll just check one more thing, is active equal to true, so that I do not give access to an inactive user. That brings an exception. So let's save this. So the list is created, the error has gone from here, and now I need to assign user IDs here, right? Now I need to write this code for every user who is in this particular list, which means I have to iterate this for all the users. So user rec who's part of the opportunist role, I want to create a team member record for them, right? So I'll just take this up, put it inside, get rid of the empty spaces, get this back, say save. And now what should be the user ID? This should be nothing but userrec.id. I have the user record context here, right? Who are part of this particular role. No errors now, everything is saved. And now if this particular list has values, just how we check every time, if the list is not empty, I simply say insert OPP member list. That should do. Save. Okay, let's go ahead and test it out. So I'll go back here. Let's open any opportunity. Let's take a look at pyramid emergency generator, right? Are there any team members who are part of this particular team? There's no one here, right? So I'll go here, and what's the current status? What's the current stage name? It is prospecting. So as soon as I change it to needs analysis, security guy and the integration guy should be added. That is what we have done, right? So I'll say need analysis, save. So this saved up fine, and if you notice, 2 members have been added. Cool. So that was use case 17 for you. All right. Great. I'll see you in the next one. Sorry, this was use case 18. Yeah. So we already did use case 17. This one is use case 18. That's what we did. Let's move on to the next one. Use case 19. Whenever a new task is assigned to a contact, increment the number of tasks associated field value by 1. So what we have here is we have a field that is on the contact object, and this field is called number of tasks associated, right? Now every time you create a new task and that task is kind of associated or assigned to a contact, or rather related to a contact, we would increment the count of the number of tasks on the parent contact account by 1, right? So let's say there are 3 tasks assigned to contact 1, so the number of tasks associated should be 3, but as soon as we create the 4th task, the number should increment to 4, right? So that's our use case. What object should we write our trigger on? This should be on the task object. Why? Because we are tracking whenever the task is being assigned, right? So this would be whenever the task is created, right? So the event would be insert, and whether would you want to go for the before event or the after event, it should be after event, because after the task has been assigned and it is actually been created in the system is when you want to increment the number, right? So let's go into Salesforce and let's try to achieve this. So I'll go to developer console. Before heading there, let's go to object manager and let's create our field, right? So I'll go to contact and I'll create a new field that's called number of tasks associated. Right, so we have our field created, right? Number of tasks associated. Let's now jump into the developer console and let's create a task trigger. Let's quickly check if we have a task trigger already. Or we do, right? So let's open this trigger right here, and this is on before insert. We want to write a new event that is called after insert. So if trigger dot is after and if trigger dot is insert. Right, and I would be using task trigger handler here. And after insert, I'll pass on the trigger dot new variable. Go ahead and create the task trigger handler. I'll create a new Apex class, and now let's save this file. I'll define the method because or else it will throw an error, and I'll expect list of task records, right? So list of task records. Save. Let's save the handler first and then save the trigger. That should resolve the errors. Cool. Now let's go ahead and start doing what we need to do. So let's take a look at the use case again. So whenever a task is assigned to a contact, increment the number of task associated field value by 1. So we need to fetch the contact information on the task that's been created, right? So let's take a look at the task object and see which field is that. Let's say open. So we have the what ID and the who ID, right? And then I believe we also have something that's assigned ID, right? Let's take a look if we have assigned ID, or rather let's open a task record. Let's see how it looks like. So let's take a look at this particular record. So the name can be either contacts or leads. So basically this is your who ID, right? It is not your what ID. Let's quickly query it out just to be sure. So I'll say select what ID comma who ID from task, and let's say execute. So we see a list of records. These are task records, and if we notice, this says 001 or 006, right? And this is 003. If I take this ID right here from the who ID and I paste it here, I should see that this is a contact record, right? Let's take a look. Let's see if that's true. It says it is not a valid URL. Let me go ahead and go to tasks again. Now let's open a contact record, and now let me just replace this value here and say enter. So ideally contact record ID start with 003. That's how I figured basically that it's a contact record. So they start with 003 and account start with 001. The first 3 identifiers are the object identifiers. So if you see, this is user 1, and I believe there should be a task. This task is associated here, right? So we need to fetch the who ID information, and then whichever contact this is, we'll have to increment that value to 1, right? So let's go into the task trigger handler, and let's say for each task record in task records list, I'll say contact ID list dot add task rec dot who ID. Now there's an important thing to consider. This who ID will not always be a contact record. Why? Because this could also be a lead record, right? You saw that we can have this reference that can either be a contact or a lead. The who ID can be a contact or a lead. So we'll have to segregate. Here we'll have to put a if check and say if task rec dot who ID, right? And I want to check if it starts with, or rather contains, right? If it contains the keyword 003, I can say that, yeah, okay, this is basically a contact ID and it is not a lead ID. Only then I can come in and say add it to the contact list, or else I'll get a mismatch exception, right? Let's try to do this, and let's say save. I'll have to define the contact ID list. I'll do that right here. List of ID, contact ID list equals new list of ID, save. Let's see if this saves up fine. This saved up fine, but this is saying that contains might not be applicable here. So let's see, this is saying contains from the type ID will not work, right? So I have to find a way to convert this who ID, which is of type data type ID, into a string and then check the contains. So what I can do is I can say string dot value of, this is a method that I get, and I can convert this stuff to string. And now if I say save, taskRec.whoID is of data type ID, and this can be converted into a string literal by using this particular function from the string class. Okay, and I'll say dot contain 003. I'll quickly check if I can say instead of contains, can I say starts with? Let me say string functions in Apex. Okay, why am I checking this? Because it might be that 003 can come somewhere in between also, right? But I want to check specifically whether the record ID starts with this particular keyword or not. Only then I can judge that this is a contact record, not a lead record, right? So let's see if I have starts with option also. So I'll open the reference guide and I'll take a look at all the functions. So I'll just quickly do a command F. So you see I have starts with option available, right? And this says it will return true if the string that called the method begins with the specified prefix. So instead of contains, I'll say starts with, and I'll say save. This should also save a fine because this is also a string function. Okay, so now this is certain that only when the task assigned, or rather the who ID is a contact record, is when I'll be adding this information to the contact ID list. Cool. So far so good. Now I have the list of contact IDs. I want to query them out. I want to get the information. So I'll say con records equals select ID comma number of tasks associated. I need this field to increment, right? So I have to query it from contact. Now which contacts do I fetch? I fetch only the contacts where ID in contact ID list. So I'll fetch only the contacts that are currently relevant, not all of them. I'll say save. Let's see if this saves up fine. Yep. So I have all the contact records here. Okay. And before going further, I think I might need a map to associate which task is associated to what contact for bulkification, right? Okay, let me wait. When it happens, I'll show you why I need a map. Okay, that will make it more clear. So now what I'll do is I'll say for each contact record, for each con in con records, I want to say con dot number of tasks associated equal to +1. Looks good. So what I've done is I have basically incremented the value to 1. But now here comes an interesting thing. What if this is the first task that is being entered for the contact? That means currently this particular field holds the value null. So con dot number of tasks associated will evaluate to null, and you might get a null pointer exception. So in that case, we can put a null check. We'll say if con dot number of tasks associated is not equal to null, only then increment it by 1. Okay, only then use the current value and increment it to 1. But what if it is the first value? In that case, we'll simply say con dot number of tasks associated is equal to 1. Why? Because this is the very first task that's coming up for this particular contact. Does that make sense? You can take a look at this again, pause the video and just take a look at this for loop, take a look at what we have queried, and this should make sense. Okay, let's quickly reevaluate what we did. We basically started with the task trigger. We said after the record is inserted, handle activities after insert. We send the trigger.new information here. We came to this particular method, and then we fetched all the contact ID list, right? All the contact IDs who are associated with the task. Now, after that, after I got all the IDs, I queried all the contact records because I wanted to fetch this number information field. And then I iterated over all my records and I incremented the value to 1 simply. So looks like I did not need a map after all. Okay, because every contact record that will come in here will need an increment. need one increment, right? So for each task, I'd be incrementing my contact record to 1. Okay, there could be some level of inconsistency with this particular code. I'll tell you why. There might be a scenario, let's say there are 2 tasks. Let's try to figure out there is only one task that comes into the picture. Okay, so then this loop will iterate once, and this will see, okay, it is a contact ID, so this will add one contact record to this particular list, and then you will fetch the contact record here, and then you will run this and you will increment the value to 1. But what if multiple records come? Let's see how the bulkification works, and is our code sufficient enough to handle that. So let's say 2 records, or rather 2 tasks are imported and they are associated to 2 different contacts. Okay, you come in here, you check all the records, so this loop will run twice, right? And this will see if the contact ID starts with 003, which will be true for both of them. This will have 2 different contact information. Sounds good? Now you'll fetch both the contacts through this particular contact record query, and then for each contact you will increment this particular field by 1, which also looks good. So for both the contacts, the number of tasks associated will be 1. It will not, it was null before, it will be 1. Now let's take an example where there are 2 tasks that have been created, they have been associated to the same contact, right? That's what I want to see if it works or not. So if there are 2 task records and they're assigned to, or rather the who ID is associated to the same contact, only one parent contact, okay, then this particular loop will run twice and this contact ID list will have only one value. Okay, but now see, if this contact ID list already contains the who ID, it cannot contain the same ID again. I will get duplicates, right? So in order to avoid duplicates, I can convert this list to a set that will only give me selected non-duplicate values, right? So I have now converted this to a set. What did this do? This clears out all the duplicates. So now this contact ID list will contain only one record, even though the task record came in twice, but both tasks point to the same contact. So my contact ID list will contain only one record, and for that one record I'll query that record out here, and then I'll increment it to 1. Now see, I cannot increment it to 1, I should be incrementing it to 2, because there are 2 task records, right? So in that case our code fails, right? I have to figure out a way to understand what is the count for each contact and what are the number of tasks, and that count should be added. It should not just be 1. Did that make sense? The third use case. Hear it again. You have 2 task records coming in, both are assigned to the same contact. So this particular loop will run twice, but it will check if this particular who ID starts with 003, which it does, it will add it to the list, right? And I have converted it to a set so that it does not contain duplicates, or else I'll get an exception, right? List exception. So I have converted this to a set. Now this contact ID list will contain one contact value for 2 task records, right? So this will give me that contact record information, and it will give me the field value. And when I iterate over here, I'll get only one iteration, because there's only one record in the system, and I'm simply checking if the number of tasks associated is not equal to null, I'm incrementing it by 1 or I'm assigning it 1. But there were 2 task records that had to come, right? So how do we handle that? We have to figure out a way to associate, or rather keep the count of the number of tasks per contact ID. Okay, so I have to do that also. So I can create a map. So I'll say con count map dot put, I can say task rec dot who ID, comma, this should be an integer value, right? So I'll create a map here. I'll say map of ID, comma, integer. We'll try to figure out. If it does not work, we'll change the map structure. Okay, I'm just trying to see if this works or not. So I'll say map of ID, comma, integer, and I'll say con count map, save. Now I want to populate this map. How do I populate it? Basically I'm storing the who ID here. This would be the key, and this will always be unique. So I want to keep incrementing the value here if the contact ID is same. So what I'll do is I'll say if con count map dot contains key. What is the key here? The key is task rec dot who ID. Okay. Now see, if con count map dot contains key is this particular section, but let's start from the very beginning. If normally the con count map will be empty in the very beginning, if it is empty, it will come in the else block for the very first time. When it comes to the else block, what we simply do is we'll just put con count map dot put task record dot who ID, and we'll just put 1 here, because that's the first task that has come. But what if it already contains the key? That means it has already entered this particular loop and it has found a task, and that's why it came here and it probably created one record for the who ID and it added the value 1 to it. The integer was 1. But if it is coming here, that means it already contains the key, which means this is the second or probably the third task record that's coming in for the same contact, for the same who ID. What I want to do is I'll say integer count var equals con count map dot get task rec dot who ID plus 1. See what I did there? I am fetching whatever information is currently in the map and I'm fetching the integer information using the get method. So this will give me the current count that it already has. So let's say it has 1 right now. Okay, so this will give me 1 and then I'll say 1 plus 1 equal to 2. So now that I have my count variable, I'll simply say con count map dot put. I'll fetch the current ID, which is taskRed.who ID, and I'll put the new integer count variable here. So that would be the updated count. Let's try to save this. Yeah, right. Now let's say the second task record comes in or the third one comes in. What will happen? The con count map dot contains key will evaluate to true. So that means the else condition will not run again. The if condition will run. And now it will say integer count var equal to give me whatever is the current count. This will now give you 2 and it will say 2 plus 1 is 3. And then you can again put con count map dot put. The same who ID will be populated with the integer 3. And if there are multiple, it will keep on incrementing to 4, 5, 6 and 7. Right? So now your map is ready. Let's click on the save button one more time. And this map kind of holds for what contact information, how many count do you have, how many count of tasks do you have, right? And this is exactly the number we want to put on our number of task associated field, right? Now instead of assigning it here like this, what I can simply do is, if for each con record in con records list, if the number of tasks associated is not equal to null, this is the scenario wherein you might have already added a value, but else condition will only run for the very first time, so this can stay as 1. Okay, but this right here should be corrected. Now if con dot number of tasks associated is not equal to null, I want to say con dot number of tasks associated is equal to con count map dot get con dot id, right? So what I'm fetching the new counter variable that I got from the map, and I'll just add it with my current number of tasks associated that I have on my contact record. So this will add the remaining tasks that have come in this transaction with the current value that your record already holds. Make sense? So this will update your contact information. What about this else condition? Let's take a look at it one more time. So this is else con dot number of tasks associated equal to 1. When will this evaluate? This will only evaluate if you don't have any tasks that have been created, right? So 1 might not make sense. Why? Because you might have multiple task records that may come in the single transaction through an import or a mass import, right? What you'd want to do is you'll simply say, give me whatever is in the con count map and just put it here, right? So that number that has come with this transaction will be added or updated on the contact record. You don't have to increment it with any other value because there's no value to increment as the value is null. All right. So now this looks complete. So we did a lot of changes here, and that was based on how the requirement went, right? So first we thought we would simply say +1 and -1, but then we understood, okay, for bulk scenario this will not work. So we have to find out a way to associate every contact record with the number of tasks that have come in the single transaction. And then what we did was we created a map. We associated the contact with the count. And how did we set the count? If the map did not contain a key, we simply said store it as 1. That means it is the first instance. But from after that, if there are 2, 3, 4, 5 records, we simply said give me whatever is in the value of the map key, add it to 1, and then put it on the map again. So we kept on updating the map. Once the map was updated, this map contained the list of keys wherein the key were the contact, and they contained the number of task records that have been assigned to them. And then we queried all of those contacts, right? And instead of querying it through contact ID list, I can now get rid of this list altogether, right? And I can get rid of this list also, and I'll say save. And instead of contact ID list, I can simply say con count map dot key set. I can use the key set because that is also list of contact IDs only, and I'll say save. Okay, and then we iterated over all the contact records that we fetched here, and for each of them we simply use the map to judge whether the count needs to be set or it needs to be incremented with the current value, right? So this was a good scenario that we worked on. Let's Now test it out. Oh, I cannot use the update scenario. I have to use the insert scenario because I used the after insert event, right? Let's go to tasks and let's say new task. And here I'll associate it to user 1. It's a subject, email, and everything else is fine. Let's say save now. So this saved up fine, and now if I open user 1, let's see if the value incremented or not. So it tells me that the number of tasks associated have been set to 1, but it's not updating it here if you notice, see. So we have done a blunder. What is the blunder? We were in the context of after insert, we updated the field value, but did we ever update the contact information? We did not. So we have to go ahead and do that. So I'll say con record to update dot add this con, basically this particular contact record, right? I'll come outside this for loop and I'll say if con record to update is not empty, go ahead and update the records. So once we do the update is when actually the things will reflect on the database, right? So I'll say update con record to update. This will give me an error because I do not have a list created yet. So that's a list of contact, new list of contact. This should be con record to update. Save. Okay, so I just checked the logs and I saw that the after insert activity was happening and it was trying to update the value to 1, but the problem was the value was not updated in the database because we did not write a DML command. Let's go back, let's go to the task and let's create a new one. I'll say add, let's do it from here. Say this should be assigned to user 1, assigned to Himanshu, status not started, save. Right, so now the task has been updated and if you notice the number of tasks is added to 1, updated to 1. Cool. I might not be able to show you the bulk scenario, but you can also try importing some multiple task record and see if the functionality is working or not, right? And accordingly debug like what's happening inside. Cool. So that was a good use case that we did. Use case 19. I'll see in the next one. Use case 20. When the email or phone of a contact with an active parent account is modified, send an email to the account owner notifying the same. So the trigger is on the contact object. It should have a parent account. Only then you would be able to send it to an account send the email to the account owner, right? So the prerequisite is that there should be an active parent account, right? And what change are we tracking? We are tracking if the email is being changed or the phone is being changed, right? So when do you want to do it? You would obviously want to do it after, because you're doing a related work. You're doing it. You're not making any updates on the same record, you're not validating it. So you'll be doing the after context, and here it is saying that it is being modified. Whenever the email or phone is modified, so we'll track the after update event. Okay, so let's go to contact trigger and let's see if we have an after update context. We don't, so I'll say after update, copy this trigger dot is after, trigger dot is update. Okay, and I'll say handle after update. Now here in after update I have both trigger dot new and trigger dot old variable, right? So I'll keep the trigger dot old map in case I need to compare any values. Okay, I'll just keep it with me and we'll see if we need it. Okay, I'll go to this trigger handler and I'll copy this method, paste it here, close this out. I'll say handle after update, and here list of contact new records, and then map of ID comma contact old map records, same old things. Save the contact trigger handler, this will save up fine. Now save the trigger, this should also save up fine. Framework is ready. Now we'll iterate over our records. So iterate over the new records. What's the first thing we need to check? We need to check if an active parent account exists or not. How do you check it? You have the relationship ID that is called account ID. So you say if con.account ID is not equal to null. A very simple check to see if a parent exists or not. Right? If it is not equal to null, only then you are coming inside and checking whether the email or phone has been modified. right? Now take a look at the use case when email or phone, which means even if any one of them changes, we need to notify the account owner by sending an email, right? So let's check that out. How do we check whether the email has been modified? This is where your old map and new record comparison will come into picture. So I'll say if con.email is not equal to old map records.get con.id. By now you should be able to understand what I'm trying to write and where am I going with this, right? Old map records.get will give me the value of this particular map. That value is nothing but the contact record. And what do I need to pass in the parameter? I need to pass the contact ID because this is of record type ID, right? So I hope you are getting pretty much comfortable with map. It feels difficult, it feels a bit tough to use, but once you start using it, it will make your life easier, right? So I'm saying if con.email is not equal to old map records.get con.id because I have the contact record in hand now, I'll say .email, right? So I'm saying if the value does not match with the previous value, that means email has changed. Now I can say or. Instead of the email, the phone has changed. I can put an or condition here and I can just say the phone has changed. And I'll say save. Let's see if this saves are fine. So it's giving an error on this line because I need to put brackets. Of course, I'll say save now. This should save up fine. Let's see. No errors, right? Now, if this is saying if this line evaluates to true, where have we reached? We have reached a point where a parent account exists for this contact and email or phone has been modified as part of this update, which is why we are in this particular line right now, right? What do we need to do? We need to send email to the account owner. Okay, so we'll send the email separately. We cannot send it on a loop, right? Then it will hit the email sending limit exception. So what we'll do is we'll fetch all the account IDs to inform, and I'll just add all the account IDs in this particular list. I'll just define the list. Obviously this should be of list ID. Save. This should save up fine. Let's see. Saved up fine, right? Now if account ID outside this particular for loop, I'll say if this particular list is not empty, that's when I want to send email. So let's go ahead into Google and let's say send email Apex. I'll just simply copy the Apex code for sending email from Apex class, right? We don't need to write it from scratch. Let's see if I can find something that I can use. Let's go ahead and see if I can use this. I'll just try and use and see what happens. I'll just go ahead and use this. Basically messaging.single email message is the method, or rather the attribute that you use to define your message template, and then you can send it by using the send email result. Okay, I'll explain every line, don't worry about it, but this code is kind of readily available on the internet and we don't have to spend time on it. Basically, if we can understand what we are doing here, that should be enough. Okay, so now if account IDs to inform is not empty is when I want to send an email, right? So I have created a single email message template using the messaging class, and now there are different parameters. Who do you want to send it to? What is the opt-out policy? What is subject? What is that body? And you can just create an array and you can just add all the messages there, this particular message. Okay, so what we'll do is if this list is not empty, so for every ID, account ID in account IDs to inform, right? I'll iterate over this particular iterator and I'll simply move this code here. So basically I'm saying single email message, create an instance of this particular messaging.single email message, and then who should it go to? We'll see who should it go to. Okay, we'll try to figure out how to sort this, but ideally this should go to the account owner. Always remember, account owner should be the one who should be receiving the message. So two addresses should point to the account owners. Opt-out policies filter, I can get rid of this line for now, or let's keep it. That's okay. I'm not sure what this is for as of now. That's basically for your network and firewall security, try to bypass those things. Subject is basically, I'll say, what do I say is the subject? Contact, email or phone changed. Okay, that will be my subject. And what can be my body? I'll say the email or phone information of your child contact has been modified, please confirm. I can just give some notification, something like this, right? So this will be the body. Okay, let's try to save it. Okay, I'll just save it. I'll get rid of this if clause for now. I'll just get rid of this and I'll say save. Okay, now what I want to do is this line right here is written inside the for loop, so it's not able to come, this messages is not reachable here. That's the problem. Variable does not exist. Okay, so we need to ensure that I say this would be an empty list outside the for loop here. Okay, so I'll just define the list basically, and here I'll say messages dot add, and instead of this bracket I'll put the normal brackets. So the message email context will be added in the messages list, and now this should be available here. Let's say save. So this is saving up fine, right? The send email message basically sends the email from Salesforce system to the relevant people who have been added here. Now that brings me to the question, how do we add the person here, right? So let's go to account and let's see if we have any email field there that we can pick up. Oh, we don't even need the email field. The email field will come from the user object. Why? Because we need to inform the account owner. Now account owners are actually user records, right? If I open this record right here, and if you see, that's okay, that's from some other component I was working on. So you see, this account owner is nothing but a user record. This is a user in the system. So this user has always an email ID. So I need to get this email ID, correct? How do I fetch this? So instead of reaching this point here before this line, I have to do a query. So if account ID is to inform is not empty, I want to fetch all the email IDs from the user object. So email for users equals select email from user where. Now how do I connect user and the account owner information, right? So I'll say where ID in account IDs to inform. Okay, now this ID is the user record ID and this ID is the account ID. Does it make sense to compare these? It will never give me the result. So instead, if I could store something like I could store the account owner ID here, that would help, right? So if I store the account owner ID here, that would help me get the owner ID information, and that will help me store the user ID record. So what I can do here in between is I'll simply say list of account. See, because remember in one of the use cases we talked about how we cannot go like this con.account.owner ID. We cannot do this. This will not be allowed because that's multi-level you are trying to do. You can only stay on this level. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll query account, and here we'll query select owner ID. Okay, and even we can do something like owner.email here. Right, I'll say from account where ID in, I can just use this particular list because this is a list of account IDs, right? So I'll get owner.email. Okay, so I've gotten all the account records. I'll say save, and now I'll iterate over these account records, and I'll store this particular email ID that I've gotten for all the account records, right? So I'll say email address list dot add. Now my double dots will work, acc dot owner dot name. Why? Because I have queried it. It should be name, it should be email, not name. Let's say save. Now I have to define this particular email address list. I'll say list of string, because it should be a list of string, right? Email is a list of string. So I'll just say email address list and save. Will this save a fine? Let's see. The error has gone away. Now I can use this particular list right here. Simple, save. Okay, what's the issue? It's saying line 29. It was expecting string, but it was list. So this should be a list of strings. Yeah, that is what I did. So it says new string array of type. Okay, so instead of having new string array, I think I can just simply say email address list. Okay, because that's a list altogether. I don't have to define new string array altogether, right? So I'm just saying the two addresses should be the list of strings that I get here. Now let's go back and try to understand how we reached here. So till here we are good. We just took all the account ID information, right? We took all the account ID information, then we wanted the owner information because we wanted to email the account owner. Now how to get the account owner? And for emailing you need the email address. Where is this email address stored? That this is stored on the user record. So you have to query the user information from the account ID information. You are standing on the contact record. So you stored the account ID records, account IDs in a list, then you queried your accounts and you just fetched the owner.email ID for every account that is part of this list, right? So no extra accounts will come, only those accounts will come which are part of this particular transaction, because we are setting con.account ID here. And then you iterated over them and then you fetched the owner's email ID. So here you have all the email addresses of all the account owners whose contact has been modified and their email or phone has changed. And then what you did was you just checked if this particular, now you can do is, what you can do is instead of this ID, you can say if email address list is not empty, because if there is no email address, who do you send it, right? No one. So if this is not empty, only then go ahead and do one more iteration. Now this iteration is also not needed, believe me, we can get rid of it and say save. We don't need to query the user object separately because we were able to do it from here by writing a SOQL query on the account level. Okay, and this is the messaging single email message code that you can easily get from anywhere, and it's basically is nothing but you create an instance of the single email message. You put the two addresses who you want to send to, you put the subject, you put that body, and then you simply put it to a list, and you can use the send email result to send email by using the messaging.sendEmail method. Okay, now once you do that, an email message will go. Okay, let's try this out. So I'll go to contacts and I'll open a contact. Let's say I have this particular contact right here. Which one? Let's say this one. Okay, and who's the owner? The owner is Himanshu Maheshwari and the email ID is Salesforce makes sense @gmail.com. So let's go to details, and this is the contact. What I want to do is I want to modify. Now see, there's an account name associated, okay, and this account's owner is Himanshu and he has an email ID, right? What I want to now do is I'll just change the phone. I'll say something, and let's say if I can modify the email also, I'll just move the email and say save. Okay, so this saved up fine. The update has happened. Now let's see if I got an email. You see, it says that it looks like spam, but it's okay. See, the email or phone information of your child contact has been modified. Please confirm. The subject is contact email or phone changed, and this has come from Salesforce, right? There's a weird number, but that's okay. For now, we can even set that. But the idea is you have successfully been able to send out an email from your Apex class through triggers. Cool. Take a look at this code again. And then try to see if you can write something similar and try to do a different use case. Maybe just try to see if only when the fax information has changed or only when some other field has changed, I want to send an email. So try writing that code and try to see how things work. Okay, cool. So that was use case 20. I'll see you in the next one. Use case number 21. Whenever a contact record is created, fetch billing address from the parent account and save it in the billing address field on the contact record, right? So every time the record is created on the contact level, we want to fetch the information from its parent account and put it on the contact record, right? So this means we are trying to update the same record, right? So this can be achieved in the before insert context. Okay, so we don't have to save the record in the database. We can put some field updates and then save it. Right now, first thing I would want to check is billing address available on both the objects. Let's go ahead and check it. So if I go to file and I say objects and I say account, I have billing information available here, right? But what about the contact object? Let's see. So I don't see the billing information, billing address on the contact level. Rather, I have something that's called the mailing address, right? So let's modify the scenario a bit, and I'll just call this mailing address. Okay, so we want to save the billing address from the parent account to the mailing address on the contact level. Okay, let's go ahead and write this trigger. So this would be on the contact record. I would open the contact trigger, and this would be the before insert context. Do I have a contact trigger? Yes, I do. I already have a before insert context. Where is it? Before insert, and I already have a method, right? Let's open this and let's see handle before insert. So this is handle after update, this is handle after insert, this is handle before insert, right? So we are throwing some error based on some situation, right? If the last name and the email matches. But now what we want to do is we want to save, if this is not the case, we want to save the record, right? So I'll leave this check as is, and I'll iterate over my contact records here for this fresh use case. So I'll say for each con record in new records, what do I have to do? I have to fetch the parent account, and from the parent account I want to fetch the billing address, right? So I'll simply say account IDs dot add con dot account ID. Now why do I need it? I need it to query the billing address from the account records, right? So I'll just say list of ID account IDs equal new list ID close. Okay, now that I have the account IDs, I'll query my account object. I'll say select billing street, billing city, billing state, billing country, billing zip maybe, from account where ID in account IDs. Okay, and this would return me the list of account records. What account records? Billing account records, or we can say parent account records. Okay, I'll just save. Let's see if these fields are correct. There is the problem with billing zip, I believe. Yeah, so this should be billing postal code maybe. Let's see, save, or else I'll refer the, yeah, this is postal code. Okay, so I'm just fetching these values. I'll just say ID comma, I might have missed a value or two, but street, city, state, country, and postal code, I have just taken these 5 values. Okay, now I have the list of account records. Do I also need to ensure that I have a contact versus account map? I might need it, right? So that's okay, I'll figure it out when I need it. I'll go ahead and start iterating one more time, and for each record now I need to check, right, whether the contact in question right now, the account ID matches the account ID from one of these records. If it does, then I'll map the field values, right? So in order to do that, I'll use a map. So I'll say con ID versus account map dot put con dot ID comma con dot account ID. Okay, let's see how does this help us. Save, and I'll just create this map here. ID comma ID, because both are holding IDs. So I'll just say new map ID comma ID. Okay, and I'll just copy this map here and I'll paste it here, say save. This error should go away. Yeah, and now there is an error here. So what is this? This is con records. It should be new records, right? This should not be con records because we are iterating over new records. This is the name of the variable. So I'll say save again. This error should also go away on 75. Yeah, now this error is here. So I would say if con ID versus account map dot get con dot ID. Now how do I compare the account records that I have in this list and what I have on this ID, right, on this map? So instead I can create one more map, and then that is what I can use. Or let me think, how should I be able to use just one loop and do it? Right, I am iterating over the con records, and what I want to do is I want to do con dot mailing street equal to account dot mailing street. Now I want to see which account, and to see which account I need to ensure that the account that is the parent of this particular contact in question is the one, right? So if I say con id versus map.get con.id is equal to con.account id, will this help? Let me just think it through. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say whatever I have on the map dot get con.id is equal to con.account id. This will not help me. Why? Because I still don't have the entire account information. Where will I get the account information? It is in the billing account records list, right? These information is what I need, right? And I don't have a way to get it. So I should be able to create a map, and I can just create a map that's called id, account. What if I try doing something like this? Let's see. Right? So this is saved. So I am successfully able to write a socle and immediately post it into a map of type id, account. Now this will always hold the account id and this will hold the account record. So I don't need this list anymore. Okay. And now I have the account record map. Okay. Now let's see. I'll say if account record map dot contains key con.account id, right? That means there exists an account record with all the billing information, which is a parent of a contact record, and that contact is currently in question, right? So I can say con dot mailing city is equal to what should be, how should I filter out the right account? I have to filter out by saying account record map dot get con dot account id dot billing address, billing city, and this is the right way to map your fields. So all your fields can be mapped, right? So I'll say mailing street will be equal to billing street, right? And I'll say the same for the remaining 3 fields. So I'll say mailing postal code equals billing postal code, and then I'll say billing country should be mapped to the mailing country. Did I miss anything? I have city, I don't have the state, right? So I'll just copy one more time. This should be mailing state equals to the billing state. Save. Okay. Do I have to put any kind of insert or DML statements? I don't, because this is the before context, so it will automatically be saved. Okay. Let's test it out. I'll go to contacts. I'll take a look at user 1, right? And this is associated to community test account. So I'll open this test account, go to details. Do I have the billing information here? Let's see. I don't have the billing address, so I'll just populate the billing address saying 26th main right? So I'll just save it with the billing address. Now the parent account has a billing address. Okay, I'll go to related and I'll create a new contact, because as soon as the contact is created, it should get the information from the parent, right? So let's go ahead and create a new contact here, and I'll give it a name, address copycat, right? And let's say save. So this saved up fine, and if I open address copycat and if I take a look at the detail section, I see that the mailing address has been populated with the billing address of the parent account. Cool. So our use case and our framework is working perfectly fine. The only reason I needed a map is because I have to, do I need this map anymore? I don't, right? So I can get rid of this map because I used the map concept here instead of writing a query and putting it in a list. So you see how you can use a list, you can use a socle, and that socle can directly be put into a map, and that map would be of type record ID, the S object. So you'd automatically create it by using a socle. So that's another enhancement or another bulkification that helps you easily. I didn't have to create that map here, then I would have to write the for loop and all of that thing, right? So I could simply create a map using the socle, and I could use this particular map to check if the account ID is part of this particular query, and if it is, then I could just get the information and get the relevant field information. That's all. Cool. So that was use case 21. Use case 22. Allow updating the task record only if the parent contact's account record has the modify task permission checked. Okay, so this is kind of a custom field that we'll be creating on the account record, and if this permission is checked or unchecked, based on that we will let people update the task record or will not let them, right? So here it says allow updating them only when this is checked. That means we need to stop them from doing it if it is not checked, and for that we need to add error, right? And if we add error, what context do we use, before or after? We use the before context. Okay, and this would be on the update context, so it would be before update. All right, and what object is it on? It is on the task object. Before that, I'll go ahead and create this field on the account record. So let's go to account. So my field is created. I'll go to the contact, the task trigger now. So I'll say task trigger, and this is on the before update context. So I'll add this context here, and I'll create a new section or a block for the before update context. Handle activities before update, right? And before update, I'll keep the trigger.new variable. I'll say save. Now this method is not there, so I'll just say go to the task trigger handler and create a similar method to this, and I'll say this should be before update. Save. It should save up now. This saved up fine, and now let's save this here. Okay, no errors. Now let's proceed to our use case. Now before proceeding, let's take a look at a task record. Okay, so if I go to this task record, let's say this record right here, right? So you see the name field is the who ID, and that is basically either a lead record or a contact record, right? And you need to go to this particular contact record, and then from this contact you need to access the parent account record. And on the account record, you will see whether a checkbox is checked or not. Based on that, you will decide whether the task should be updated or not. Okay, so this is the field we are targeting, the name field. Now what is this name field? If I open the object, and if I open the task object, so the who ID is the name field. Okay, so if I say select who ID comma what ID from task, so you see it has 003 here. 003 is nothing but contact records, or they can be lead records. The who ID, they are actual entities or real deal. And what is kind of objects? They are entities. They are not real, but they exist, like organizations. So it can be account or opportunities, right? So we are wanting to take a look at this who ID, and from this who ID, which is rather the contact information, we are trying to fetch the parent account record, and on the account record we are trying to fetch a specific checkbox field. That is what we need to do on the trigger handler. Okay, so I'll go ahead and say for each task in task records, if, so now you see, like I said, who ID cannot just be one specific type of object. So I cannot simply say account ID list dot add con dot account ID. I cannot do that. Why? Because I am not sure whether the record that's associated to the who ID is basically a contact record or a lead record. So I believe we did something similar previously. What we did was we did a if condition to check whether the object or the record ID starts with a specific identifier or not. So 003 is for contact, 005 is for opportunity, 001 is for account, right? So they have a key prefix. Every object has a specific key prefix, and this key prefix is standard across all orgs, does not differ at all. Okay, so that is standard. So what I'll say is if each task dot who ID, right? This is my who ID field, and it can now be either a contact or a lead record. Now if it is one of them, I just want to say if it starts with, right? We don't want to say contains because it might be in the middle also, but we specifically want to check if it starts with the keyword 003. If it does, it has to be a contact that is certified. Now if I hit on the save button, I can add this particular list here and say save, and after saving it I can just define this particular list here. So it's a list of ID, account ID list equal to new list of ID. Save. Now let's see what are the errors. So the errors are still there. So it says method does not exist, starts with from the type ID. So this is a ID type. I have to convert it to a string because starts with takes a string parameter and then uses it. Okay, so I can use the string dot value of method. I believe we did this with some other use case. Okay, let's say save. Let's say save one more time. Okay, I still get an error. This is because I did a typo. This string dot value of should close here because this is what we're trying to convert into a string. This is of type ID, and now this particular function surrounded with this particular parameter will convert this to a string, and then this dot operator with this method will work. Let's say save now. Okay, so this is saved. Now this is saying account ID list dot add variable does not exist con. So con does not exist. This is not contact. So this is each task dot who ID. Okay, I just have the contact ID here. I have still not reached the parent account. Okay, now that I have the contact ID, I also want to create a, this should not be called the account ID list. I'm not sure why am I writing account ID. I'm trying to reach it fast, maybe that's why. So I'll say contact ID list, say save. And now I also want to create a map. I'll create a map that would be basically for task versus con map. Dot put each task dot ID comma each task dot who ID. Okay, and this will be a map of type ID comma ID. We'll use this map very soon. Okay, so I've just created the map and I've put the values. It contains the task record ID as the key and the contact ID as the value. I think you already know why I've done this, so that I am able to fetch the right contact for every task, right? So this is the for loop. I'll come out of this for loop, and now I want to query out all the account records. So I'll say list of account records. And who do I want to query? I want to select ID from account where, let's try it this way. Select ID from account where ID in, and I'll write an outer query. I'll say select account ID from contact where account ID in, and I have the contact ID list, right? So I'll just use this. So it should be where ID in contact ID list. So I have all the contact IDs with me. I don't have a way to find which IDs do I want on the account. So I've written an outer query. Okay, so I'm comparing the account ID with the account ID on the contact record. Let's see if this works. So if I just say save, let's see what happens. So it's saying unexpected token. Maybe this should not be like this. Let's say save now. Yeah, so this is saved. So I've written an outer query. Okay, so I'm saying select ID comma, what is that field that we wanted to query? I believe that field was modify, what was that? Modify task permission, right? So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it here. Okay, so this should be modify task permission. So see, in a single line I'm fetching all my account records, which are rather the parent account records of the contacts which are part of the tasks that have come in the transaction in a single query. How? By using an outer query. You use inner query for what? For bringing children records, right? So you can say select ID comma select ID from contacts. You can bring in children here, but if you want to use an outer query by associating or doing the relationship thing, you can use this by using the in clause, and whatever records are part of this query will be returned to this ID, and if it contains, it will return some rows for this particular query, outer query. Cool. So that's another query that we learned. Now I have all the account records. What do I want to do? I want to basically map my task with the account, right? And that's difficult. With this account record list, I will not be able to do that, correct? Because there's no way to find out which task is associated to which contact and which contact is associated to which account. I have to find a mediator, right? Which means I will need one more map. Okay, so in order to get one more map, I have to basically query my contact records. I have to do that somehow. Okay, so I'll say list of contact. Let me think this through. Do I need the contact records? I basically need a map. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Okay, I'm basically trying to do this. I have a map that is basically of type task comma contact. Okay, and then I have account records, but I need to link with this particular map. So I need another map that can have the key as contact and give me the account record, right? And in order to do that, I have to have this map, correct? So let me go ahead and query the contact records. So I'll say clean list of contact con records equals select account ID from contact where ID in contact ID list. So that single socle did not work because we have to have a connection between this map and this map. That is when this task will reach this account by using a mediator, that is the contact, right? So I'll get this contact records and now I'll use a map. I'll say for each contact record in con records, I'll create one more map, and this will basically be con versus account map. Okay, and I'll say con versus account map dot put con dot id comma con dot account id. So I'm storing this particular thing that I need, contact comma account information. Okay, we'll see how this works and how this comes into our leverage. I'll say save. Okay, any errors as of now? No errors. I'll get rid of these two boxes for now. Right, now I have this map. Now what I'll do is I'll query again on my task, because I now want to use my task records and basically throw an error based on the permission. Okay, so I'll say task in task records, each task. Okay, now see, how do I use this map? I have a map that's called task versus con map. Okay, and I have an account, and I have another map that is con versus account map. Okay, so what if I say task versus con map? See, read this carefully. If task versus con map dot get, now get means I need the key. What is the key? The task ID. So the task ID I have here, so I'll take this task ID. Okay, now what will this give me? This will give me the value of this particular map. What is the value? The value is the contact, right? It is the contact ID, right? So this will give me the contact ID. So what if I told you this? If I say con versus account map dot get, and I put this entire thing inside this bracket, so this will evaluate to giving me the contact ID, and this will evaluate to giving me the account ID. Does that make sense? See, because I have another map that is basically storing the key as the contact ID and it has the value of account ID. So this internal map will give me, using the get command, it will give me the value which is the contact ID, and this in turn will be used as another key to another map, and this will now give me the account ID that I have stored here, right? So you see, I have received my account ID. All right, now there's one more thing here. I have just received the account ID. I need to access this entire record. How do I access the entire record? Instead of writing a for loop here, I can simply do the map thing that we learned in our previous use case. I'll say new map ID comma account. Instead of putting it as a list, I'll use it as an account map. Okay, and I'll call it account record map. Let's say save. Let's see if this saves a fine. Okay, so this saved up fine. Now I have the account record map. So now let's come back here. See, I have a map that has the task ID. Let me write ID also, that will make it clearer. And I have the contact ID. I have another map that has the contact ID and then it has the account ID. And now I have been successfully able to reach from task ID to the account ID, but I want to reach the account record. So I want to reach a place wherein I can have the task ID comma the account record. And in order to do that, I now have the account ID here. This is returning me the account ID, right? Now what if I said account record map dot get in the very outside? So this entire thing will evaluate to giving me the account ID, right? And then this particular map will get me the account record, and I can say here dot modify task permission if the permission is not there. That means I'll say not. Only then go inside and add an error and say you cannot update this task and say save. That is all. This should save a fine, no errors. Now let's test it out and I'll come back and revisit this and we'll try to understand one more time what we did. Okay, so now I have this particular task in my hand and this is the user one contact. Let me go ahead and try to modify it. Let's say subject will be changed to email. Let's say save. So it's saying you cannot update this task. Okay, why is it saying you cannot update this task? Let's go to this particular user one record. Let's go to details. Let's refresh our contact and then let's move on to the account record. So the task permission is set to false. What if I set this to true? Let's set this to true and say save. And now let's go back and let's go to tasks. Let's open the send letter task and let's try to modify it now. Should it allow me to modify it? It's allowing me to modify it, right? So the checkbox was false, which means you don't have the rights to modify the task. But as soon as I checked it, we had the permission. Cool. So the use case is working fine. Let's come back because we did a lot of map stuff, but I want you to understand how the brain works when you're trying to figure out the solution, right? Just try to be with me here for the next 5 minutes. I hope that you'll be able to understand. I simply call the before update method. That is fine, nothing fancy, easy peasy. And then I just iterated over my task records. Cool. Why did I do this? To check if who ID is a contact or a lead. Proceed only if it is a contact. That is why this check. So each task.whoid, if it starts with the keyword 003, we are certain that it is a contact. And if it is a contact, I just said contact ID list.add, add the contact ID list, and I also created a map. I created a map for task versus contact. So here I have a map that is basically task ID versus contact ID. Cool. I have this ready. Now remember where we have to reach. If you take a look at the use case, you have to reach from the task to the parent contacts, parent accounts record. Okay, so already task and contact are in a relationship, and then contact and account is also in a relationship, and account has a field that you want to take a look at. That was our use case. Okay, so right now we have reached at a point wherein we have something that's task ID versus contact ID. Okay, next what we did was we fetched all the account records. We fetched all the account records which were part of the contacts that came into the picture. How did we do that? How did we filter out those specific accounts, those parents? We did a simple query till here, and then in the where clause we said give me only those IDs of accounts which are part of the contact, which are parents to contact records, where contacts are part of the contact ID list, which is nothing but the contacts who have task here in this transaction. So I filtered out only those accounts, right? And I did not use a list because I wanted another map so that I could hold the account ID. So what is this holding? This is holding account ID versus account record. Okay, every ID corresponding to every record. And then what I did was I also queried all my contact records, and because I wanted a link between the task ID versus contact ID and this map right here, I wanted to connect these two. And how can these two connect? By the relationship of parent and child. So I created one more map here, which was contact ID versus account ID. Okay, so now you see I have something that's From starting from task, I have contact ID. From this contact ID, I reached this map. And from this map, I got the account ID. And from this account ID, I reached this account ID and I reached this map and got this record. And from this record, I pulled in the modify task permission value. And if it was true or false, I showed the error. This is all that is in this line. Cool. Take a look at this line and read it. See, this nomenclature or naming convention will help you now. Why? Because see, what did I do? The very first thing is here. I iterated over my task records that are currently in the transaction. So I said task versus conmap.get each task.id. So this gave me the con ID. This gave me the contact. Okay. If I have to show you, this is my task. Okay. This is what I modified. So task versus conmap.each task of ID. Instead of each task of ID, you would have this particular ID here, this record, this one, right? Let's say this is the task name, email. So it said get email. So it found out what is the contact for this particular guy. So it replaced this with the contact. The contact is user1. So this became user. Okay. Now the outer map, what it did was it fetched the contact. It opened the contact, and what did it want to get? It wanted to get the account ID information from this contact right here. So it went in and saw con versus account map.get user1. It saw that it has the parent community test account. So it went in and gave this particular ID. Okay, I'm just using name so that it is not confusing. This is not being selected, so I'll just type it out. So this returned me community test account ID, the record ID, and then account record map.get community test account ID, which means it gave me the entire account record that I have here, this record right here, this one, right? And then as soon as I had this record, I just said dot modify task of permission. So I wanted to check this particular field, this field. Okay, and if it was false, I wanted to show an error. If it was true, I wanted to let them update it. That is what I wanted it to do. Right? Looks good? Cool. So that was use case 22. Use case 23. Check the max contacts allowed field on the account record, and if the number of child contacts go beyond this number, do not allow the contact insertion and association to this account. So we'll create a field on the account record, and this field will basically govern the number of child contacts that you can associate or create under every account. Okay, so let's say this number is 5, you can only create 5 contacts, and if you go ahead and try to create the 6th one, the system will give you an error and it will not let you insert the contact or associate it with this account. This is our use case. Okay, so first I'll go ahead and create this field on the account object. Let's go to object manager, let's go to account. Alright, so my field has been created and it is called max contacts allowed, right? And now let's go back to our use case. What object and what context would this be? This should be on the contact insertion, right? So as soon as I try to insert a contact, I have to do these checks first. So if I have to do these checks first, which means I have to write this on the before insert context, right? So let's go ahead and write the before insert context here. So this would be contact trigger, and I have the before insert context available, and I have the before insert context here, and I have handle before insert method. So let's open this method and write our code in here. So handle before insert is here, right? So we were checking duplicates sometime back for some other scenario, right? So now we'll be doing another check, which would be for this particular max contacts allowed. Okay, so let's go ahead and try doing that. So here I am on the contact loop and I am checking another loop here. All right, this is for the duplicate found. Let's keep it as is. I will try to use another loop here for this particular use case. Okay, and at the end we can merge the loops if we can. So I'll say for con in new records, what I want to do is I want to fetch the parent account's max contacts allowed field, right? And I also want to fetch which contact is associated to which account, and I also want to fetch whether the count is basically more than what it's supposed to be. Okay, so let's do it step by step. So I'll say account IDs dot add con dot account ID. Okay, and I'll create a con ID versus account ID map. Like we have been creating something similar every time. I'll say con ID comma con dot account ID. Okay, so that's the first thing I've done. What's the second thing? I want to basically create a map of ID comma account, and I'll say account map equals, I want to fetch the max contacts allowed for every account that there exists, right? So I'll just copy this field from here, and I'll say max contacts from account, where, which account should I take a look at? Where ID in these accounts, in the account IDs list, right? So, and I'll directly put it on a map so that I get the map of ID comma account, which, so that I'm able to use it for any kind of get or set. So I'll say save. Now what all errors are coming up? Account ID is not defined, so I'll just go ahead and say list of ID, account ID is equal to new list of ID. Let's say save. What is the next error? It should be that the map is not defined, so I'll say map of ID comma ID equals new map of ID comma ID, and I'll just take this name and I'll say save. What's the next error? Next error is here. Oh, this is a duplicate, right? So I think we have already created this IDs and there's already a loop here. So let's get rid of this because I've already written it here. It should work for the below code also. Let's say save. Okay, no errors now, all good. Now I have this account map, and I think I have created some account map here also down below. So I can get rid of this particular map also and just maybe copy this particular field and put it here. And I can get rid of this particular map also. Okay, we are already leveraging whatever we have written for some previous use cases. Cool. So now I have the account IDs, I have the con ID versus account map, and I have the account record map. Okay. Now this account record map contains the account ID as the key and the entire account object in the value. Now what I want to do is I want to check. Now before doing another for loop, what should I check? I should basically be able to check whether I have those many contacts under every account record that this particular field allows me to do. Right? So what I want to do is I want to check for every account ID number of tasks, number of contacts is what I want to check. Right? So once I have this information, I can then check whether the new contact that's coming in is that needed, or can I just throw an error? Because if the number of contacts is already equal to the max contacts allowed, I should not let them do anything. That is our ask, right? So I'll go ahead and create one more map, and this time I'll create it with the account record map itself. Or what I can do is, should I be able to use this particular query only? Because I want to do a inner query. So I want to do something like this. I want to say select ID from contacts. This will give me all the related contacts for every account in the same query, right? So I have it here in the account record map. Let's try to use this map to get everything. Okay. So I'll say for ID, account ID in account record map dot key set. So I'm iterating over all the account IDs that exist, right? So what I want to do now is I want to check the total contacts associated with this with every account. So I can simply say list of contact con records, or rather I can say, let's see, okay, let's go with this list of contact con record list equals account record map dot get account ID. This will give me the entire account record, and I'll just fetch the contacts information. This will be populated on the list. Can I do that? Let's see. This got saved. And what if I do this? I want to check the size, or rather the count. So I can simply say dot size, because this is a list, and then I can change this to a number. I can say integer number of contacts per account and say save. Okay, so this got saved. Understand this, account record map dot get ACC ID. What will this give me? This will give me the entire account record which is of this particular ID, and dot contacts will give me the contacts, child contacts associated to that account. And this would basically be a list of contacts, and on the list I can operate by saying dot size. This gives me the count of the records that the list contains, which means I am fetching here all the related children, basically the count of all the related children, or rather the related contacts per account, the account which is in question right now. Okay, right now what I'll do is I'll say if account record map dot get ACC ID. This will again give me the entire account record. I'll say dot max contacts allowed. If this is less than equal to, let's try to see this, what happens. I'll say if the maximum contacts allowed is less than or equal to the number of contacts per account. Should it be less than equal to? No, it should be just less than. Why? Because if it is equal to, that means we have reached the limit. And if it is more than that, I will be throwing the error. So what I can say is if the max contacts allowed is greater than equal to the number of contacts per account. Let's take an example. Let's see we have an account ABC which has 3 contacts. Okay, and we have said that the max contacts allowed should be 5. Okay, what will happen now? What will this give me? The max contacts allowed will give me 5. Okay, and number of contacts per account is basically 3. So is 5 greater than equal to 3? True. So it will not throw the error. Okay, and what if it is 4? This would be basically max contacts allowed would be 5. So is 5 greater than equal to 4? True. It will still not give me the error. But what if it is equal to 5? If it is equal to 5, I think 5 is greater than equal to 5 is true. It should still not give me the error. Right? And what if it is if it is 6? So now max contacts allowed is 5. Is 5 greater than equal to 6? False. Then it should give the error. Right? Which means if I put a not condition here, I can say account, I can simply say contact con is equal to new contact. What should be the ID of this contact? I need to throw the error on the con record because I'm creating a contact record, right? So let's not do this. Okay, let's wait because I have to figure out a way to find the contact record. And before that, what about this particular line? Is this correct? If I say there are 6 contacts and the maximum count allowed is 5, so 5 is greater than equal to 6 is false. And if it is false, should it allow me to go inside or not? Or should it let me do it? If max contacts allowed as 5 and number of contacts are 6, which means it should be throwing an error, right? I might be confused, but let's see. Okay, so I'll go inside and just say system.debug for now. And I'll say error with this contact insertion. Okay, I have to basically find a way now to throw error on the contact record creation. So I need the S object of contact type, right? Because what am I trying to do here? I was trying to create a contact, right? And right now here the problem with our current iteration is that I don't have the contact information in my context, because normally what do? We normally say for contact con in new records and then we iterate over it, right? So it is easy to say con dot add error because we have the S object context. But here right now if you notice, we just are iterating over the account record map, and this is on the account ID, and everything is being done with that particular map. So we don't have the contact context. How do we figure out that context? I'll just say add error, and I should say this contact insertion is not allowed. If I were to do something like this, let's say if I say for contact con in new records, what if I tried doing this? If con dot account ID equal to, I think this should work, ACC ID, then throw this error. What if I did this? Would this work? What do you think? So do you see what did I do there? If this particular requirement matches, basically if the count is more than the number of contacts you should have, you would come inside, this would be logged, which means there should be an error in creation, and then I'm just iterating over the entire record chunk, and I'm just figuring out which contact is same, which contact has the same parent ID. If it has the same parent ID, I don't let it go ahead. So I'll say con.add error. Let's see if this works. This should work. I'll just test it out. Save. Okay, let's test it out, and let's now create one more contact, and I'll say test attempt 2. Save. This saved up fine, which means it did not work. What was the max contacts? It was 3, right? And we have created, it was 2, and we have created 4 records. So if I go to the logs and take a look at the logs, take a look at the debug only, this did not throw any error. Okay, let's figure out what happened. So the contact size was 3, right? And max contacts allowed on the record was 2. Okay, and we went ahead and tried to create another record. Okay, there might be some issue with this particular logic. We'll just see how to figure it out. So contact size is 3, which means number of contacts per account is 3. So how is this evaluating? This is evaluating as 2 greater than equal to 3. Is that true? No, it is false. So if it is false, it is not even going inside, right? So that's incorrect, right? There should not be 2 greater than equal to 3 is false, so it will not go inside. There has to be a not here, right? So if this is false and that overall evaluates to true, that works. Or else if you want me to simplify it, I'll just get rid of this extra braces. And what if I just said less than? Now if 2 is less than 3, which means max contacts allowed is less than the number of contacts per account, you want to throw the error. Simpler, right? So let's now test it out. Let's see if this works. So I'll just save it, and now let's go back and let's say new. I'll say new attempt 3. Let's say save. So this is throwing the error, right? So it is not letting me associate this particular contact to this account. What if I try to associate it with someone else? So if I go to community test, I say save. So this works fine. It is associated with the community test account. No issues there. Okay, but it is not letting me insert and associate it here. So that was our use case, right? Quickly take a look what we did. We basically came into the handle before context, and here we already had some code written for some other requirement. What we did was we wrote our own code and we basically created a list of IDs and then also a map to keep con ID versus con.account ID. Did we use this map at all? I'll just check, because we normally create variables and we don't use it. We have not used this map, so I'll just go ahead and delete it. Okay, because we were able to get everything from the account record map. What do I mean by everything? I mean the max contacts allowed field information, and also for every account record I did an inner query that gave me all the child contacts. I iterated over the for loop using the key set, so every account ID came into the picture. I kept the number of contacts by checking the account record map dot get ACCID dot contacts dot size. So I got the number of contacts, and then I checked if this contacts is less than the number of accounts there should be in the per account. I throw the error. Okay, and then to find the right context to whom I need to throw the error, I had to do this for loop inside. That's all. Cool. So that was our use case 23. Use case 24. Whenever create n locations field is updated, accordingly add or remove locations record under the contact record. So here the parent is going to be the contact object and the child is going to be the locations object. And you would have a field that's called create n locations, where you would be defining a number there. And as soon as you update the field, accordingly, if you have made an increase to the number, you would be adding some more records of the child. And if you decrease the number, you would be deleting some records of the child. Okay, so that's our use case. Where do you want to write it? You want to write it on the contact object. That's correct. What should be the event? Should it be insert, update, delete? It should be the update event, right? It should also be the insert event. Why? Because what if you start with creating the contact record and you immediately you set the value on this field? So we'll be basically handling two different events in a single use case, insert and update. Okay, and this would be after insert and after update. Why? Because once the record has been updated is when we want to do this activity. This is a related record stuff that we are doing, right? So it would be after insert, after update. Okay. What context variables are available? After insert you have triggered out new. After update also you have triggered out new. Will you need the old map? You will need it for the after update context. Okay, so we'll see how do we use all of this together to complete this use case. This will be an interesting one. Let's try to solve it together. So first let me go to let me take a look if I have a location object created or not. There is a location object, right? I want to go ahead and maybe let's see what are the fields here. Is this associated to the contact object? No. So let me do something. I'll create a new custom object for my use case. I'll not modify the existing object. I'll go ahead and create a new custom object. I'll associate it with the contact object. Okay. So I've associated both the objects. Let's go to contact and create that field. So I'll go to contacts, I'll go to fields, and I'll create a new custom field. So the data model is ready. If I now go to, let's say if I go to the contact record, let's open a contact record. And if I open a contact, let's say address copycat, so I should see the create and locations field here, right? This is the field. Okay. And if I go to the related section, I should see the locations tab, this right here. Okay. So as soon as we update this record and we add some value here, we'll basically be seeing those many related records created under the locations object. Okay. And if we go ahead and create a new contact record and we fill in this particular value, create and locations, this right here, immediately those related records should also be created. This is our entire use case. Okay. Let's go ahead and solve it. So I'll open the contact trigger. What are our events after insert and after update? So they are already mentioned here. What about insert? It is here. After insert, right? What I'll do is I'll create one more handler method. I'll say create and locations. Okay. This is my after insert method. So this will take the parameter trigger.new. Okay. And what about the after update? After update is here. So I'll say contact trigger handler dot create and locations. Okay. I'll basically be using the same method from two different contexts, right? So I'll just pass trigger.new here. We talked about using the old variable when it comes into the picture. That time we'll see how to figure it out. Okay. I'll just keep the trigger.new because it is available in both places, and I'll go to the trigger handler and I'll create this method. So I'll just say create and locations, new records, save. Trigger handler should save fine. The trigger should also save fine. Okay, framework is ready. Let's go to the create and locations method. So what do we want to do here? We want to basically check for each contact con in new records. I want to find what is that value, right? Con dot num create and locations, this value. I want to find this value, and whatever has been mentioned, I want to basically create those many location records, correct? That is my ask. So what I can do is I can create a con map and I can put con.id comma con.create and locations. I can create a map, right? Or I can just store. I cannot store this in a list. Why? Because I will not know which contact record has how many locations to be created or updated. That's the first thing, right? That's why I'll need a map. But before creating a map, how do I segregate whether the record is being inserted right now or it is being updated? Because if record is being inserted, right, in that case I just want to create records, create location records. Why? Because they have not modified anything, they've just given a value to it. Okay, provided the value is not null, only then I want to create whatever number is provided. I want to create those many records, right? And if else if a record is being updated, right, what do I want to do? I want to check if the new number is more than the previous number. What will this give me? Let's say the previous value was 3 and the new value is 5 on that field. Okay, does that mean you have to create 2 new records? Yes, so you'll create 2 new records of the location object. What if the previous value was 5 and the new value is 3? What does that mean? That means your two records, existing records, have to be deleted. This would be our logic. Okay, but first of all we need to find out how do we segregate the insert and the update operation. So can I do something here? Can I say if trigger dot is insert? Can I do this? Let's see. Let's see if this variable saves up here. What are the problems that we are facing here? Okay, this might be another problem. Let's get rid of this because that's just text, and I'll say if else if trigger dot is update, and I'll say save. Let's see if it saves up fine or not. This saved up fine. Okay, so I can run the insert context here, and I can run my update context here using the same method because I'm using the same method. Okay, let's say save. Okay, so first let's do the insert scenario. So insert scenario, I'll simply fetch this particular value. What was my value? Create end locations. This is create end locations, right? So I'll just simply iterate over this particular variable. That should work. So I'll say for integer I equals 0, I less than con dot create end locations I plus plus. Did I create this without the a? Let me check the field. I might have made a typo. If I take a look at the details, yeah, I missed the a here. Okay, so that's okay. Try to rectify it in when you are trying it, because I don't like spelling mistakes, and this is not a good practice to keep. Okay, so I'll just leave it for this use case because we have a long way to go. So I'll just iterate over here and I'll say locations. I'll create the instance of my location object. Okay, let's say save. Saved up fine, and I'll add this new location in a list. Okay, I'll say locations to create. In case of an insert, you will always be creating the location record. I hope you agree with that, right? And I'll simply put a name here. Name equals, I'll say location plus I. Whatever is the current integer variable will be stamped here. Okay, so if the number is 3 here, this will run for 3 times, and this will basically be name equal to location 0, location 1, location 2. Okay, I'll just define this particular list because it has not been defined yet. So I'll just go outside here. It's a list of location equals new list. And I'll just define this list. Save. There should not be any more errors. Cool. Right? And if I just take this out and I go outside this entire for loop, I can simply say if this list is not empty, insert locations to create. Save. So our insert scenario is very simple, and we have just done it. Okay, there's one thing missing. You have not, I mean I have not, but basically we have not associated this location with the contact. The parent-child relationship has not been developed. So I'll simply say contact equals con.id. That is how we'll be associating it, right? I hope this is the correct field API name. I named it contact, so the API name should be contact __ c. Cool. So this is the parent field. Let's go ahead and test it out. I'll just check the insert scenario. So I'll simply create a new contact, and I'll say Himanshu Maheshwari. Let's take a look at, I think that's all right. Where is that field? This field right here. I'll say 3. Okay, let's say save. Okay, there's some error. It says duplicate found, so there might be some issue with some other use case. So let me just go ahead and put some additional attributes here so that it is unique and it is not duplicate. Let's say save. That was some other use case. Okay, that was firing. So see, the contact is created, but we are interested in seeing, are the locations created? Yes, they are created. 3 location records have been created with that integer attribute. So you see, and they are here because they have been associated with this particular contact. Good. So that was the insert scenario. That's working absolutely fine. Now we need to take a look at the update scenario. Okay, now understand here, update scenario, how will this work? Try to think it through before implementing it. Okay, so basically in an update scenario, what you would be doing is you would be basically coming to this contact and you'll be modifying this particular value. Now you can either basically increase this value or decrease this value, and based on that you can take a decision. So if previous value is less than, not current, I'll say new value, what do? You insert the new records, correct? And if previous value is more than the current new value, you delete those many records. What do I mean by those many records? You delete the difference, basically. That's what you do, correct? So let's try to implement this. So this is if trigger dot is update. This will only run for the update context. So I'll just copy this loop here. Oh, this loop is already outside, so we are good. I'll just use this context variable. So I'll say if. Now how do I compare the previous value and the new value? I'll need the old variable. It might be the old map or the old record, but we don't have it here on my method. How do I fetch it? I would have to provide trigger.old here, correct? Now when I do that, let's see what happens if I say save. Trigger.old map is set here, but it says method does not exist. Why? Because I have not added it here. Let me add it here. I'll say id comma contact old record map. Save. If I save it here, this will save up fine. But if I go back and try to save this here and say save, so you see, it's still saying there's an error. So it's create n locations trigger.new trigger.old map, and here I have new records versus map of id comma contact. What's the problem? The problem is this method right here is also the same, but the parameters have not been provided here. And now the problem is this is an insert scenario. How do you provide an old value? We don't have it. So in that case, we simply provide null, because this will not hold any value. We can simply provide the second parameter as null. Okay, I'll go back and try to save this one more time. I'll just say old record, I'll just say old map and say save. Okay, and I'll just try to get rid of this line once so that this gets saved successfully without any issues. This is saved, and I'll go back to my trigger and try to save it again. This should also save up fine. Okay, so lesson from this small 1 minute discussion is basically, if you want to use the same method for different contexts, you can pass null attributes if those values are not present. Or else what will happen if you pass the trigger.old map here and you try to parse it here, it will somewhat fail if in case you are in that context. I put these checks here, but sometimes you might not be able to put these checks. Okay, the use case might be a bit complex. So in that case, you should always ensure that either you put a null check or you simply pass null and you avoid any issues. Okay, so I'm using the same method, and this method is basically taking two parameters now, and now this should be easy for me to compare old and new values. So I'll simply say if old map dot get con dot id dot create. I'll just copy it from here, create n locations. What is the first scenario? If previous value is less than new value. New value is basically con dot create n locations. That's my first scenario, and my second scenario is I can simply put it on an else condition. Okay, what if the value has not changed? I don't need to do anything, right? So I have to put this here. I have to say else if, and I simply say I take this up and I say greater than, because see, if the value is the same, that means the value has not changed, and the value has not changed, that means the number of locations should stay the same. Correct? So I'll simply say less than and greater than. These are the two clauses I'll have to check. Okay. What other check I can put on top? I can simply put this also. If old map dot value is not equal to the new value, which means there is a change. If I say this line right here, I say not equal to, which means that there has been made a change on this particular field itself as part of this update. This can be guaranteed if condition executes and gets inside, right? And then we can just cover these two scenarios. That's a good check to put. Okay, now let's solve both of these one by one. So if old map dot get create location is less than this, which means what do we do? If the previous value is less, that means we create more records. How many more records do we create? We create the difference. So integer new records to create equals con dot create n locations minus the whatever was the previous value, right? I'll give you an example. If the old value was 3 and the new value is 5, so we'll have to create how many records? 2 records. How can I say that? I can say 5 minus 3 would be true, 2. correct? Let me try to save it. Okay, this is saying that it is converting from decimal to integer. I'll just move it to decimal. That's okay. Save. But ideally this would be a whole number, right? So what I can do instead is I can keep it integer for the sake of keeping things properly, and I can simply typecast it. How do you typecast? You take this operation and you simply put the data type here, and this will basically typecast this entire decimal into integer and assign it to this particular variable. Okay, same thing I'll have to do for the else if condition also, but okay, let's do this first and then we'll move on to the next condition. What do I do now? I simply do the iterator for integer I equals 0, I less than new records to create I plus plus, and I'll say the same thing. I can just copy this particular code and I can say location plus I and contact is associated, right? And I'll put it in the locations to create dot add. All right, what about this else if condition? In else if condition, I'll be basically doing the same thing, but I need to delete records. I don't need to insert. So in order to delete them, this will change. What will change? New records to delete. This should be the variable name, right? So records to delete would be my variable. And what would be the subtraction formula here? Basically, this would mean if the old value is greater than the new value, which means this was 5 and this is 3. That means 5 minus 3 should be the correct one, right? So this order is incorrect. In this case, this would be the first attribute, and minus this would be the second attribute, the newer value. So this would basically be 5 minus 3 equals 2, and records to delete, I would basically have to delete 2 records. But now here, when I'm deleting records, this will not work. This iteration will not work, right? Because I am wanting to delete records. So I have to query them and then delete it, right? So we'll figure out a way to do that. Now, how do we do this? We basically have to create a map wherein we store the contact versus their existing locations, right? Can I do this here? I cannot, because I am currently on a loop. Let me get rid of this box down below. I am currently on a loop. I cannot do a query inside. So what I'll do is I'll just go outside and I'll simply query list of locations. I'll call it existing location records. Okay, what do I say? Select ID from location where contact in. Now how do I associate, or rather find out only those specific locations which are part of the contacts that have come in right now? I have this old map, right? So I can say where ID in old map dot key set. See, simple. Save. So what did you do? You fetched all the location records which are part of the contacts that are currently in question. You are not fetching all the contacts in the system, only those which have to be targeted. All right. Do you want to convert this into a map? Let's see. If we'll need a map, we'll convert it. Okay. Now I have come here. I have records to delete, right? Now, which records do I pick? How do I find out? I have to use this particular loop. So I have to create it as a map. Okay. But instead of creating it as a map, what I can do is, let's say I will query ID comma contact. Okay. So that I have the contact information with me on the query. And now I'll just go down here and I'll say for location. How do I basically fetch multiple records is my question here. That's what I'm thinking. So basically, if you notice, if this is basically 5 minus 3 equals 2, I need to fetch 2 location records for one contact. This is what I want to fetch, right? So let me do this. I'll iterate over the records to delete. Let's see where we end up with this. I'll say integer I equals 0. I less than records to delete. So I'm iterating it how many times? 2 times. Okay. And what am I doing? I'm basically creating a list, delete list dot add. This name is very vague. I'll just say delete location list. Okay. Always ensure you have proper names. Delete location list dot add. What should I add? I would basically want this to be a map now, because I want to fetch the location record. Okay. So I'll say map of ID comma location, and I'll say new map ID comma location. Let's convert this to a map. Let's say save. There should not be any error here, and if down below I see there is one error because I've not added anything here. So now I have this map, existing location records, right? How do I get the information from this map. This map is of type locations. Will this suffice? It will not, because I want to connect with the contact information. I am in the contact context, right? So how do I figure out which list am I adding here? Let's think it. How do I associate the contact and find only those records which are part of this particular contact? So I could do this. If I put a for loop here, okay, and if I say for each location record in existing location records, okay, I'm iterating over all the records that have come. I say if loc record dot contact is equal to con.id, the current context. Will that help? I can add it here, and I'll add this particular loc record that I want to delete. What do you think? Let's save it once. If it saves up, fine. Yeah, there's some error here, which is delete location list has not been defined, I believe. So I'll just define this list also. So I'll just say let's say save now. Okay, what's the error? LOC record. Why is this error still here? Let's see. It says loop must iterate over collection map. Okay. This is not a list. This is a map. So I have to say dot key set. Or I can say values, because I'm iterating over the location object, right? Key set would be of type ID, but I am iterating over location, so I can simply say values and say save. So values are of type location object, ID comma location, right? So now this is saving up fine. But will this work? Let's try to evaluate it. So this should run for 2 times and this will run for 2 times. Okay, so it will come inside, it will check, okay, for every record that has come as part of this particular transaction, if the contact matches the current contact, yeah, okay, go ahead and add it. It will keep running and it will add all of them. This will not work. Okay, this will not work. I have to put another check here. Okay, this outer check is not working. See why? This outer loop is iterating twice, but it's not really iterating twice, because you are iterating this for all location records. Okay, and we have not put any check, we have just put the check if contact matches, add it. Now how do you know that this particular addition will stop at 2? You don't, right? So we have to put some check here. Instead of putting this check outside, what I can do is I can just iterate over my location map. I can get rid of one of these braces. Let's align it a bit. Let's say save once. Okay, what do we do here? We basically try to count if delete location list dot size is less than 2, only then add it, or else don't. Will that help? This will help, because now your list will only contain, it should not be 2, it should basically be this particular variable, because the count is dynamic, right? If the size is less, only then add it, or else don't. Okay, let's quickly test it out and then let's see how it works. So this is fine. I'll just cancel it and I'll go ahead and say contacts. I'll go to Himanshu's record. I'll say details and I'll modify this from 3 to 5. That should add 2 more records. I'll say save. This saved fine. Let's go to related. And if I take a look at the location, I have 5 records. There were 3 from the previous one, 2 are new. Okay. What if I go back and I modify this particular value to something less? So I'll say 2. Let's say save. So that means 3 records should be deleted. So if I go to the related list, I still see all the records. The records have not been deleted, and that is because we have just added the list. We have not really added the delete command. Okay, so I have to say if delete location list dot is empty, and I'll put a not so that it is not empty, only then delete location list and say save. Alright, so now let's test out the update scenario. Let's see if things are working. So if I go ahead and try to create a contact and I say testing 1, I'm sure this will not be the only testing we do. I'll just put a value here 2 and say save. So this is giving an error. This is an exception, which is a null pointer exception. Good. So this is on line 8 on contact trigger handler. What's the issue? The issue here is this particular map right here on line 8 is basically querying the old map. So you see, old map does not have any values in the insert context, right? And we have put a check here, but we did not put a check on this level, right? So what I can do is I can put a check here also. I'll say if old map is not equal to null, only then go ahead and do this thing, right? Or because this would only happen for the update scenario. And what I'll do as part of this particular requirement is I'll just get this particular definition outside. I'll declare it here. Save. Okay, there is some issue with this. Let's see what's the issue. This is saying variable does not exist, existing. Okay, the equal to is here. It should be saved now. Okay, let's go back and let's try to save it. This should save up with 2 location records created, right? So this is saved. If I take a look at the related list, I see 2 records. But now the important thing is my update scenario should work. So first I'll use the if condition. So I'll put a number more than 2. So I'll say 5. So 3 more records should be created. Let's say save. This saved up fine. Let's take a look at the related list. 5 records have been created, which means our insert code is working fine. And for an update, this particular code is also working fine, right? The only thing pending is this particular section wherein we are deleting records. Let's see how this looks like. I'll go back to the details and now I'll just say from 5, I'll say 3. That means 2 records should be deleted. Let's say save. So if I take a look at the details, I see there are only 3 records. 2 records have been deleted, which means our update scenario, both the cases are working fine. Nice, fancy. This was a very good use case that we did that kept on getting complex as we went ahead, but we were able to solve it, right? Some good bonus tips or bonus things you can do here is you can put null checks for this particular field. You can actually check for existing data. You can check if there are no records, what do you do? So you can obviously make it a bit more better, but this right here, this code serves the purpose functionally, technically, right? So take a look at this one last time. What we did here was we created a single method and we catered 2 different events. How did we do that? By passing null on the insert scenario, because old map does not exist. We did a mistake and we queried the old map outside the insert and the update check. So we just said if old map is not equal to null, only then query this information, because we'll only need it when old map is not equal to null, which is basically nothing but an update scenario, and we are using it in the update scenario here, right? For the insert, it was very straightforward. We simply created the number of locations we had to create based on the value that was entered. But on the update scenario, things went a bit tricky. The value would change in 2 different ways. It could basically either increase or it could decrease. If it increased, you would be creating more locations. If it decreased, you would be deleting locations. If it increased, that was still a piece of cake. We simply used the same logic we did on the insert scenario and we created the locations, and we used the same list, and at the end it used the list to insert the locations. But if the value decreased, we wanted to delete records, and that for loop did not work. We had to basically query all the existing records, and then on the existing records we had to find if the contact that we are currently looking at is the same that we are taking, that is currently in question. And if we checked if the number is less than the number of delete records that have to be deleted, we compared the list size and we kept on adding until it reached that particular number. And then we said delete that particular location list. Cool. Now there's one problem with this code. I'll tell you what. There's one problem with this code. The problem is this particular check right here is not bulkified. So delete location list dot size can definitely be more than 2. It should be less than 2 per contact. It should be less than 2 per contact. Right now this is not per contact. Why? Because you are comparing it and you're checking if the contact is same. That's fine. If it is true, it comes inside and it adds 2 records, right? But what if it goes to the for loop iteration the next time for the next record? In case of bulkification, it will come back here and it will check, okay, this is another match, and it will see, oh, the records to delete number has changed. It will not be able to add it here. Okay, so what we can do is we can simply set this records to delete as 0. For every contact attribute that comes in, for every context, or else this will hold a value this will hold the same value for everyone. So it's always necessary to reinitiate the value. So this definition will go from here and this will come here. So this is how you'll handle the bulkification. Now the records to delete will change per contact, and then it will basically add accordingly. Alright, just one change we had to do. We did not define it here. Why? Because for the next iteration it would basically hold a value that would be compromised. Okay, cool. That should do. If there are any more loopholes, you can try and update the code, and if you can test it out with bulk import and update scenarios and test it out and try to revamp this code if needed. But yeah, this solves the use case we started with, and I think yeah, that's all about use case 24. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Use case number 25. As soon as an opportunity is closed won, send out email messages to the opportunity owner, account owner, the opportunity team members, and all users under opportunity megastar public group. We'll notify them about the win and the revenue. Okay, so this is on the opportunity object, and whenever it is closed won, right? So we'll be writing an after update event, because we need to do some related stuff, not something on the same record. So I'm choosing the after, and because this would be on the update scenario, I'm choosing after update. Alright, and we'll be sending out an email to all of these people. Now how do we figure out all of these people? That is what we'll take a look at in this use case. I'll go into opportunity trigger, and I have the after update. Right here inside after update, I'll write one more code, and I'll say opportunity trigger handler dot notify everyone. Okay, and here I'll say trigger dot new. Save. Okay, I'll also put trigger dot old map. I'll tell you why. I'll go to this trigger handler and create this method. So this would be very similar to this particular guy right here. And this method would be called notify everyone when closed won. So you see, just putting this extra keyword tells me what this method does. So to avoid any confusion in future stages, it's better to write good names on the methods. So this is ready. I'll go back here and I'll say save. There's one problem. It says method does not exist. Notify everyone when closed won. So I'll just paste it here. List of opportunity new records, map of ID comma opportunity. Yeah, this should be fine. I've passed trigger.old map, right? Let's get rid of this. Let's save this file. And now let's save this file. Okay, let's go back and add it again. Sometimes because the classes are dependent on each other, it does not compile properly. So I'll save it now. So everything is good. Okay. Now here, what do we want to fetch? We want to fetch some users, right? Who are those users? These users are nothing but the opportunity owner, the account owner, right? What else? The opportunity team members and people from the public group. Alright, so we need to fetch all of these users and then send everyone the email. Okay, now when do we want to send the email? When the stage is closed won. Okay, so if I were to start, I would say for opportunity OPP in new records, if OPP.stage name equals closed won. I could simply do this, right? But the problem with doing this is every time the update runs, every time it will come in here and it will take a look. If the stage name is closed won, it will send out a email. But what we want to do is we want to only send it when the stage name has been updated to closed won. So that is why I want to use the old map. I'll say old map records dot get opp.id dot stage name is not equal to opp.stage name, which means that the stage name has been modified and it has been set to closed one. This is where I need the old map. That's the only reason why. Okay, I'll say save. Okay, now what do I want? I want to fetch the opportunity owner. So I'll say list of users dot add. I'll add the opportunity owner. That's the first person I'll add. Okay, I'll define this list here. Save. So I got my opportunity owner. What is the next thing I need? I need the account owner, right? Can I do something like this? Can I say list of users to notify dot add opp dot account id, or rather account dot owner id? Can I do that? Let's say save. This will save up fine, I believe, but it will not give me this information because that's a 3 level. We'll keep it here, we'll get the exception or we'll get the error, and then we'll come back here. Okay, so I got the opportunity owner, and I'm certain that this does not give you the account owner. What you need to do is you want to find the parent accounts by doing a query, create a map, and then fetch the owner ID of those accounts. That's how you need to go about it. Okay, but before that, we also have these two things: opportunity team members and the people from the public group. Right? So if I want to fetch the related records, I have to again do a query, right? So I have to do a query on the opportunity team members who are part of this particular opportunity. Where do I do it? I do it outside. So let's start writing those queries. So I'll say for opportunity OPP new records op IDs dot add, I'll add the opportunity ID. Okay. Account IDs dot add, I'll add the opp.account ID. Cool. Now what I want to do is I want to do list of account owners equals select ID comma owner ID from account where ID in. Where do I want the ID in? I want it to be in the account IDs list, the one that I created. Right? I'll go ahead and create this list so that the errors don't keep popping up. So one would be op IDs, sorry. The other one would be account IDs. Save. This should save a fine. Yeah. What's the next thing? I want to check list of opportunity team member. Right? So op team members, I want to fetch select user or group ID from opportunity team member where parent ID in op IDs. Save. Is parent ID a field on op team member? It is not, I believe. So I have to say opportunity. I think this is the value. Even this is not the value. Is it opportunity? It should not be. Let's take a look. Open opportunity team member. So it has opportunity ID. Yeah. So it should be opportunity ID in. Let's say save. Oh, so it says no such column user or group ID. So the issue is with the user group ID. What is the value that points me to the user? It's user ID. Okay. So it will not be user or group. It will be user ID. Save. Okay. So I have the list of all the accounts. I'm fetching the owner ID. I have the list of all the opportunities. I'm fetching the user ID, right? Based on whatever opportunities have come in the current transaction. Okay. Now the problem is I have all the list, but I need to only do this when the stage name is basically closed one and it has been changed. I cannot send it to all of these guys. So I have to do some sort of logic here. Okay. So here what I'll do is, what I can do is I'll say for each account ACC in account owners, if opp.account ID is equal to acc.id, only then I'll say list of users to notify dot add acc.owner ID. That will add only the owners from this particular account list who have been part of opportunity where the stage name has been set to closed one. Right? Similarly, I want to loop through the opportunity team members. So I'll say for every opportunity team member in OPP team members, if let me write it from the starting. This replacing thing might not help you understand. So I'll say if OTM dot opportunity ID is equal to OPP dot ID. right? This opportunity right here. Then I can say, okay, yeah, you need to add this guy in the list. So I'll say list of users to notify would be otm.user_id, this field right here, and say save, right? Now when I save it, no errors, but if you see, I'm querying opp.account_id, which is fine, which is from this context. I'm saying acc.id, which is fine, which is from this query. I am adding acc.owner_id, which is still fine. I'm adding it from in the query in the socle. But here I'm saying otm.opportunity_id, so I have to mention opportunity ID here as well, or else it will give me s object row was retrieved without being queried. Okay, so I'll just put it here, right? And I'm adding it in this particular list to notify, right? Now understand, or else let's do this. What we have done the opportunity owner, we have done the account owner, we have done the opportunity team members. What is pending? The people from the public group, right? So how do I fetch all the people from the public group? I can simply say list of group megastar group equals select id from group where name equals opportunity megastars. Let's say save. I'm not sure if I have a public group named this, so let's go in and create one. Let's go to groups. Okay, so my public group is created. What if I do a query here that says exactly this? Does it return me my result? Let's see. It does, right? And I want to see user or group ID and say execute. So there's no user or group ID in a public group. What is the field that I want to check? Let's see the group object now. So here we have related ID, but is it the one? I want to take a look at all the team members of a group. So where do I get that? Let's query these fields: ID, name, related ID, developer name, owner ID. Execute. So it gives me opportunity megastars. There's no related ID. So where do I get the group members? Let's take a look at another object, that is group member object. So if I say ID, name from group member, so there's no name field in the group member object. Let's say ID from group member. There are 3 records. So if I open the group member object, I have group ID, right? So let's find out where group ID equals, or can I say group.name equals opportunity megastars? Can I do that? Because this is a reference, I can use the dot operator. Let's see if it works. Execute. I got one result, right? And if I put user or group ID, what do I get? I get the user record ID. So this is the user that I added, right? If I put the name, they should say Himanshu Mah. So it's not letting me use the dot operator here, I believe. So that's okay. Let's take this particular query and use it. All right. So I'll go ahead and put this on my code. So you see, to access members of a public group, you need to query the group member object. Okay, so I'll just remove this from here and I'll just say, so let's try to save this, and this should be now list of group member. So I'll just replace and say save again. Megastar group members. So what I want is, I want this particular value from this particular loop, right? Now I'll say for group member in megastar group members, public group users dot add. I'll just add these guys, gm dot user or group ID. So I'm adding all the users here. Now this list also needs to be defined. So I'll say list of IDs public group users. Save. Right now, when do I want this users to be added? Only when this particular if condition is evaluated, right? So I can say list of users to notify. Now since that is a list in itself, I'll say dot add all, and I'll add this list all together. Okay, so I'll say add all, and it will add all the list values in this particular list. Right, so this is the public group IDs, these are the owners of the opportunity, this is the account owners, and then this is your all the opportunity team members. So everyone has been added in this particular list. Now there might be a case wherein the user who's part of the public group might be the owner of the record, or might be the account owner, or might be an opportunity team member. So there's a chance that you might be duplicating things. So instead of using a list, what we can do is we can convert this to a set, so that we avoid duplicates, because we want to send the information to only the people who are part of it, but not send them the email twice, or not get the duplicate assignment error. Okay, so it's better to convert this to a set, because there are chances that you might have a contradiction with people being part of multiple things, not just individual things. That would be a very happy path scenario. But normally what would happen is, if the opportunity owner is the the opportunity owner can be part of the opportunity megastar group, or the account owner could also be a team member, right? So I mean, that could happen. So just to avoid that, keep this particular list and convert it to a set. Don't keep it as a list. Right, so we've done all the queries, we have queried everything we needed, and then we used the loop, and then we used the if condition, and we added users based on this particular check right here on the closed one thing. Right, all that's left is now we need to send the email. So I'll say if list of users to notify is not empty. What is this list? This list is basically user list, or rather user IDs. What I want to fetch from this user IDs is I want to fetch the email. So before that, let's do something. I'll just say send email to all these folks. Okay, I'll call this method, and I'll pass this particular list when it is not empty, so that the null check is there. So I'll say save. Right, now this particular method is not defined, so I'll just define this method quickly. Send email to all of these folks, and this should accept a list of ID. Save. This should save a fine. There's still some error. So this is list of users. This should not be a list, this should be a set. I created it as a set, right? So now let's say save. This is fine. Now let's see send email in Apex. Let's copy some basic template code. Let's take a look at this one. I have already opened once. This is from developer.salesforce, so should be good. Let's click it again. What happened? Yeah. Let's take a look at this particular guy right here. And I'll put this code here. Okay. Let's do some alignment. Right, and I'll just get rid of this results success thing. I am not doing any kind of exception catches for now, just showing a use case. So this is the send email method. It takes the parameter messages, which is of type list of messaging dot single SMS, single message, and we create the single messages here. Right, now what is this particular instance is created, and you set out the two addresses. Now these two addresses needs to be emails, so this should contain email of users. Right, so that's the part. This is opt-out policy is filtered. Subject will be take a look at the opportunity, and then you can just put a text body. This is urgent. You can definitely like bring in the opportunity records also, and then you can do some dynamic binding here, but let's stick to the use case for now. Okay, the only thing pending here is basically I want to figure out a way to get all the emails of the users. So I have the user IDs. What do I want? I want to do one more query, right? So I'll say if list of user records, select email from user where ID in user IDs. Save. Now for each user in user records, email list dot add, I'll just add the user rec dot email field. So this will give me the email ID of all the users that are currently in question. This would be a list of type string. Save, and I'll pass this list here, right? And now since this is an email list, I don't need to define this new string array separately. So I can simply say two addresses would be the list of emails that are mentioned here. And that completes our use case. Okay. Let's take a look at how it works. So if I go to an opportunity from here, and let's say I open this pyramid emergency one, and let's say I say closed, select close stage, closed one, let's say save. So there's some issue with the code, which means it's not letting us modify it. Is it because of some other, it says insert failed. So there's some issue with some other code, maybe. Let's see what's the error. Insert failed. So it says task trigger. So there's some issue with some other code. Let me get rid of some code here. Maybe handle activities after update and add team members. These are the two codes that we have from previous use cases, right? Let's see what is this. This is our new method. This is our new method. This is opportunity team member. And then we have this task thing here. Okay. So I'll just get rid of this particular use case for now. But this is on the handle activities after delete. So that should be fine. What is this? This is handle before delete. Even this is fine. Before update, this is handle activities after update. So this is where we are creating a task, right? So I'll just get rid of this particular guy for now. Okay. That's part of another use case. So I'll just get rid of this. Say save. Saved up fine. If I go back, let's get rid of these two guys here. Okay. Save. All right, let's try it one more time. Let's see if it works. Closed, select close stage, closed one, save. So this time it's saved, right? And as soon as it's saved, let me see if I got any email or not, because I am the opportunity owner, I am the account owner. I should get some email. So you see, I get an email that says, take a look at the opportunity. This is urgent. And look at basically who all have gotten it. So all of these people have gotten it. The integration user, the security user, the account ID, and the account owner, the opportunity owner, and the team members. So everyone has gotten it. How can I say that? If you see, you have two team members here. These two received it, right? Similarly, the account owner received it. And then one more user was the public group user. That guy also received it. All the emails are listed here, right? So that was the use case wherein you fetch a set of users and then you send out an email. Cool. So that was use case 25. 26. Set the account owner's name as the sales rep field value when an account is created. So what do we need to do here? We have a custom field that's called sales rep, right? And that should be set as the account owner's name. So whoever would be the account owner, we need to take the owner ID and find the name of that owner and set it on this custom field, right? And this is whenever you create an account. So what should be our event? It should be before insert. Why? Because we are setting the field value to the same record that's being sent in the context, right? So let's go into account trigger and let's see if we have a before insert. We do not have one. Let's create it. So I'll say before insert here. I'll just copy this chunk of code and this should be is before, right? And this should be handled before insert, right? And I'll have trigger.new available, old is not available in before insert context, right? I'll go into this trigger handler and I'll copy this method and I'll name it handle before insert instead of after insert. Right, so the framework is ready. Let's now start working on the use case. So for account ACC in new records. Now before jumping any further, let's create that custom field, right? So I'll go to object manager, account, fields and relationships. So I have the field created that's called sales rep. Let's go here and now What do we want to do? We want to fetch who is the owner of the record. So it should be in the owner ID field, right? What I'll do here is I'll say owner ID list dot add acc dot owner ID, right? And I also want to create a map. I'll call it owner map dot add acc dot id comma acc dot owner ID. So I'm creating a map wherein I'm storing the account ID as the identifier and the corresponding account owner ID. So I don't even need this particular list now. Okay, so I'll just define this map. This would be of type id comma id. Owner map. Okay, we'll see how we use it. Right now I have the owner map. What do? I basically query the name of the person. Right, how do I do that? I say select name from user where id in owner map dot values. Correct. So this would give me all the users and their names, whoever is part of this particular account and is the owner of the account, right? And I can say list of user. Save. Okay, what is the error here? Let's take a look. It says void add is incorrect. This should be put. This is a map, so it should be put, right? Now I have the list of users with their names, and I have the owner map that contains the account ID versus owner ID key value pair. I'll now say for each account in owner map dot key set. So this won't be account, this would be ID, right? So I'll say ID, account ID in owner map dot key set. I basically want to say owner map dot get. So I need the account record. Why? Because I want to populate the field on the account record, right? So I'll have to iterate over the new records only. I cannot iterate over the IDs. So I'll say for account on new records, I'll say owner map dot get acc dot id will give me what? The owner ID, right? So this owner ID, I want to link it to the record that's present here. So instead of using a list, I'll simply say map, and I'll say map of ID comma user, and I'll just initiate it like this, instantiate it like this, and say save, right? There should be no error here. So I'll say user records dot get. I'll put this outside this particular map get. What will this give me? Owner map dot get will give me the account owner ID, which is the user ID, and this map will give me the entire user record, which is from this particular ID, right? So I'll get this particular information, and now I can say dot name. So this will give me the name from this particular query, right? So I'll say save. Now before saving it, what do I need to do? I need to say acc dot sales rep. This is the field I want to populate, right? So I'll say acc dot sales rep equal to user records dot get owner map dot get acc dot id, and overall this particular value will be the user record dot name will give me the user record name. Cool. So that was all about our before insert use case. Very simple. Let's go ahead and quickly test it out. So I'll create a new record, and I'll say testing sales rep. Okay, where is the sales rep field? It should be here, this one right here, right? This should automatically be populated. I'll just say save. So this got saved successfully, which means our before insert ran properly. Let's take a look at the record. Where is our record? Testing sales rep is here. Let's see. So if I go to the details tab, so you see the sales rep has the name of the person. So it's automatically populated, right? So what did we do? We simply created a map out of the records that were present, because I wanted to associate account with their owners, right? What did this give me? This gave me account ID versus owner ID map, right? And then here what did I do? I got owner ID versus owner record, which is nothing but user ID versus user record, right? So now you see account ID is a unique identifier, gives me the owner ID. Owner ID becomes the unique identifier, gives me the user ID, user record. So for every account, I can map the correct username. That is what I did here. Cool. Nice. So that was use case 26. Use case 27. Do not allow a user to modify the lead record if the lead is created before 8 days from today. So if the created lead that you have in your system and you want to modify it, and it's already been 8 days since you created it, the system will not let you modify it. That's the use case. So we don't want the user to do something, which means we want to add error. And when we want to add error from triggers, what context do we use? We use the before context, and this would be on update. So before update context on the lead trigger. So I have the lead trigger and the lead trigger handler here, and what do we want is the before update. So we already have that event, and I think we are already handling it here, right? I'll get rid of this code. This was from a previous use case. Let's get rid of this here, and let's add our method. So I'll say lead trigger handler dot check creation date before update. Okay, what do I send? I send the trigger dot new variable. For now, I'll create this method. Save. Okay, so the method is created. Let's save our trigger. This should also save a find. Yeah. Now what we want to do is we want to understand whether, if I were to write it in English, I want to check if the lead creation date, I want to check if lead creation date is greater than today's date minus 8, right? It should not be greater than, it should be less than, which means it has been created before 8 days from current date, right? If this is the case, throw the error, right? So let's put this check. So I'll say for lead rec in new records, if lead rec dot created date, right? So how do we denote today's date? We simply say system dot today. So I have this particular method here, right? And I'll say system dot today minus 8. So if the created date is less than 8 days from today in the past, in that case I simply want to say lead rec dot add error, and I'll say this record cannot be modified. Simple. Let's say save. Okay, it's saying there's some issue here. This is not new record, this should be lead record. So I'll just copy paste the right variable and say save. Okay, I'll get rid of this particular comment and say save again, and this should be neat, right? Let's go back and now let's test it. This was very simple, very straightforward. Let's say leads, and let's check the created date, right? So if I were to find some lead records, so I'll say select created date, command name from lead. So these are all the leads in my system, and they have been created on 11/4, right? So which is old enough, right? So what if I go ahead and just open any random lead, let's say Katie Snyder, and I go to details and I try to modify it. Let's say I want to change the phone number to 4 and say save. So you see, it says that this record cannot be modified. Now to test it the other way around, let's say discard changes. I'll create a new lead today, right? I'll create it now, new lead, right? This is from Salesforce, makes sense. And I'll try to save it. This should create, first of all, this should create fine, yeah. And now if I want to edit it, will it allow me edition? It should, because it is not matching the criteria. So you see, I made a change and it has successfully saved, because the created date does not fall under this particular criteria that we defined here, right? It is basically system.today. So this particular criteria is failing, so it's not even going inside and throwing the error, right? So that was very simple, and that was our use case 27. Use case 28. When the opportunity stage is set from perception analysis to qualification, or from perception analysis to prospecting, create a reminder task for the opportunity owner to check why the opportunity did not progress further. Remind them the very next day when this happened. So which means a task has to be created when this particular criteria is met and the opportunity stage has been modified, and this should be a reminder task, and they should be reminded the very next day, which means if this happens today, they should be reminded tomorrow. This is our use case. Okay, so we'll go into developer console and we'll open the opportunity trigger, right? So I'll go to opportunity trigger, and I'll also open the opportunity trigger handler. right? So these two are the files that we need. Now what should be the event context and what should be the event? So this is on the opportunity object and this would be on an update scenario, right? Because you are modifying the stages. Also, what should be the event? It should be before or after? It should be after, because you're creating a related record, which is a task, right? So we'll go for after update. Do we have after update here? We do have after update, and after update is here. I'll simply put one more method here and I'll say opportunity trigger handler dot inform owner. I'll just put it inform owner, okay, for now, and I'll take trigger dot new, right? Do we need the trigger dot old or trigger dot old map? Do you think we'll need that variable? Just take a pause and think. We will need it, right? Because you're comparing two values, whether the current value is this and the previous value was this. So you'll need the trigger dot old map also. So I'll just pick this here and we'll have it in the method. So I'll go to the trigger handler and I'll create this method. Let's copy this and this should work exactly as is, because this has the list of new records and the map of old records. So I'll just say paste. I'll just copy this name, inform owner, and I'll just say save. So the trigger handler should save a fine, and then the trigger should also save a fine. No problems, right? Now let's go ahead and start this out. Who needs to be informed? The trigger, the opportunity owner needs to be informed. So I'll start off with this basic opportunity loop that we go through every time. So I'll say for every opportunity in new records, right? What do I want to do? I want to check whether the stage has been modified, right? So the very first check I'll say is if op.stage name is not equal to old map records. I hope you are familiar with what I do in this line now. We have done it a lot of times. op.id.stage name. So what am I saying? I'm saying whether the stage name has changed or not, only then go inside. That is what I'm saying. Let's save it. Okay. And now I'll say if op.stage name is equal to, what should it be equal to? Perception analysis. No, it should be from perception to qualification, which means this is the new value. So if the current stage name is qualification and the previous stage name was perception analysis, this is what it is saying, right? Whether this was the value that it was before and it came to qualification. If this was the case, or what is the other case? The other case is if stage name is prospecting and it came from perception analysis, right? So this can be copied as is, and I'll put this in a or condition here, right? And this should be basically prospecting. So if they were standing on the perception analysis stage and they either went to prospecting or they went to qualification, right? This is how I can write it. So these are two conditions, so I can just put them into priority. I can just give them a priority. This should evaluate as one statement. This should evaluate as one statement. Save. If any of these two things happened is when I want to take action. I want to create a task. Agreed? So I'll create a task. I'll say reminder task equals new task, and reminder task dot, I want to put all those values. So I'll say task to insert dot add this reminder task. So I'm just setting the framework, and this task to insert should be a list of type task. So I'll just define the variable. Save. So this should save a fine. There should be one error on line 9, right? So I'll just say save. Task to insert is here. This line, if I get rid of this line and say save, no errors, right? Now I need to go to the task object reference. So I'll go to task object reference and I'll see what all fields do I need to set. Okay. So this is my task object. I want to create a reminder task. Okay. So here, can I associate this task to my opportunity? I can, right? So I'll say reminder task dot, should it be what ID or who ID? Should it be what ID or who ID? What is an opportunity? Is it a real thing or a non-real thing? So if it is a non-real thing, it should be what ID. So I'll say what ID equals opp.id. So I've associated it with the opportunity. That's the first thing I did, right? The next thing, I can put a description. So I'll say reminder task dot description should be equal to please see why this opportunity did not progress further. That's the next thing I said. What's the next thing I can put? I can give it a priority, right? So I'll give it a high priority. I'll say reminder task dot priority equals high. Save. What's the next thing I can do? I can put a reminder by using is reminder set equals true. That's a boolean flag. And I can go to reminder date time. When do you want this particular task reminder to happen? It should happen the very next day when this happened. That means if it happened today, this is when it's happening. So I can simply say system.today +1, which means tomorrow it should remind them, right? So I've just associated everything and I've given it a reminder and everything looks fine and it is saved. But we do this mistake every time. We forget to insert what we created, right? So I'll just go outside this for loop and I'll say if task to insert is not empty, insert task to insert. I'll just insert this list. Save. Okay, looks good. Let's test it out. I'll go to an opportunity. Let's open this opportunity here. And now let's do the other scenario. So if you take a look here, do we have any tasks? If I take a look at the activity, I have 2 tasks. This is split revenue. This is something else. Okay, but I will go ahead and I'll just move the stage. So I'll move from closed lost to negotiation review. Should this create a task? It should not, because that's not matching our criteria. If I go to the activity, I don't see any task, right? But now let's move to from stage negotiation review. Let's move to perception analysis and say save. Okay, it should still not create the task, no task. But now from perception, if I want to move to any of these 2 values, it should create a task. So I'm moving to prospecting, let's say, and say save. Okay, oops, so something went wrong. There's some issue with our code, which is insert failed, execution of after insert, attempt to dereference a null object. So what is this attempt? Let's take a look. This is saying handle activities after insert, line 41. Let's take a look. Handle activities after insert. Where is the handle activities after insert? I believe this is some other code that's running. Yeah, it's the task trigger code. Let's open. This might be coming from some other use case. So task trigger, handle activities after insert is the method that's failing. See, this is the method. So I'll just open and see what is inside it. So this is handle activities after insert, right? And here line 41 is failing and it's saying null. So line 41 is this value right here. So you see task rec.whoid is being checked and it says if it starts with this particular keyword. Now we should put a null check here. So what I'll do is I'll say if task rec.whoid is not equal to null, and now this should resolve my issue because there was no value in the current task that we were creating. See, I'll tell you what happened. This task is trying to get inserted, but it just has a what ID. It does not have a who ID. So it went to the task trigger and before insert, this particular method ran. Sorry, this particular method, right? And before insert, it's coming here to the handler and it's running this method and it is seeing for every task that has come inside the value of the task_rec.whoid. Now task_rec.whoid evaluates to null. So this particular thing is evaluating to null and it's giving us a null pointer exception. See, the null pointer exception is here, right? So what I did was I simply said, first of all, check whether the whoid value exists or not. If it does, only then check this. Now let's try to save it. This should save up fine. Let's see, save. So it saved up fine and it went to prospecting. If I take a look at the activity now, so you see I have a reminder task that's created. If I click on the view more, so you see this is the reminder task that has come. It does not have a subject because I did not give it that value. But if I open the task, see it has the priority high, it has the description that I put, and it has the related to what ID with the opportunity, right? And it is on a reminder. Okay, so it is on a reminder. If I go back to my opportunity, I see that it has a reminder here. Okay, so the opportunity owner will be reminded tomorrow about this particular task as a pop-up. Okay, so that was our reminder task that we created as part of this use case. And we met with an exception that's called null pointer exception, very common. So always ensure that whatever you try to check, first put a null check and then you try to see it. If that value is not mandatory, people might not want to fill it, right? So it's better that our code handles the null values and then moves ahead. Cool? Great. So that was use case 28. Use case number 29. as soon as an account record is restored from the recycle bin, update its name and prefix it with restored. So restored would be the keyword for every account record that we restore from the recycle bin, right? So this is a case of undeleting a record. So which means you might have deleted a record which has moved to the recycle bin. It stays there for the next 15 days, and within that time span, if you want to restore it, you can restore the record by going to the record and clicking restore. And when you do that, there is a trigger event that fires. Now that event is called the undelete event, right? Now the important question would be, what context should it be, before or after? So with undelete events, there is no before undelete, right? Because you never know when you will be undeleting it. So the context is not available. It's only after you basically click on the button is you know that you have undeleted something. So the only event available in undelete context is basically the after undelete option, right? So we'll go into the after undelete context and write something on the account trigger. So this should be on the account trigger and the event should be account after undelete. So let's go to developer console and let's open the account trigger. Right, so we have the account trigger and I have the account trigger handler. I'll just open both the files and I'll show you how do you restore a record. So let's open an account record first of all. So I can go to accounts and I can open this particular account, let's say, and I say delete. Right, so as soon as I delete it, this record is not available in our list views. So, but if I have to take a look, see there's an undo option available. But if I were to take you to the recycle bin, you will see that this record has been dumped there. You see, this is the account record that has been deleted by Himanshu on today's date. Right, if I want to restore it, I just say click and I say restore, or I can even go to this caret icon and say restore, which means you are triggering the undelete event. And after you undelete it is when you want to set the value and update the name as restored account name. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. So I'll go ahead into account trigger handler and I'll put a method. You generally don't use this event a lot, but it is important to know because this is one of those events that you have available. So I'll say list of new records. Right, so this is again trigger.new, which is available. I'll just save this and I'll call it from my trigger file. So now I'll have to add one event that is basically after undelete. Save. Okay, and I'll copy this section right here and put it at the end, and I'll say if it is after and it is undelete, save. What method do I want to call? I want to call the handle after undelete method. Save. Okay, so the framework is ready. What do we need to do now is basically from these new records, we want to update the name and put a restored keyword on front of it. Right, now with undelete, I'll just try our normal way. I'll say for each account that has come in new records. Now understand, this is the after event, right? In after event, you have this as a read only context. You cannot update on top of it, right? So we'll have to query the records. We cannot use the new records, and you can simply just say, account dot name equals restored plus account dot name. If I do that and if I update my list here, let's say if I update my account list, considering this list contains all these accounts, this will give me an exception because I am already in the after context and these records are in read only mode. So it will not let me update it. It will throw an exception. So what do? We basically have to query all our account records. So I'll say list of accounts to update equals select id comma name from account where id in. Right, so here I need to ensure that I have all the record IDs. So I'll say for each account ACC in new records account IDs dot add ACC dot ID. Right, and I'll just create a list of ID that would be called ACC IDs. Save, and I'll take this particular IDs and I'll say ID in this particular keyword and say save. This should save a file, right? And now I can use this particular list and I can say for each account in accounts to update acc.name equals restored space and then whatever is the name of the record. Cool. And I'll just add account to update dot add ACC. Save. And I'll say if account to update is not empty, insert, sorry, it should be update ACC to update list. Save. This should be not empty first of all, and this list has to be defined. So I'll just define one more list, and this would be called account to update. This would be of type account. Now this should save up without errors. Let's see. Yeah, no errors. Cool. So let's go here and let's restore this record now. So I'll just say restore. Right. So the restore has worked, and if I open accounts and I take a look at all my records, you notice that there's a record that has just been restored and it has the keyword restored in front of it. This is our account record which has been restored, and that has basically given you the name but updated with the prefix restored. So that's how you use an undelete event, and it is only available in the after context. Cool. So that was use case number 29. Use case number 30, the last use case in this particular playlist. When an account is updated and industry is changed to biotechnology, find all related contacts and update the lead source to phone. Use async Apex to achieve this. Now, this is something that we have already done in our previous use cases, something similar to this. This is an after update scenario, and we'll be updating the related records. But in this particular use case, we'll be using async Apex, which means we'll be creating a future method, which is a part of asynchronous Apex, and we'll be leveraging future methods to handle this update, right? So this is the reason why this is a separate use case. Let's go into the org, and this would be on the account trigger again, right? But what should be the event? It should be after update, because we want to check update scenario of an account and we want to do something with the related records. So let's go ahead and start this out. So I'll go into Apex account trigger and I'll take a look at the after update context, which is right here. And there is a method that's called after update activities. Let's see what is in there. This is the method that we have, and this basically is checking the website value. If it is changed, then it is creating a map here, okay, and then it is updating related contacts. See, something similar is already being done. What I want to now do is I want to call future method, right? So I don't want to do operations in this particular method. I'll be creating a separate method. Now before creating that method, let's sort our list that we need to send. So what is our requirement? It says if the account is updated and the industry is changed to biotechnology. So what I can say here is for every account in new records, right? Instead of this if condition, I check here if acc dot industry is not equal to old map dot get acc.id.industry, which tells you that the industry value has changed, right? And acc.industry double equal to biotechnology, which means the current value has been set to biotechnology, right? In this case, I want to fetch all the related contacts, right? So how do I fetch all the related contacts? I basically don't do it here, I do it in the future method. And why will I do it there? Because I want to use async Apex as part of this use case. Okay, so I'll simply use this ACC IDs. I'll say send these IDs to async Apex, and I'll say dot add acc.id. Save. Now this should be a list of IDs, so I'll create a list of IDs here. Okay, this should not be a list of IDs. I want to create a method. I don't want to create a list. I want to create a method. In order to create a method, I have to first create a list here, send this list dot add, and this list would be of type ID equals new list of ID. What kind of IDs? These are account IDs, right? I'll just say save, and I'll come outside this for loop, and I'll see if send this list is not empty, only then call async Apex, and I'll pass my list here. Okay, I'll check if it is not empty. I'll say call async Apex. I'll save it. This should fail because this method has not been created yet. So I'll go down below and I'll create a new method. I'll call public static void call async apex, and I'll accept the list of ID as account IDs. Save. Okay, so this should be error free, but I want to create this as a future method. Save. Now what is future method? Future method first of all takes only list of IDs as parameters, or it takes only primitive types. The other thing is this is part of asynchronous Apex, which means the current transaction wherein the trigger will come here and execute all of this, it will execute everything else apart from this. This future method will be left for a separate transaction, and it will be dealt with later when the resources are available, right? So you get two different transactions, and you are basically kind of delegating or delaying your execution of this particular method to some future time, which is why it is a future method, right? How does this help? This helps in handling governor limits. If there's anything that you don't want to do in the current transaction immediately, you can move that code to future code. That's a good practice to do, because for future method you get a separate set of governor limits, so your socle limits, your DML limits don't get exhausted in the current transaction, right? So here what we are trying to do, we'll be doing a contact update, right? So that update would take one DML statement, and if you are short of DML statements in your current transaction, you can move that DML statements to future method. Okay, so I just created this future method by annotating the method by @future. That's all you need to do. Okay, now I'll use this method. So how do I use it? I'll say list of contact con records equals, I'll query out all the contact records. I'll say select ID comma lead source from contact where account ID, this is my relationship field, right? I'll say in account IDs, this is the list. I'll say save. Okay, and now for every contact that has come in, I'll say for each contact in con records, con.lead source equals, I think it was web, right? Let's say web and say save. Add it to the list and come outside this for loop and say if add con to list is not empty, update this should save a fine. Yeah, I did. Now let's take a look at the test case. Let's try to test it out. So I'll go to accounts. I want to update an account, right? So I'll open any account and I'll take a look at the industry. Let's see what is the industry. Industry here is apparel. I want to change it to biotechnology. I have biotechnology and I say save. Okay, so this saved up fine. What were we supposed to do? We were supposed to update the lead source of the related contacts here. We have 3 contacts here. Okay, I'll say view all, and I don't want a filter. I want to basically open these records and I want to see what is the lead source value. So if I take a look at the lead source, it is web, right? If I go back to my community test account, I open the other contact, I should see the lead source as web. So all of the 3 contacts have the same lead source now. So which means our future method executed, and it basically executed as a separate transaction but did what we wanted it to do. Let's open this one. Let's see what is the lead source here. It is web, right? And if you notice, this is last modified by recently. Okay, so an update has been made. Okay, and if I take a look at the developer console and I say debug show all logs, and let's say I run it again, take a look at this section. Okay, take a look at this section. You'll see there's one future handler, right? And if I open this future handler, you will see that the call async apex has been called as a separate log. This is a separate log because this is a separate transaction. So this has been called separately, and this has done nothing but it has fetched all the contact records, the 3 IDs, and it has basically set the lead source as web for all of them. And then it has basically run the DML, and as part of the DML there has been an update. Cool. So that is how future methods work, and you can call future methods from triggers. Alright, so that was use case 30. And with that we are done with all the 30 use cases that we discussed in the last 30 days, I believe. right? The entire December was about triggers. We started with use case 1, and this is everything that we covered, right? So this was pretty much beginner to intermediate, but if you have been writing code along with me and if you have been trying it out, understanding it, you should be able to write good trigger code now, right? And that completes everything that I wanted to discuss in terms of use cases, but we are left with some information, some details about triggers, and we'll quickly discuss that as well, right? So the important thing is, what are the best practices that you must follow? After all that we have learned, after all that we have seen, there are some best practices that we should be following, right? And those are primarily these 3 things. The first thing is we should be putting relevant comments, which you did not see me doing much on the entire scenario, but that's a good practice to keep, right? It helps you to document your code well, and also helps your fellow developers and fellow team members to understand what you have done if they want to revisit your code 6 months later, 6 years later, right? The second thing is bulkification, which we did a lot. We did not do any static coding, any index based coding. We bulkified all our code so that it is capable of handling multiple records at once. Why do we do that? Because you never know when there would be just one record that comes into the insert update scenario, or there will be multiple. So ideally we'll have to ensure that we bulkify our code and we keep it ready and we keep it scalable to handle multiple records, right? And the third thing is follow a framework. So in this particular use case scenarios that we discussed, I followed the trigger and trigger handler framework. If you notice, right, I did not write code on the trigger class. I wanted to write them on the handler class. Similarly, you have helper class. Similarly, you have a trigger handler context that you can create. So there are different frameworks, but stick to a good framework and use that framework across your projects, right? That's important. Follow your framework. All right, there's one important thing that comes into consideration when we are using triggers. Now, as per the order of execution, we have a lot of automation tools also that run, right? And because of that, there are some updates or some DML statements that execute as part of those automations, and that executes your trigger again. Now, in order to ensure that your trigger does not go into a recursion, which means it does not keep on executing again and again, it is important that wherever necessary, you handle recursion. Right? Now, how do you handle recursion? You handle recursion by simply using a Boolean variable. So you should be on the trigger handler. Let's say you are here on the trigger handler. What you do is you simply declare a Boolean variable. So you'll call it public static Boolean is run once, right? This could be a name, and you would simply set it as false. Right? What you want to do is, let's say in your scenario, this after update method is running every time because of some process builder or some other automation that is basically running an update from there, and it is reaching here, and this after update is executing every time. So there's a limit, there's a depth limit that you have with triggers, and if that depth limit is reached, you get a recursion error, right? And the transaction fails and the code fails. In order to avoid that, let's say for example, this is the method that is basically giving you the recursion. Right? How do you put a check? So you simply say if account trigger handler dot is run once. This is my Boolean variable that I declared on the account trigger handler, which is why I have to instantiate it like this. And since this is a static variable, I can use the dot operator, right? So if it is run once, what is the current value of this particular flag? Let's save it first. Let's save this Boolean flag. Right? So this is a class variable I have created, not a method variable, because I want it to be available on the trigger. That's the first thing. Second thing, I have made it static so that the value is consistent across the transaction, right? And I have declared it as false, which means it has not been run once. So if it has not been run once, I'll simply go inside and say set it to true. If this is the first time it is coming inside, I'll say this is equal to true, and then I'll execute this method. Now this line should not be just this, it should be not. Why? Because initially, for the very first time when you come in, this value will be false. So if it is false and not of false is true, only then it should come inside, which means the very first time. Let's understand the scenario. Coming in first time. What's the value of the flag? It is false. So this will evaluate to false, and not of false is true, so it will come inside and it will set the variable to true, and it will execute this method. Let's say recursion happened and you came in again. What is the value of this variable now? It is true, right? So coming in second time, this time with the value true. So account trigger dot is run once is equal to true, not of true is false, it will not go inside. Recursion has been saved, right? This is how you can handle recursion by a simple boolean flag, and this is one important interview question that interviews ask for beginners to intermediate developers, right? So that is how you can handle recursion to avoid any chaos. I was talking about a trigger limit. I'll quickly show you. So trigger depth limit, right? So there's a stack depth limit, and it basically occurs due to recursion. See, so recursion can occur for many reasons. Recursion occurs when the same code is executed again and again, and it might lead to a infinite loop. Now you cannot recursively invoke your triggers more than 16 times. So your recursion can keep on continuing. Salesforce will entertain that only until 16 times, post which it will give you a recursion error, right? But it is not good for the system in terms of optimization speed and feasibility that you have recursion in your system, right? So in order to keep a check on all your methods wherein there is a scope of recursion, you put this boolean flag check. Simple as that, right? So this will avoid your recursion, this will avoid your socle limits, this will avoid your DML limits, and it will also not recurse your code. All right, so that's about handling recursion. Now there are a lot of interview questions surrounding triggers. I don't have it listed here. I'll basically be creating a sheet. It might be another video altogether, but yeah, there are a good chunk of interview questions. If you would like to know some interview questions, you can drop a comment here, or you can even email me on my salesforcemakes@gmail.com email ID, and I'll share those questions that I have, right? So you can prepare for interviews, and you should be good with answering questions surrounding triggers. Right, so that was all about Apex triggers and the 30 use cases we discussed. That wraps up the triggers use cases explained playlist. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning. Bye.